and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, week number 59. That's a lot of weeks, Papi, but welcome back to our weekly dose of StarCrafting. And this tournament is open to all players. I'm, of course, host VIP, and a big shout out to Baby Links in the chat. God, Papi, God, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session as well. Welcome, everyone, to the beginning here of our weekly tournament. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our red Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Mindel VK. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have Off Racing us. Let's go. Mainly a Protoss player nowadays, but Off Racing as Zerg. You appreciate it. You love to see it representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. Let's go. As he's going for a proxy. Going for a proxy across the map because, of course, he is. Mindel VK so far has not scouted. This is not aware, but is going for the probe scout across the map. We can see Eba faking an expansion, faking a hatchery towards the left-hand side, when really we are doubling down with the proxy. We should be moving out soon momentarily. We've got spawning pools on the way. Drone moves out for the spine rush across the map. Eba is an animal. He's popping off. We appreciate it. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Predictions are going to be open in the chat, so place your bets on who you think will take the series. As a reminder, it's going to be a best of 3 exclamation mark. Be in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. The bracket is stacked, the bracket is beautiful, and we will embrace the brackets after this series. We'll get there. We will get there. Until then, second drone is moving out across the map as well. Mindel VK, he's checking for the third base. He checks, he confirms it is nowhere to be found. Not yet, and now he's fully aware of what's going on. Zelda's being credited as we speak. We respond with a Forge, but is this response too late? The hatchery's almost done. The hatchery at this point, it's almost complete. Forge still in production. No cannons, just the one Zealot. We do get eyes on the drones. We're now aware, of course, how committed it's going to be. Lings are flooding across the map as we speak, and the spine crawlers are about to be thrown down. Until then, though, the Zealot is here. The Zealot has arrived. So far, going to be delaying those spine crawlers. I appreciate that Eva, he's holding on to those spines a little bit longer. He hasn't started them yet, otherwise they'd be stationary, otherwise they'd be vulnerable to the Zealot, and we're waiting for those Lings. As the drones, they are. There we go, they kept saving down. Now we have the spines on the way. And the Ling does slip in. Oh, get the probe. Casito, barely not. Probe does survive. One Ling goes down. Shield batteries are on the way. Spine crawlers have been heavily delayed. Bear that in mind. They have been delayed, but they are going to be safe and sound. They are on the way. We're going for the shield battery. Shield battery's under fire. The shield battery. Ooh, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Shield battery goes down. Zealot as well. The cannon is under fire. The Stalker does pop out in time. And with the help of the Stalker, we can clean up all these Lings. But more Lings are on the way. The cannon taking a lot of damage. Taking a lot of hits. Spine crawler pushing forward. Queen will have to back up. Oh god! The Queen goes down! Oh, we missed the transfuse. Oh, we stick around a little bit too long. That's one transfuse gone at this point. But the cannon does fall, and the spine crawlers are slowly edging ever closer. The cannon went down. The gateway's under fire. But now we have 2 Stalkers. We have 2 Stalkers up and running. We have a cannon, more shield batteries on the way. Sorry, more cannons on the way. As Lings are tanking some shots. Keeping that spine crawler alive, and no more queens, bear that in mind. Nice kiting here against the Lings. The Lings are going down. Mindel VK is holding. I say that. The gateway is going to fall. The spine crawler is pulled back in time. Would you pull away? Spine crawler pulls away. We have our initial spine and knocking down that gateway. Now getting on top of the cyber core. Back in the main base, no production. Gateway just now on the way, but what you see is what you get. Only 3 Stalkers. For the time being, that's all we have. Oof. Stalker taking a lot of damage. One shot away from going down. Lings are still amassing. Queen now being rebuilt. Oh, the spine takes a lot of hits. Oh no! The spine! Spine takes a lot of damage, and we'll have to back up. We'll have to get away. Does waddle back. But that initial spine crawler goes down nonetheless. And Mindel, he's expanding. GG gets called. GG is called, and Mindel VK will survive, will hold, and will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. It was a big moment with that Queen going down. It was a big moment with losing the ability to transfuse that one time as well. That could have sustained the spine crawler, could have kept things going. But alas, one small mistake in that kind of game state can cost you the game. And Mindel VK now takes the lead against Eba. Does take a lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. We're going to be loading into Oceanborn. And the question becomes, do we spice things up once again, or do we calm things down and settle into a standard game? Oh boy. oh boy, Pappy. Let's go. Here we go. As you can hear the beeps in the chats, we're getting ready for that second game here. Iba now up against the wall. And can we bounce back and force the ace match? Personally, I'm hoping we can get a game 3, but here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have Mindle VK for Psystorm Gaming. The red Protoss player, and spawning in the series 1-0, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player from the land of the UK, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Iba. Going for the Zerg spray in the mineral line, and once again sending out his drone. Oh boy. Once again, the drone is being sent out as we speak, and we're going for the same build. We're going for the proxy hatch. Aye, aye, aye. Iba gonna be doubling down. And we'll see if Iba has better success this time. Now, I'm not fully in love with the idea of doing the same cheese 2 games in a row. I do think that Mindle VK is now going to be more prepared mentally, physically, is going to be ready for what's to come. So we'll see how Iba does adjust. Likewise, we'll see how Mindle VK does respond. So we do see the probe moving out. And we'll check that natural location, confirming nothing is quite thrown down yet. It is going to be a pull first. Mindle VK does confirm. Does confirm the pull on the way. Drone is being sent out across the map. We're going for the spine rush once again, and Mindle VK, will he be a little bit faster to check? He will! And this is what I'm worried about. This is what I was concerned about here, is that Mindle VK, he scouts much faster this time, a much faster response into the forge. Again, Mindle VK is a lot more on notice and wary of what Iba is up to. So drone has arrived. Iba gonna try and pick away at it, but the Zealot has already popped out. We already have the Zealot, we already have the probe, we have control of the hatchery. The drone barely is kept alive. Oh, one more shot and it will go down. Up! We forced out a spine crawler, but the Zealot can just dive on top of it. Does force a cancel. Oh, the drone goes down. A rough start here for Iba. It is a rough start. Mindle VK also here denying the expansion. And Iba, is he going to try to expand back at home? Is he going to try and macro out of this? The probe goes down, drone comes back, and Iba looks like he will expand. Yeah, he is taking the expansion back at home. So, looks like Iba, he's giving up on this all-in. He's giving up on the proxy. Is spreading creep, but is going to attempt to drone up as heavily as possible. And we'll see if this works out a little bit better in Iba's favor. I mean, the cannon's done, shield battery as well, backup cannon on the way. Mindle VK, the longer he goes on without expanding, it's going to be better and better for Iba, as he's hoping that Mindle VK overreacts. He's hoping for that overreaction. We're droning up. Probe rescouts, very important here for Mindle VK. He does reconfirm what's going on and does get eyes on the expansion. Mindle VK is aware. Back across the map. Mindle on top of that hatchery. Iba falling back. Is spreading creep. I appreciate this, the creep that's being spread. Just delaying the third base for as long as we can. Overlord will barely be able to escape. Thankfully. Overlord will float away. But Mindle VK is now expanding. Is settling in. Going for a robo response. Interesting. Now with a robo opener, we can go for fast immortal production. We can go for something crazy like a disruptor drop. Go for sentry immortal instead. Curious where Mindle VK does take this. If he even goes for a war prism first, also an option. Also is an option. As the hatchery goes down, is going to fall. Meanwhile, Iba racing back home. Again, joining up as hard as he can. And we do see Iba coming in from behind, going for a scout. We'll get eyes on the robo. Is going to be aware of the follow-up. And Mindle VK is going to be prioritizing that observer to clear up all this creep to eventually expand. And we have a game. we have a bit of a game here. Both players macroing up. Eva going for a much faster Roach Warren. I mean, it makes sense given the game state. The likelihood of this turning into a 2-base all-in from the side of Middle VK is quite high. So we're going to need Roaches, Ravagers, Lings to defend, as Immortal production has begun. Not just Immortals, we have 2 more gates on the way. It's going to be a 3-gate setup. And we'll see when Middle VK does decide to move out, with how many of those Immortals. We shall see. As there it is, the Bay is on the way. Oh my god. So I was talking earlier how like a possibility here for... Oh, let's snap the Overlord. A possibility would be something crazy like Disruptor drops. I'm curious if that's what we embrace or if we go for something even wilder and go for a fast Colossus instead. My eyes are just going for Disruptors, dropping across the map and expanding. Oh, once we catch a Stalker. Yeah, we are expanding. Taking our 3rd base. Back at home, Eva cutting worker production at 41, making some safety Roaches, is still taking a 3rd base and taking gases. Eva just played it out safe, making sure he has some kind of army to work with. And where is this Bay gonna take us? Do we start up Colossus? Do we start up Disruptors? Where are we going? Meanwhile, Eva is not droning. Eva cancels the Spine Crawler. Eva is not droning. We're amassing up more Lings, more Roaches. It looks like Eva is going for an all-in. And he's hoping that maybe Middle VK is too greedy. For now, Middle is taking a 3rd base and is taking up a little bit further. Still has not made use of the Bay on the Robo, going for a Twilight Council. As a result, the army here of Middle VK is looking a little bit small. Looking a little bit bare bones. But back at home, looks like he was a little bit paranoid of something crazy like a DT opener. Had detection ready, but there we go. He's still amassing up his Ling Roach Ravager. And soon to be moving out across the map. Meanwhile, back at home, it is going to be a Colossus. Colossus on the way. Shield battery and a cannon ready. Eva, can we pull this off? The goal here, the ideal, is for Eva to lock down this army and pile it to death. To land those juicy connections with these Ravagers. And he has potential. Eva has potential to knock this down. Eva has, what, triple the army supply. Is moving out across the map. And can Mindle survive this? Colossus has arrived. We have Disruptor as a follow-up. We're going to be collapsing in. And again, can we land those Biles? So far, force fields. They do send away the Roach Ravager, at least for a moment. Biles not quite going to be connecting. They graze the Sentry. They take down the Shield Battery. They deny the Overcharge. Overcharge is denied. Biles, once again, they connect with the Stalker. Up. They graze the Immortal as well. Boys are being pulled. The Colossus does stand strong. And it looks like we are holding. We will clean this up. The Lings, the Roaches, the Ravagers, they all fall down. Disruptor does make it out just in time for a Nova. The Nova does connect. And Middle VK has held. It did cost him a mineral line. 15 probes did go down. Lings are coming to reinforce. Can we get the Colossus? Can we get it? Up. Oh, it's so close. It looks like we can. The Colossus goes down. And we're still rallying across the map. We're still sending everything we can. Roaches, Lings are trickling in. Is it enough? Can Eva end it? Oh, good. Nova won't quite connect. Shield Battery is done. Ooh, with the arrival of the Shield Battery, we can hold on. We have an Overcharge available as well. It was a costly hold. It was not clean. It was a little bit dirty, but Mindle does survive. And now Eba's in a rough position. Drone-wise, worker-wise, even though Eba did kill a mineral line, he's still, I would say, behind economically. He has a 2-drone lead, but that's still not ideal. And we are going into Mutas of all things. Bold move. Mutas are on the horizon. Unfortunately for Eva, Mindle, he has Blink, and he has +2. +2 already done. +3 is on the... Oh my, the upgrades are insane. I mean, may as well make use of the Fast Forge, but +3 is on the horizon here for Middle VK. These upgrades are going to get out of control. But there is a window here where Eba is vulnerable before Mutas come out. Once Mutas arrive, we can try to keep Middle VK pinned back at home, and then Eba can saturate, take another base, you know, get into a solid economy, get into a solid army. These Mutas have potential to buy time. potential to buy time and to keep MinoVK in check. Oh boy. As Eva is droning. Meanwhile, across the map, Minnow just securing himself. +3 on the horizon. Mutas are now on the way, and of course, MinoVK's in the dark. He sees nothing. He sees nothing. He knows nothing. He's just building up more Colossus, more units that do not shoot up. And even though we're about to have +3 with these Stalkers, we don't have many of them. Not many Stalkers, no Stargate, no Phoenixes, no Archon production either. We'll see if we can bring it back. As Mutas have arrived. Let's go. We're just banking up the Mutas. We have 9, soon to be 14 Mutas. Mutas are amassing. +1 air attack on the way, +1 melee as well. Looks like we're committing to Muta play quite heavily. And it's going to be it's going to be a bit of a Hail Mary play here for Eba. I mean, Eba was able to drone up. He droned up to 3 base saturation. Not bad. Is prioritizing gases. Hallucination will get eyes on the Mutas, and we are moving out. At the same time, MinoVK moving out across the map as well. Uh-oh. Does find the Mutas. Does find that we do fight head-to-head, and can we actually take the fight? Do we have enough Stalkers? I'm not sure we do. Looks like with these upgrades, with +3 kicking in, we do have enough. The Stalkers with a Guardian Shield. We hold the line. Mutas, they tried to take the fight. Alas, it did not work out well. That was 12 Mutas. 12 Mutas going down. The +3 Stalkers were insane. Oh, and now Eba's in trouble. Mutas are coming from behind. They snipe the Prism. Prism goes down. Prism's being rebuilt. No more reinforcements. What you see is what you get. But we have force fields. We have force fields available. We have the Disruptor Shot as well. Roach is trying to dive in. Force fields not being thrown down. Uh-oh. Again, we have to respect that ground army. As we are kiting decently well. Nova goes up. Nova doesn't connect. The split's a little bit too good. Disruptor goes down. We're running out of Stalkers. We need more Stalkers, Pappy. And again, the Roach Raptor helps out. Does take down most of the ground army. Oh my god, it's really only Sentries holding the line here against the Mutas, but Stalkers, they come in to reinforce. They arrive just in time. And now it looks like MinoVK is snowballing out of control. Lings, they trickle in, but they melt against the Colossus. GG gets called. And MinoVK will take the series 2-0. GG. Ooh. GG, well played. Oh, I should fix that. Oh, there we go. GG, well played. MinoVK will take the series, and my condolences to Eba, as he is going to be knocked out of the tournament. Did try to flex some of his proxy play, and I did appreciate it as well. I did appreciate that he was being hyper aggressive, of course, being in the face of MinoVK. Unfortunately, doing it 2 games in a row did mean that at least in game number 2 was a little bit less successful. MinoVK was a lot faster to react, to respond, led into a really interesting game state where where Eba was trying to transition out of it, and likewise MinoVK surviving the all-in, snowballing out of control with +3 attack. Just crazy upgrades. And GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Mindle. And with that, MinoVK will advance on into the next rounds. And we have some catching up to do. Now we can actually take a moment to have a look at the brackets. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat. If you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let's catch up. Let us catch up. From the top, we have F2 Click taking down Captain Fish 2-0. Advancing on to face up against Cristiano in a PvP. Currently mid-series. Winner goes up against MinoVK. The PvPs, they continue. They do continue, as MinoVK is going to be waiting for his next Protoss opponent. Scrolling down, we have Exo Striker. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've had the luxury of casting Exo Striker, so I appreciate that he is here. Takes down Blue Knight 2-0, now up against Art in a PvP. Best of luck. Scrolling down, we have Jimmy. For Jimmy, he's awake, he's alive, and he's competing. I think he has played in Sparkling Tuna Cup before. Maybe you can correct me, this might be his debut, but Jumi's up against Rebellion in a PvP over the Americas server. Rebellion, of course, is the Korean Protoss up against the German Protoss player, mid-series. Scrolling down, we have Future of Terran up against Praetor in the first round. This is a debut from Future. He has not competed in a Sparkling Tuna Cup before. He has played in a Tenacious Turtle Tussle, that is true. Did play in one of the Turtle events, but not in the Tuna events. First time for Future. Again, Future is residing in Korea, so this is not a bad time slot for people residing in Korea, so not bad. Last Future is going to be taking part, facing against Praetor in a TVP. Scrolling down, we have Nikic versus Honmono. Actually, a lot of really good matches going on there on the Americas server. We'll switch on over, and we'll try to catch some of these matches. But yeah, we have Nikic versus Honmono in a ZVT. Currently mid-series, winner goes up against the winner of Future and Praetor. And scrolling down, we have Geralt versus Eon. Just did begin in a PvZ as Eon takes down Zero Brain. 2-0. Ah, Smoge. The brain, pal. Meanwhile, another update. Nickrack takes down UD Soldier, advancing on to the quarterfinals as well. Big win there for Nickrack. UD Soldier, not a bad player at all, but Nickrack has been on fire. So congratulations here to Nickrack, and now we have to try to find ourselves another series. Oh boy. We have to find ourselves another series. We are lying in wait, and I would love to catch some Future action, just because, again, this is the first time Future is playing in our tournament, so I want to try to catch them if possible. Again, I can't remember if Jimmy's played in our tournament before, so curious as to that fact as well. I'm a bit curious. So we'll try to find one of these matches. We'll try to find one of these series. Either Nikic versus Honmono, Future versus Praetor, Jimmy versus Rebellion, Geralt versus Eon. We'll try to find one of them. We'll try to find them. As for now, I guess we can go on a small break. For maybe some people tuning in for the first time, this isn't just an event. We do have a raffle to be had before the finals as well. All the players here are eligible for a participation raffle, so they're eligible for 5 USD. We'll be hosting that before those finals. As yeah, just trying to find a match, trying to find a series. But yeah, for now we're going to be going on a short break. I see people asking in the chat if I didn't fight with the mutas. Yeah, that was a brutal moment with the 12 mutas going down. That was wild. That was it was wild, man. But for now we're going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we will have another best of 3. We'll find someone, Pat. We'll find someone. Don't you worry. We'll be back soon. and welcome back. Welcome back. I apologize for the break. Hope you enjoyed the brutal OC as we have returned with a fresh best of 3. We are now here in the quarterfinals, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the purple Zerg player representing Team License to Kill from the land of Costa Rica. It is Eon. Here we go. As we are going to be settling in. Again, unfortunately, there was a bit of a walkover in the bracket, exclamation mark B if you guys want to see yourselves, but Geralt is MIA. Geralt was supposed to play against Eon in the round of 16, but Geralt is nowhere to be found, so there was a walkover. Bit of a feels bad, man. There is no Geralt in sight, but instead we can embrace this Zerg versus Terran. This also means that the lower half of the bracket is a little bit more up in the air. Geralt is, you know, a pretty regular finalist at this point. He does make deep runs in our weekly tournaments, and without Geralt, we may even not have a PvP finals. It's possible that we can avoid the PvP, Bobby. It's crazy. I was also having a look at the bracket. It was Eba surrounded by Protoss. Like, there's Jumi, Rebellion, Arts, Exo Striker, Cristiano, Middle VK, F2. It's all Protoss. It's just a sea of Protoss up there. We have a Protoss confirmed for the finals, at least from the upper half of the bracket. What about the lower half, then? That's the question. We have some more diversity. We have Zerg players in Nikic and Eon. We have Terran players in Nicaract and Future. We have a lone Protoss as well in Praetor, and was meant to be Geralt as well. So yeah, I appreciate that for the first time in years, Papi, we can avoid the PvP finals. It's crazy. It's wild. I appreciate it. So we'll see where this does take us. As for the time being, it's going to be a Hatchcast pool. Going to be settling into our early game here from the side of Eon, going for a third base at the same time. Nicaract going for a Rax Expand. Nicaract, of course, is typically a very aggressive Terran player. He's very in your face, especially in the mid game. We'll see if Eon can keep up with the aggression of Nicaract. As Reaper does move out, chipping away at that mineral line, going for the drone. Oh, does get a drone. One drone goes down. Drone does fall. Eon is gonna pull back. So far, so good. Doesn't quite delay the third base, but does get a worker kill back. At home, we do have a third CC before Starport. Very early third base here from Nicaract is going for a more economic opener. Pretty standard stuff here from Nicaract. Not being too aggressive, not being too out of the norm. He's gotten one drone kill so far, and he's gonna get another. Second drone goes down. Oh, this is becoming a bit much. 2 worker kills so far. Also, my apologies. Predictions are open in the chat. A little bit late on that, but they should be open. Upon hearing this message, I think they closed. But they are out there. As Eon is going to be amassing Lings. That's actually a decent amount of Lings on the way for Eon. Uh-oh. I mean, Eon, he is known for aggression. He's known for his own assertiveness as well in these matchups. Is now going to be joining up, but did invest into quite a number of Lings. Chasing down that first Reaper. Reaper will fall, and the Lings, they do flood across the map. Now, this is not an all-in. Eon is droning. Eon is droning up behind us, but has invested quite heavily into these Lings. We have to make use of them. We have to gain some value here. So do head towards that natural. Hellions do race back. Lings, they hit the mineral line, and SCVs are going to be going down. The Hellions are busy. And the Hellions are pinned back. SCVs are falling. 6, 7 SCVs going to be going down, and we even catch a Hellion. Oh, just barely. A Hellion does fall. 8 SCV kills. A Mule as well. Denied mining time at the natural. Very nicely done. Eon may have lost 2 drones, but we have more than made up for it. We have made up for it here. As back at home, Eon has been droning up. Has been saturating his bases up to 42 workers. Lair is on the way as well. Eon looking good. Looking solid. Now the question becomes, can he survive the counterattack? Because we have something to work with here. We have Hellions and Banshees. Lings are getting roasted. Hellions have now gained map control. Likewise, Banshee about to move out as well once we have the second Banshee and Cloak. Nicaract will soon move out, and it's on Eon here to be ready for that. Spores are on the way. We have a spore in each mineral line. Queens are amassing, but we only have 4 queens. The queen count is quite low. Without all those queens. Can we hold on? Can we survive the eventual move out from Nickrack? Meanwhile, a big shout out to M. Canning. Oh my god, the can man himself. Yeah. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great time. I'm assuming a ladder session. I know that M. Canning does, you know, play other games from time to time, or maybe just watch some Gordon Ramsay or some other Chinese cooking on YouTube. It's good stuff. So, hope you guys had a great stream. Hope you guys had a great time. Welcome everyone to Sparkling Tuna Cup. If you're curious, what the hell is the Sparkling Tuna Cup? Oh, it's right here. It's a tuna. It's the dog one, Bobby. It is our weekly open tournaments where we have players coming in from all around the world. We have some Koreans, we have some Europeans, we have some Latin Americans involved as well. If you're more of an NA fan, I mean Future, the American Terran player, is also in the bracket. Likewise, we have Eon representing Latino America from Costa Rica. And of course, you know, players from Europe and other portions of the world as well. Meanwhile, the Hellions do get into the mineral line. 4 drones are going to get roasted. Lings, they will be able to collapse on this. The Hellions do get cleaned up, but we get 6 drone kills. Not bad. Nickrack is getting some counter damage done, but will lose his map control back at home, building up towards Stim. And the Banshees are forced back as well. They weren't able to get too much done. Banshees will retreat. Eon settling into Infestor production. Interesting. Oh, also, slash... shout out Firm Canning. We'll post. But Nickrack, he shuts down the initial Overlord. Is going to be supply blocking Eon. Does get supply block for a moment. Eon back at home, trying to settle into Ling Bane. Again, I appreciate the Infestors. It is a bit of a safety net here for Eon, so in case Nickrack ever moves out with some drop play or with a committed push, we'll have some fungal growths to shut down the main army, to delay and to buy time for the Ling Bane. Not something you see too often, to be honest. Like, usually Infestors are paired with Roach Ravager, just because Roach Ravager lacks a lot of splash damage. You can be vulnerable. So, interesting move here out of Eon. Rocks are being knocked down. 1-1 about to finish up. A bailing speed on the way. And Eon even rushing into a Hive. The Hive is done. And we're going into Ultras already. Okay. 7-30 Ultra Cabin. Let's go. Ultra Cabin has been thrown down. This is a bold move, especially bearing in mind that Eon doesn't have the best economy. Like, we're on 3-base saturation. We do need more drones. Ultras can be quite expensive. Here comes the first drop here of Nickrack. Moving out with 2 medevacs, 16 Marines. Clears up a lot of creep. Eon does threaten the fungal growth. Drop rotating around. Does come across the 4th base. Creep has to be respread. Nickrack has arrived. He does Stim in. Late reaction out of Eon. He's not in position. We get the mineral line. 6 drones go down. And we pick up. We get the hell out of here. Again, Eon not quite where he needs to be. Double drop into the main base. 6 drones go down so far. We might even get some of these Overlords. Overlords under fire. We get 1. Oh! The fungal a little bit too late. Connects with the medevacs, but not with the Marines. And Nickrack does get out of there. Does manage to escape. Likewise, Banshees, they hit the 4th base. No, there's no Spore. No Spore in position. Drones are going down. We're getting even more economic damage. We had 6 drone kills earlier. Now it's 8. 14 in total. Let out some Lings. Lost an Overlord. We have 2-2 on the way. Nickrack could be hiding here towards the backside of the main base. Ultras have arrived, but we'll see how effective they can be, as these are currently 1-1 Ultras. Highness plating is on the horizon, is almost done. Double jump hitting the natural. At the same time, Banshees, they hit the 4th. And we're pretty committed. We're pretty all in. We do catch a tank. The tank is going to go down. And it's all or nothing for Eon. But that's going to be 3 tanks sieged up. And big volley's going to be going off. We do land a fungal. Massive connection. Fungals do connect, but where's the Ling Bane? It's purely Ultra. It's pure Ultra here at this point, but we do break through. GG gets called. And Eon takes game number 1. Whew. Oh my god. GG. Eon does take a lead. A very risky maneuver back at home 26 drone kills. Eon had no economy, he was completely all in, but he barely caught the army, landed a beautiful fungal, was reinforcing, Ling Bane was trickling in from behind to support those ultras, and Eon takes the lead. GG. Impressive stuff. GG, well played. I mean, Nicorette is the heavy favorite coming into this, which is why for Eon to kind of start off with a win here, very impressive stuff. Very impressive out of Eon. And we'll see if he can cause the upset, or if Nicorette can bring it back and force the ace match. Personally, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a game 3. I do have faith here in Nicorette, but we'll see how this all does turn out as we're loading into Oceanborn as a second game. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes down to the series, looking to bounce back here and now to force the ace match. It is Nicorette. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Costa Rican Zerg player, the purple Zerg, representing Team License to Kill, leading the series 1-0. Uno más, one more is all he needs. It is Eon. Let's go. Let us go. See the chat catching up. High before Bailiness. Alpha move. It was wild. It was a wild build. A wild Bobby. It was a 7-minute 30 Ultra Cavern. Insane. It worked. Did work out here. As you see Eon going for a hatch gas pull, standard opener back at home for the time being from Eon. And Nicorette opening up with a Rax expand. Oh. We go. See in chat, Nicorette brought it on himself by doing any pressure early game. I mean, in a sense, Nicorette did force the all-in. True. He was kind of caught out of position, but at the same time, was able to get quite an amount of damage done there. Unfortunately, was not fully aware of just how committed Eon was with those ultras as they were walking or waddling across the map. Regardless, we're going to be calming things down. Nicorette does confirm the hatch first. Is aware, and we can settle into a more back and forth, I'm sure. Here we go. And calm things down. And the question becomes, what is Eon going to bring to the table here? I mean, rushing into that fast hive and the fast ultras is not of the norm, not at all. I don't expect to see that 2 games in a row, but we'll see. We'll see what he brings this time. Reaper does dip in. Last game we got 2 drone kills early on. It's a lot to live up to. So far Lings are keeping up. Third base has been thrown down for Eon. Was not delayed. We do get a Ling. Not bad. Get 1 Ling kill. We get a second Ling as well. 2 Lings go down. The drone does morph into the Spore just in time to get the Spore trick. Oh! And we get a worker kill as well. Very nicely done here by Nicorette. Shaving off Lings, getting a drone, confirming the third base. Good start from our Terran player. And Eon behind this is droning. It's just happily droning up. Last game we did invest into a Link Flood. Nicorette is going for a 1-1-1. Okay, this time a much more assertive, a much more aggressive follow-up by Nicorette. Last game, if you remember, he went for a 3rd CC before Starport. This time, straight up 1-1-1 is going to be prioritizing that add-on swap into Banshees, into Hellions, into aggression. Oh boy. So Nicorette, he wants to try to kind of take control of the game early on. Wants to assert himself and set the pace. He wants to make sure that Eon doesn't get any momentum. As once again, we did invest into quite an amount of Lings and we are moving out. The same opener as we saw in game 1. If you recall, this did get, was it 6 SCVs and a Mule, if I recall correctly, and some Hellions, of course. Lings are moving out. This time, Nicorette, he's ready back at home. Is ready, is in position. Lings race in, but Nicorette, he's ready this time. Yeah, good positioning here. We do kite back. Lings, they come in for the surround. But the Hellions, they slip away. Yeah, and they're oiled up, Bappy. We cannot get a handle on them. Not a single Hellion goes down. And, ooh, that was a brutal trade. Looking at the units lost here. 24 Lings. 24 Lings for nothing. For 0 units. Again, Nickrat, he's angry. He's upset. He's ready. He's ready to turn the tables on Eon. Lings are shut down. Banshees are moving out. Hellions are topped up. And now we're going for our own push. We are getting ready for our own aggression. Back at home, we can see a Roachborn has been thrown out for Eon. A pretty early Roachborn hidden behind the main base. So Eon going to be settling into Roach play against Banshees. It's going to be difficult to pull off. Now what I love here is that the Hellions are kept back at home. Marines, they expose themselves catching an Overlord. Lings are baited out, and the Hellions, they're waiting for the Lings. Once again, they roast them up. Lings are being shut down. Nice control. Oh my... Nickrat, calm down. He pulls away the weakened Hellions, doesn't lose anything once again. He loses the Marines, but not much else. Banshee gets across the map. Ooh, did the Banshee go down? Oh, no, we're breaking. Banshee dips in, Spores in position. Eon does defend. But Eon has been bleeding out a lot of Lings. That's 37 Lings so far for 3 Marines and a Reaper. Aye, aye, aye. You do see Roaches amassing for Eon. Nickrat's still lying in wait, looking and hunting down more Lings. And is now moving out. Let's go. Nickrat could be moving out with his Hellions. Likewise, Banshees, they hit the third base from behind. They get a drone. And we're going for the mineral line. Oof. There are 2 Roaches in position. Nickrat doesn't like what he sees. He backs off. Rotating around. Yeah, more Roaches have arrived. And with this Roach count, the Hellions, they cannot break through. Across the map, we have a full wall off. We have Marines. The Ling run by shouldn't get much done. And Nickrat is in position. And this is what you mentioned. When you open up Roach like this, unfortunately, Banshees, they're just the bane of your existence. They can shut down the Roaches real quick. And there's not many Queens. And the low Queen count is brutal. We get 1 Roach, we get a 2nd Roach as well. At the same time, Hellions, they bypass the Roaches, they go for a dive into the main. A risky maneuver out of Nickrat, and he's going to lose everything. He's going to lose all the Hellions at least, but the Banshees, they get work done. 5 drone kills. 5 extra drones go down, and here we go, Nickrat moving out. Behind this is not all in, he's got a 3rd CC that's about to finish up, but this 3rd CC is delayed. It's been a delayed 3rd, and we've been building up towards this moment with Stim, Combat Shields, 1-1 is done. This is a brutal 1-1 timing. And Eon, he's in trouble. Back at home, Ravager goes down. His army is just being picked apart by the Banshees initially, and now here comes Nickrat. He stims on in. Yeah, no fear. He avoids the Biles tanks. They siege up. Oh, the Biles, they get some good damage. But the Roach Ravager just melts. Yeah, the Roach Ravager just melts before this Bio army. We shut it all down. We're going for the kill. We're going for the 3rd base. We're trickling with Lings, but the Lings are not going to do anything. Not here. Not anymore. And the hatchery will fall. We're going for the mineral line. We chase out the drones. Roaches are about to pop out. But Nickrat has too much. Again, he's angry. He's upset after what happened in Game 1. And he's here to force the ace match. He's here to make a series out of this. Pushing further towards the natural. And again, the Roach Ravager just cannot hold his own. Not against this army. GG gets called, and Nickrat will take game number 2, tying up the series. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Nickrat does have the series here. And again, showing us that Nickrat, he is good enough to respond, to adapt to his opponents. Again, Nickrat went for a much more aggressive opener and did not move out with the Hellions. Remember, he intentionally stayed at home. He was ready for the Ling run by. The Lings got 0 damage done. The Lings were completely shut down multiple times. And Nickrat, he was in control of this entire game. Very impressive stuff there out of Nickrat. And clearly, Eon has to take a different approach. We need to see something different, something out of left field from Eon if he wants to take it to Nickrat. This early Ling run by, it's just not paying off. Not anymore. We'll see. We'll see how Eon now adapts to Nickract. Ideally, we have that back and forth. We'll see as we're getting into the ace match. Are getting in. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes, tying up the series 1-1 and forcing this game 3. It is Nickract. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the purple Zerg player representing Team License to Kill, being forced into game 3. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Eon. Here we go. No Bane's GG, I guess. Even if there were Banelings, it would have been GG. So for those that, if I didn't explain well enough, Eon had bled out a lot of Lings and a lot of drones in the lead up to that push, because that ate into his overall economy, that ate into his overall army supply. Even the Roach Ravager was getting picked away at as well. Just Nickract was all over Eon throughout that game. And now we have a pull first. Okay, now we are switching things up. It's going to be a pull first out of Eon. Pull first into the hatchery. And with this pull first, the idea is to hide the initial wave of Lings from the Reaper, is to avoid the Reaper, get across the map, delay the economy, and disrupt the opener of the Terran player. That is the goal. Is going to be the goal. As Nickract comes in with the SCV Scout, does confirm the hatchery is delayed. So with this Worker Scout, Nickract now knows to keep the Reaper back at home to be a little bit safer, be a little bit more secure. Lings are on the way. Now what is scary about this build is that Eon has the potential to throw down an early Roach Warren, so there's still a bit of pressure on Nickract to figure out what exactly is going to be the follow-up. But the initial SCV is going to be forced back. Yeah, and because of this scout, Nickract, he is ready back at home. Now, Nickract did spot 2 of these Lings moving out. We have 4 Lings on the right-hand side as well. Nickract, he's hunting down those Lings. Ooh, and he barely does miss them. He pulls back, though. Again, he's aware. He's aware that there are Lings on the map. He's looking for those Lings, and he will intercept. As he does race back. CC's on the way. And Eon pulls away. He pulls back. Yeah, he pulls back as well. He's aware that Nickract is back at home. I mean, he sees with the Overlord. He's fully aware of the Reaper position, so Eon has to pull away, and back at home he's droning up. He's going to be droning. Now, we have stayed in gas. This is important. We have Link speed on the way. We've stayed in gas. This fast gas income here from Eon could be for a fast Lair, could be for a fast Roach Warren. We'll see what this gas is going to be spent on. As usually, we pull out. Usually, we would pull out of gas. Overlord gets away. Behind this, Nickract opening up. He went for a safety bunker on the high ground. That's how scared Nickract was. Oh my god. He's opening up 1-1-1. Once again, he's going for a delayed 3rd CC. He's opening up with that faster starport. Once again, much more aggressive. Does feel like Banshee play again. They are going for that add-on swap. Yeah, Tech Lab on the way for the add-on swap as well. Helium production has begun. And my eyes are still on Eon. You can see we have 200 gas in the bank. That's a lot of gas. And what's it going to be for? Again, it has to be for something, as we're taking more... Oh my god, we're taking more gases. More gases on the way. And there it is. We're going for the Roach Warren. I believe this is going to be a hatch tech all-in. Otherwise, we would already see a lair. Like, we have the money for it. We'd already see a lair at this point. If we wanted to kind of go for like a Roach speed timing or something like that. But yeah, we're going to be massing up Roaches, Lings, Ravagers. We'll see if Eon does drone up any further. But now we know what the gas is for. It's for these early Roaches. Meanwhile, back at home again, Nickract's opening up Banshee like this. He's going to have quite an army to work with against those Roaches. But is it going to be enough? As Lings are amassing, Roaches are on the way. Again, no lair has begun. No drones whatsoever. It's an all-in. Oh, we get supply block though. Yeah, the scan does supply block Eon. So we are massing up the army. Now, I think this is good for Eon. Nick is the first to move out, which means this army is going to be a little bit vulnerable. The Hellions, I mean. Nick trying to get a read on what's going on, clearing up some creep. Ravagers are morphing in. Lings as well. And the goal here is to catch out this army and then send it across the map and break down the natural. Here we go. Eon, he does pull the trigger, catching out the Hellions, trying to at least. And now we know. Now Nick knows what's going on. Bunkers on the way. We need as many bunkers. We have one on the way. We need a second bunker as well. We need to hold. We need to survive. We do need to survive. As Eon races across the map, he beats the Hellions home. They do not get there in time. And that means we can pile this down. Yeah, the wall is gonna fall. We break into the natural base. Banshee has arrived, but the wall is wide open. And we're flooding in. Hellions, they try to race back. We shut down their Hellions. We're pushing in. The miles. They take down more depots. Now, these Banshees will eventually clean this up. But again, we were caught off guard. We were not ready for this whatsoever. The wall in the high ground, it's gonna fall as well. And the Lings, they can flood in. The gates are open. Eon, he's in the main. And the Banshees, they have a lot of work to do as we get on top of the Marines, we get on top of the SCVs, and Eon, has he done it? Has he done? The upset is real. Boys are being pulled away. We are running out of Lings, but more Lings have arrived, and we're getting every single SCV, every single worker. Ay, ay, ay. Marines are doing what they can. Banshees are doing what they can. We get 28 SCV kills. We're on a bit of a move here, which means workers are living. Workers are surviving. But here we go. More reinforcements come in. They catch out the mules. Oof. They barely trickle into the mineral line, getting even more SCVs. These SCVs are so low. They're so low at this point, and we get another 33 worker kills. And back at home, Eon, all he needs is spores and queens. Spores and queens, that's all we need to defend against the Banshee counterattack. As we're still not done. Finally, we're being cleaned up. We get 36 SCV kills, down to 9 workers. Barely an economy here for Nicaract. And we're still flooding Lings. we don't need to. We can just drone at this point. Eon can just drone up and get a lair. And I mean, the lair's already done. Get a Hydra den, go like Ling Hydra. Or Ling Muta. Speaking of mutas, there it is, Spire. Okay, we have our answer. It is going to be the mutas. The wall is up. And we're actually throwing away some Lings here, but if we can break down that wall, it's going to be worth it. No, it's not worth it. It's not, oh god, it's not worth it. It's not worth it, but we break down the wall, but alas, that was how many Lings going down? That was 31. 31 Lings thrown away. Eon, calm down. Needs to calm things down as we are droning up, taking our gases. Again, I'm still concerned about the lack of queens. We only have 3 queens. Only 3 queens, which means these Banshees, they can get some work done. They can pop off. Lack of queens is concerning. Banshees, they find a queen, they bring it down immediately. Only 3 queens left. Drones are getting picked up. So this is good damage out of Nicaract, but mutas are on the horizon, and mutas should shut this down. Even going for the base, oh my god. Even going for the hatchery, queen getting dragged out. Ooh, goes down as well. Again, you can see the Banshees, they just bully this location with a low queen count. What can we do? As we're fighting another queen. Ooh, another queen barely survives. We barely get away. The hatchery under fire. And this base, it looks like it's going to go down as well. Oof. Eon getting knocked down to 2 bases. The hatchery falls. We will clean this up. And we have mutas. The reality is we have how many mutas? 15. So Eon may lose a hatchery, which was good damage for Nicaract. Very impressive what he was able to accomplish. We have Sin, we have 1-1, we have a lot of Marines. Eon has to be careful. He cannot fight this not fragmented like this. He has to fight head on or just avoid the Marines. He's avoiding the Marines. Headed towards the main base. Turret is done. Ooh. But with the help of the turret, we won't be able to break the main base. We can break the natural. We got 4 SCVs. Nicaract does not turn around. Nicaract is to win this. Nicaract, he went down to 9 SCVs, but it may not matter. Do we have enough to survive? the 1-1 Marines. Like, these are insane upgrades here for Nickract. He has 0-0 from the side of Eon. Jordan's getting pulled away. Eon, he has barely an army. He has 25 Lings. What are they going to do? Nothing. Again, we have to fight this together with the Mutas. But the Lings on their own, they cannot touch this. That's going to be another denial of the expansion. Nickract, he stims into the main base. Smite Crawlers are not done. They're going to be denied. Boys are being pulled. Good stutter stepping here from Nickract. A solo choke point as well. He picks up, he gets the hell out of here. Meanwhile, across the map, the Mutas, they did supply block Nickract. Did pull off the supply block. The Marines are still not done. Roaches are amassing. Still a very tense moment. As Zeon is on one base economy, but it looks like with the help of the Mutas, we will shut this down. Yeah, we clean up the bio. We shut down the Mutas, sorry, we shut down the Medivacs. Expensive losses for Nickract. But with the help of mules, back at home, like, the economy's not too bad. It's still rough for the Terran, is what I will say. Yeah, as the Medivacs are cleaned up, and we don't really have much of an army left standing. Only one Medivac left. And Eon, he holds. He holds, he gets back up to 2-base saturation. Can eventually retake that expansion. Well, the Mutas, they do take down the Medivac. 11 Mutas. They have to respect the Marines. Yeah, we catch the SCVs. And Roaches have arrived. Now we have support. Now we have a buffer with the Roaches. We have some Lings for the Mineral Line. GG gets called. Eon, he brings it all together, and Eon will take the series 2-1 in an insane upset. GG. The NA ladder strikes back. GG, well played. What did I just watch? GG, well played. Eon, he told me, he's like, I don't know what just happened. It's like, I don't know what happened, Papi. I don't know. He let Papi take the wheel. He let him take the wheel, and with that, GG, well played. Eon will take the series, will advance on into the next round. Very impressive stuff, and we have another series ready for us. We have another matchup. Just quickly catching up. Quickly catching up with what's going on. So congratulations to you. My condolences to Nickract. Honestly, Nickract was Nickract was favored. He was favored to make a deep run and to make it into the semifinals, if not make it to the grand finals. But Eon is an animal. Eon is chaotic, as you saw here in this series. Eon makes no sense, and Eon doesn't even know what happened. I'm talking to Eon right now, and he's like, mate, I have no explanation. He's like, it's an Eon classic, Papi. GG, well played. Congratulations. Eon does take it. And with that, we are getting into our next series. We're getting into our next series, getting into our next match. It is going to be Future versus Nickage. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our American Terran player, the Red Terran representing Match Arena Esports. It is Future. This Eon is from Costa Rica. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Blue Zerg player from land of Belarus representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickage. Here we go. And I'm just setting things up. Here we go. No. Less than 3, 5. as we are going to be calming things down, and we are going to be opening up with 2x Reaper. It looks to be the case. Future going to be calming things down. Okay, well, we can focus on our series. As a reminder, for some context, as to this best of 3, it is going to be Future versus Nikic. Winner goes up against Eon in the next round, in the semifinals. Oh boy, so this can go either way. As Future is going to be skipping his first Reaper, going Reactor first. Okay, bold move. Future going for a Rax expand with the Reactor first. Crazy opener. This is not 2x Reaper. Okay, Future, my eyes are on you. My eyes are on you. Oh. Future's bringing it all together. As a reminder as well, Future is residing in the land of South Korea. Future is in Korea at the moment. He's living along the other NA players like Estrella, Trigger, and Clem. Now from NA, Kappa. Has been adopted and being influenced as we speak by the other NA boys. But they are all residing together in the land of Korea. And we'll see how Future can compare to some of these other more regulars in the Sparkling Tuna Cup. We shall see. As for now, we do open up Reactor into Marine. Hunting down Overlords. Okay, so it's going to be a Rax expand with a Reactor first into Marine production. We're going to be able to catch an Overlord. At least we attempt to. Overlord is going to be under fire. Nikic, meanwhile, did open up Hatch Gas Pool. And does end up finding that Overlord. Overlord does go down. Future pulling back, massing up more Marines. And may even find another Overlord as well. Oh my god! We get a second Overlord! 2 Overlords do go down. Future getting some good value here so far with this Mass Marine opener, following it up with our factory, with our starport. It's going to be a 1-1-1 follow-up. But it looks like because we have so many Marines this early on, we can go for a medevac. I'm curious if we go for an add-on swap for medevacs or just Hellions into a medevac on its own. A Cyclone even! Okay, let him cook, Pappy. Let him cook. Future, he's bringing his own to the table. Future is going to be bringing his own builds here to the table at Sparkling Tuna Cup. Going Mass Marine with our first medevac with a Cyclone as well. A bit of a kitchen sink kind of move out. Bearing in mind these are vanilla Marines, there's no stim. No stim, no combat shields, no upgrades. Just pure Marine. As pure as you can get. Cyclones coming in to reinforce. I guess they're going to be the backbone of this army. Marines are moving out. Medevac as well to support. And we'll see what we can get done. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have 6 queens. 6 queens. We have some lings. Some lings, but not much. And this is catching Nikic a bit off guard. Again, this is sub 5 minutes here. A really early push. We really expect Hellions to be moving out, not this. We don't commit. We clear up some creep. We clear some creep. We're hunting down more Overlords. Speaking of, we do find one. Another Overlord going to be going down. Overlord is cleaned up. And even catching some free lings. Like, nothing too major, but some nice value nonetheless here out of Future. Likewise, he's also pinned behind the mineral line, making sure he does not get surrounded by any lings. Making sure he's safe and sound. And back at home, we're transitioning into our 3-1-1 setup. We have Reactor and medevac production. We have Marines on the way. Stim has now begun for Future. Getting ready for that mid-game. Again, we got here in a kind of a weird way, but we're getting there. With our eventual Stim and +1 timing. Meanwhile, Nikic, based on, because of the map, of course, we barely even got to speak about it, but we're loading into Crimson Court. The third base is quite secure. You can see, despite all this aggression from Future, the third base is safe and sound, as it's here on the right-hand side, and you don't really gain access to this base unless you can knock down rocks or mine through these minerals. So it's hard to apply pressure, and Nikic has been happily mining. Despite the value that Future has gotten, hasn't gotten any economic damage. And Nikic, he's going for mutas, okay! Spire has been thrown down. It is going to be Lingbane Muta out of Nikic. is going to be Ling Bei Muta. Likewise, Future pushing forward, reinforcing with the tank. Getting behind the mineral line. Nikic is getting ready for this move out. Failing speed halfway done. Speed is halfway done. We're getting on top of the fourth hatchery. Tanks, the positioning here of these tanks is insane, by the way. It's brutal. It's gonna be so difficult to engage. Ooh, as the Cyclones barely pull away, we deny the hatchery. That was a cancel on that hatchery. And Future is gaining ground. Mutas are on the way, but Mutas, I don't know if they're really going to be the best answer here. Not against this kind of setup. As Future's been so meticulous here with his movements. Just edging ever closer. First stim is going to be spent. Dancing with the army. Third tank has arrived. Setting up here on the edge. Covering the ramp as well. Covering reinforcements. Scan reveals the mutas. Yeah, the mutas are revealed. Big tank volley is going off. Mutas are going for the tanks. Ooh, but the Cyclones are in position. The Cyclones, they're barely alive, but they will support the tanks. They do keep them safe. Oof. Muta taking some hits. Liberators have arrived. And again, no third CC behind this. This is a 2-base all-in out of Future. And once again, he covers the ramp. Delaying reinforcements. Or catching reinforcements even. And it's just been a slow push. At the same time, Nikic is trying to break out. He's trying to get us around. But these rocks are working against Nikic here. They were left alone. We collapse in. Yeah, we pull the trigger. We go for the dive. We take down the first tank. Bailings are trying to crash in as well, but the stunner stepping. Yeah, the spread is too good. The split is too good, and Future, he has broken through. GG gets called, and Future will take game number 1. GG. A very, very interesting style out of Future. I don't blame Nikic. He was caught off guard. Nikic was caught with his pants down. Clearly, when it comes to dealing with a 2-base all-in, I mean, knocking down those rocks needed to be a priority just so we can get us around, just so we can get a better engagement going from the side of Nikic. But again, he was caught off guard. I was caught off guard as well. It was just a really peculiar opener out of Future, leading into that eventual 2-base all-in. But yeah, it was a really interesting build, and it was a little bit more difficult to keep up with. And in the end, Future was able to bring it all together, able to pick Nikic apart. And by the time Nikic realized what was going on, it was too late. By the time he realized that he needed to bring down those rocks, that he needed to set up a better surround and a better engagement, it was too late. And Future was already in his natural. GG. GG, well played. With that, Future takes a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Go. As we're settling into our next game. And spawning in the top left-hand corner. In the top left-hand corner, we have the American Terran player. The Red Terran representing Maturino Esports. It is Future. Leading the series 1-0. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Blue Zerg player from the land of Belarus representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nikic. Here we go. I do apologize, I just opened up the predictions. Things are just getting really chaotic, and I was very quickly jumping into another series, and I wasn't quite ready for it, so I do apologize, but predictions are now open. We are mid-series, so predictions may be weighted in one way more than the other. As Future goes to the eBay block against Zerg. This is often not seen, but this is a very stylistic move out of Future. Going for the eBay block. Going to be delaying the expansion, forcing lost mining time. Fun fact, Future does do this. He even did this when he was in Korea earlier last year against players like Solar, against players like DRG, and Future did find a lot of success with this. It's just a way to disrupt the opener of the Zerg. as the eBay is going to be cancelled. And Nikic can now expand. But again, it did cost him a lot of mining time. And back at home, Future is settling in once again with the racks on the low ground. And I believe this was a CC first. Because we had spent resources on the eBay, we couldn't afford the initial racks, so went for a CC first to maintain our economy. We didn't want to delay the expansion, so CC into racks into a second racks as well. Once again, wild build. Okay, Future. Okay. What do you have for us? What do you have this time? Is it just going to be a 2 racks opener, or do we have a 3rd racks in mind as well? Like, where are you taking us? I'm strapped in, Bobby. I'm ready for the trip. As the Overlord will confirm the racks on the low ground at least. Let's get eyes on the initial racks. Do have our backup on the way. It's going to be reactor first once again, so it looks like we're going for initially Marines. But we're going to have a lot of Marines to work with early on, especially with that second racks. And back at home, Nikic, do you see what I see? A lack of drones. We have 8 Lings on the way. That's a hefty amount of Lings already at this point. And Nikic, he's not going to stop. Yeah, more Lings in production. Balin has thrown down. We're going for an all-in. Nikic, he's had enough of the shenanigans of Future. He's like, mate, I don't know what you're doing. I don't care. I'm going to be the aggressor this time. Nikic does not get into the main base, but does spot a Marine. Is it tell? I believe the Marine came from the high ground. And Nikic, he will confirm he gets eyes on the second racks. He gets eyes on the factory. And the Ling Bane is amassing. No bunker, no wall. We're wide open. Future, he's wide open here on the low ground. Lings have arrived. They're going for the Marines. They're stepping so far, but one Marine goes down. One Marine does fall. Second Marine as well. It does fall, and we're losing too much. We're bleeding out too much. We're going for the reactor. More Lings are amassing. Nikic, he shuts down the reactor. And now we have limited Marine production. We still have no wall. We're trying to wall off. But Link Speed kicks in. We collapse on the army. 2 Marines left. 2 Marines remaining, and they barely just survive. We get a second Marine out. 2 more Marines go down, and it looks like we have broken through. We have done it. Just barely. I say that. More Lings are coming. And Future has to give up on the low ground. And Bailings are now on the way. And Future barely has any units left. And 1 Marine pops out. 1 Hellion as well. But it costs us so much. As we lost 12 SCVs already. And Bailings, they do want Lin. And they're making their way into the main base. They're going for the mineral line. They're going for the SCVs. We're going for the kill. And we get some big connections. Oof, SCVs go down. We shut down the Hellion as well. And Nikic, he has done it. I mean, we still have a handful of Hellions coming out. We still have some units to work with, but against this high Zerg, it's not going to be enough. GG gets called, and Nikic ties up the series 1-1. GG, punishing the lack of Scout, punishing the lack of Reaper, as Future had no idea what was going on, and by the time he realized, it was too late. By the time he realized that it was a Link Flood, there was no bunker, there was no wall off, there was no Sim City. Without it, GG. And a big reason why we weren't ready: no SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout. Future cutting too many corners and is punished for it. And now we have an ace match. We have a game 3. Let's go. We do have a game 3. And we're loading into Oceanborn. Oh boy. I see Fiant just woke up. Good morning, Fiant. Good morning. Oh, bright and early. Bright and early. What time is it in Sweden? Sweden time. Midday. Chat dead. Midday. 2 p.m. 3 p.m. Ay, ay, ay. Este Fiant. But we're going to be settling into the ace match. It all ends here and now on Oceanborn, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our American Terran player, the Red Terran representing Matcherino Esports, being forced into the ace match, being punished for his own opener this time. We'll see if we can bring him back. It is a Future. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes from the land of Belarus, bringing it back and forcing the ace match. It is Nikic. There we go. I see someone in the chat. Where is Miyamaika? Miyamaika, he is not the most active anymore. He's not the most active player. He pops in from time to time, but not as often as we would like, unfortunately. You know, Miyamaika now, you know, I believe has a full-time job and is now focusing on other aspects of his life, which makes sense. So we don't get to see Miyamaika as often as we used to. A little bit sad, but, you know, wish Miyamaika the best. Wish him the best in his endeavors. And I hope to see Miyamaika come back one day. Hope to see him come back. Here we go. As we do calm things down. Right now, Future going for our expand, going for a Rax expand here on the low ground. And my eyes, do they deceive me? Standard build. We have Future opening up with a Rax expand. This time there's no crazy Rax on the low ground into reactor first. There's no eBay block or anything like that. Future does calm things down. We do settle in, and we're opening up in a much more standard fashion. Let's go. Reaper across the map to harass, to scout, more importantly. Future's calming down. Let's go. Is gonna calm things down. Reaper moves out. Getting to the mineral line. Drone's under fire. Up! Oh my god. Barely does not get the drone kill. Do morph in. Do morph into that spore. Future pulls away. And Nikic will maintain himself. Future threading the creep tumor, but won't quite get it. Nikic holds, takes the third base. And again, we are calming things down. Nikic going for a hatch gas pool, is droning this time, is not massing up lings, is not going for an all-in. Looks like we can settle into something a little bit more standard between both players here in the ace match. Despite the chaotic nature of this series, I may have spoken too soon because that is a 1-1-1. There's a starport before the CC, so a much more aggressive start out of Future. Not as chaotic as Game 1 or Game 2, but aggressive nonetheless. Aggressive nonetheless. I woke up 35 minutes ago, but I'm at the PC now. Whatever you say, Fiat. Whatever you say. Este Fiat. See, the Zerg players are apes today. True. Look, they're the only ones that we get here in Tuna Cup. Eva was an animal. Eon's an animal. Nikic a little bit as well. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. No. As Future, he's doubling down, by the way. It's an initial 1-1-1 opener. We have two more Raxes behind this. Third CC has been thrown down. Not too heavily delayed after the starport, but on the way nonetheless. Opening up Viking first. Viking will hunt down the Overlord. Not going for the add-on swap. Not going for Banshees, but instead prioritizing Stim. Stim is going to be prioritized here by Future. Is going to be rushing into it. The Hellion is going to be shut down. Future being forced back for the time being. Likewise, Nikic getting a safety Bailey Nest is on the way alongside the lair. Bailey Nest has been thrown down, and Nikic just trying to settle into his 3-base economy, taking a fourth on low ground. Interesting 4th base location. It's quite exposed. It's next to a ramp, of course, next to all this high ground. Is vulnerable to something like a tank push. We'll see if Nikic can hold on to it. As Nikic did delay his upgrades. We delayed the double Evo chamber in favor of a faster lair and a faster Bailey Nest. So again, really safe play out of Nikic. It does mean that his upgrade is going to be later than he would have liked. but just playing safe and secure. This does allow Nikish to be safe against a Hellbat push, for example. We can see that there is no Hellbat push, but again, Nikish just trying to cover his corners and trying to cover himself. After what happened in game 1 and game 2, I don't blame Nikish. Future has been an animal, so I don't blame him. As the back of home, Future is settling in, building up his tank count. Stim is done. We have combat shields on the way, medevacs on the horizon, and Future will soon move out. And he's building up towards this 1-1 timing. You know, 1-1 is on the way alongside these medevacs. It is going to hit quite hard. Bearing in mind, Nikish will have 0-0 for the first push. But Bailing's speed is getting there. We're almost halfway done. Here we go. Future is moving out. Checking his vision. Future has not seen the fourth. Uh-oh. Future is rotating on the right-hand side to deny a fourth base. He'll deny a fifth at least, as a hatchery is now being taken. Aliens get caught out, so they get shut down on the left-hand side. Future does stim in. And Future will come across the base. Does force a cancel. Clearing up a lot of creep. Future does see an opening. Again, Bailing's speed done in 10 seconds. Lings, they collapse on 4. They get us around the Bailings. Oh my god. Decent connections here from Nikish. Gets up with the tanks, brings down both of them. Yeah, the tanks do fall. Nikish is holding. But I spoke too soon. The Queens! The Queens are exposed. And they're going down. Ooh, one of them does fall. Nice target firing at a Future. Does focus on the Bailings. And does hold his own. Reinforcements are on the way. Future, he does not back off. He keeps pushing. Again, these Queens are so low. And he will not get another. Barely not. But the reinforcements have arrived. Bailings are on the horizon. They're about to finish. They're being targeted down. Oh my god. They finish up just in time. They roll it in. They catch out the Marines. They force the pick up. And Nikish holds. Nikish, he holds on. He's on 4 bases. 5th base is on the way. Future once again looking for a cancel. Looks like he will. Spoke too soon. And the base does stand strong. Future, he scans. I mentioned before that he was hoping to shut down the 4th, but it was the 5th base. Now Future confirms that Nikish, he's on a solid economy. He's on 4 bases. So not what Future was hoping to see. It was a fully mining base. And Future, he has to calm down. He has to back off, taking another base. Nikish has breathing room. And can even keep going. Oh. Doesn't pull the trigger. Future once again, jumping in with 3 Marines. The bold move. Gets a couple of hits off, but we'll pull back. We'll pull away. To have Future rallying across. But again, he's got a lot of creep to work through. And by the time he does get through all this creep, we have Vipers. Vipers are coming out. Hive is done for Nikish. He's settling into Hive Tech. Going for Ultras. So it's going to be Ling Bane into Viper Ultra. And can we get there? Can we make it to that point? And this kindness plating just did begin. Just did start. Future slowly pushing forward. Getting within range. We spoke about this earlier. You know, this position here is brutal right next to this hatchery. See if Nikish can hold. As he does go for a big counter attack, but he runs into reinforcements. Just into a massive amount of bio. Nikish has to pull away, but the Vipers have arrived. We go for the yoink. We get 1 tank. We get a tank, not much else. Nikish has to pull back. Ultras are on the horizon and 3 Ultras on the way. They do take time though. Take time to pop out. Future going for a split push. Max control, he pulls away. He shuts down the Bailings. Bailings are cleaned up. Future making his way towards the 5th base. Nikish has to split up his army. Oh, the bites! Not getting too much damage. More friendly fire than anything. Mine shots go off, the bio army is cleaned up, and Nikic, he's holding on. He defends his 5th, he defends his 4th base, he's catching reinforcements, and the Ultras, they're out. And they have kindness plating. Momentum about to swing in favor of Nikic. And Future, he's pulling back. And what are we doing? CCs. We're throwing down CCs, throwing down turrets, we're walling up. Future, it looks like he has recognized that this aggression that he's been going for, as he's been desperately trying to break the bases of Nikic, has failed. He has to pull back, he has to slow things down. Has to respect the Ultra army that Nikic has. I say that, still moving out with at least his bio, but he's leaving his tanks back at home. And we are settling into a much longer game. We're calming things down. We're getting into Ghost production, Liberators, more CCs, more sensor towers. We will be able to sink our teeth into the late game. We're getting there. Nice yoink. Oh, the pickup though. Oh, the the yoinks, the counter micro. No one loses anything. It was intense though. It was intense. As Nikic is getting ready for his own counter attack, denying the 5th base, delaying the 5th base, I should say. As the CC can lift. Good mine connections. Sorry, good bathing connections though. They take down the mines. Force a lift on the CC. At the same time, we collapse on the 4th base, and Future, he's out of position. Baileys, they crash in. They take down the mineral line and the CC as well. And can we get another? We can! Yeah, late to lift. 2 bases full. A mineral line is all 28 SCVs. And Nikic, he's in control. He's in control of this game. Control of this setup. Pulling away, massing up more Ling Bane. Future massing up his own army, pushing to the center, at least attempting to. But he needs time to recover, needs time to rebuild his economy. Down to 64 workers. More Ultras on the way. I would love to see a Spire. A Spire, Greater Spire even, upgrades. Just to be ready for a more Lib-heavy composition. As Liberators have begun, but haven't hit critical mass yet. We are getting into Libs. Oh, the snipes! Oh my god. The value trades here from Future. At the same time, we push in on the left-hand side. Getting a tank. Getting a second. Nice blinding cloud here on the bio army. Oh my god, we catch the Ghost! The Ghost gonna get out of here. They barely will slip away. We bring down everything else. The tanks, the bio army. Ultras are breaking in. And we make our way into the natural. We do snipe the detection, but there's still 2 more Overseers. And 2 more Overseers still up and running. And we chase this back all the way into the main. Bailings crash in. Ultras as well. They just want hugs, Sparky. They just want a hug. And they get them. Snipes are going off though. But in the midst of all this, the Ultras, they have control of the natural, they have control of the 3rd base, SCVs are falling left and right, and it looks like Nikic has broken the back of Future. We still have some Ghosts, that is true, but what about everything else? What about every other base? As every base is lifted, we have 1 CC up and running. But we lost 39 SCVs. After an intense back and forth here, GG gets called. Nikic will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very intense back and forth between Future and Nikic. It went the distance, went all the way to the ace match, but alas, Nikic does take the win in the end. It does take Future down, but it was a very intense series, and I appreciate it. You know, big shout out to Future. It was his debut in the Sparkling Tuna Cup. He has never played in this event before. Never competed here. Is here for the first time, and to make it to the quarterfinals, to have this kind of back and forth against Nikic, I appreciate it. It was a good series. GG, well played. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Nikic will take the series and will advance on to the semifinals. And this means we have a Zerg player confirmed for the finals. It is going to be a best of 3 between Nikic and Eon. This is gonna be a short one. This is this is gonna be a short best of 3. Oh boy. I'm ready for the nonsense. I'm ready for the chaos. I'm ready for some animalistic ZVZ. Let's go. Let us go. GG, well played. Again, shout out to Future for, of course, competing, and I hope to see a little bit more Future. I'm unaware as to how long Future is staying in Korea. I don't know how long he's staying. But if he is going to be going for an extended period and staying for an extended period, I hope to see, more Future. I saw Trigger earlier as well. Maybe Estrella, maybe some of the other players. Would be nice to see them pop in from time to time. Would appreciate it. I know they're busy, of course, while preparing for EWC, so maybe less of Estrella, as I'm sure he's hiding his builds and getting ready for that big event. But yeah, would be nice to see more Future and Trigger. Otherwise, we're going to be getting ready for our semifinals. Getting ready. As vetoes are underway. And we have some updates to go over. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys just have a look at the back yourselves. We do have some updates. We have a lot going on. Okay, from the top. Let's see if we can move this over. There we go. We have Cristiano. Cristiano takes out Middle VK 2-1. Went to the ace match. Hey, went all the way to game 3. So shout out to Middle VK. He did force an ace match out of Cristiano, but Cristiano does make it to the semis. Cristiano, he is the Sparkling Tuna. He has won the most out of any other player this year in 2024. He's got a lot of championships under his belt, and Cristiano is looking to make another finals run. We'll see if he can be stopped. Does show a little bit of weakness against Middle VK, and that could be a sign. That could be a sign here. So best of luck to his next Protoss opponent, as for Jumi takes down Rebellion 2-1. Went all the way to the ace match, and Jumi does take it. Wish I was a part of that. Really great to see that it did go the distance here. Rebellion, of course, the Korean Protoss player, does fall at the hands of Jumi. Meanwhile, Art takes down Exo Striker 2-0. Now we have a quarterfinals match, Art versus Jumi. Winner goes on to face off against Cristiano. Best of luck. We will be casting both semifinals, so we're going to be covering the lower semis first, followed by the upper semis. Scrolling down, we have Future, of course, going to the ace match against Nikic. Nikic does advance on to the semis, and then we had a massive upset with Eon taking down Nickract as well, 2-1. Much love to Nickract. I did see Nickract did pop by in the chat earlier. A little bit emotional, clearly, and it makes sense. Nickract was the favorite. He is the favorite player, 100%. I was expecting Nickract to even make it to the finals. Not gonna lie, I expected him to make a deep run here, and I'm sure he also had expectations of himself. So I don't think Nickract is still here, but if so, less than 3. Take care, Pat. Take care. I look forward to seeing you next week, and we all know that that you're an amazing player, and that's we expect deep runs from you, and I'm sure we'll see it next time as well. But Eon is a very unorthodox player, and and that was a crazy series. Okay, we can all agree on that. That was a crazy series. That was a crazy ZVT. It was not standard at all, and it sometimes can be difficult to adapt it to a player like this. So GG nonetheless. We should see more of Nickract later on in the future, in the coming weeks. Meanwhile, Eon makes a crazy run, and I think this is the first time that Eon has made it to the semifinals. I think it's the first time. I think it is the first time. Oh boy. As vetoes are wrapping up. Looks like we have our map order. And we are jumping into our next game. Okay, beautiful. Here we go. Okay, we have our vetoes. We have our first map. We're going to be loading into Oceanborn as game number 1. Let's go. Oh, it looks like our players, they need a minute, so we're going to be going on a short break. I may as well just go on a short break here. Our players need a couple of minutes, and when they are ready, we can jump into our semifinals. Until then, if you want to help support this tournament, if you're interested, if you enjoy the content, if you want some more Sparkling Tuna Cup action, then you can join our Patreon. You can see here on the, it's a little bit covered. It's covered by, there we go, it's covered by the bracket, but you can see our Patreon goal down there underneath the bracket. 320 USD is our current goal to boost the prize pool. All the money that we make on Patreon goes towards the tournament, and we have some stretch goals. We have stretch goals on our Patreon to help boost the prize pool of Sparkling Tuna Cup and spread the love and pay out not just top 2, but top 4. Currently, we only pay out top 2, but if we grow the Patreon enough, we can spread the love and pay out more players and grow the tournament. And yeah, it's all set up there if you're interested in helping support the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Not just the Tuna Cup, but also Sea Duckling Open and Master Swan Open as well. It's all funded via Patreon, by the people, for the people. So thank you. Thank you to the support that we already get from our patrons, and we appreciate any more support as well. Otherwise, you can just follow us on Twitch, on YouTube. We cover this event, we host this event on a weekly basis. The only time we don't host this event is if it's clashing with like EWC qualifiers or EPT qualifiers. If there's like a qualifier for a big event going on, then we will take the week off and let players focus on those qualifiers, and then we'll be back. That's how things go here. For now, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we will have the semis. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that short break as we returned with the semi-finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup number 59. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who will be our Zerg finalist and our Zerg representative. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our purple Zerg player from the land of Costa Rica, representing Team License to Kill. It is Eon. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from the land of Belarus, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nikic. Here we go. We have our ZVZ, and fun fact, as we are settling into this, I was talking to Eon, and this is his first time making it this far. It's his first time in the semifinals. Nikic has made it here before. It's going to be a pull first. Pull first out of Nikic. Eon going for a hatch first himself. We are going to be switching up the openers and adjusting here early on. But yeah, Eon has never made it this far before in Sparkling Tuna Cup, despite how often he does compete and how often he does sign up. So yeah, just a crazy run for him. I believe it's like 6 a.m. over where Eon is residing, so just a wild time to be awake. He did not wake up early. He has stayed up late. Eon, he is purely a degen. he's a pure degen, papi. Yeah, he's an animal. Absolute animal. And we'll see if he can somehow make it further, as Nikic is going to be coming as the favorite player, but upsets have occurred before. They can happen again. 6 lings are now on the way. The lings are on the horizon here for Nikic. Again, it was a pull first. It's only going to be 6 lings for the time being. And Eon will have the faster hatchery, but it's going to be on Eon to micro back his units, micro back his drones, and maintain his worker count. So here we go. Lings are moving out across the map. Lings are moving out. Meanwhile, back at home, Eon settling in. Does spot the lings, of course, with the Overlord. Is aware. And Eon should soon be evacuating his natural base to keep these drones alive, to keep them safe, and to minimize his losses. There we go. The drones are pulled back. Lings have arrived. And so far, a good response here by Eon. But Nikic is not done. He's not content. He's going for a drone kill in the main. Oh! Almost catch some lings. Almost does catch them out. Oh! Almost getting surrounded as well. Yeah, Eon, he takes a lot of damage with those lings, but the Queen does pop out in time. And we get 1 drone kill. Good control here by Nikic. Gets 1 drone, takes down some lings, pulls away, and will race back home. Oh, bleeding out some extra lings though towards the end there, and looking at the overall units lost, it was 5 lings for 2 lings and 1 drone. It was an okay amount of damage, bearing in mind as well it did force inefficient mining because Eon had to pull away and pull into his main from the workers that were at his natural. So yeah, now we see the main art. Now we can actually mine freely here at the natural base. But we do have that back and forth. Nikic going for the Bailey Nest, now taking a 3rd. Eon not taking a 3rd base, he's staying on 2 bases instead. That's going to be an Evo Chamber and a Roach Warren on the way. Eon is hunkering down on 2 bases, while Nikic will take an economic lead with the 3rd. So we do have a bit of a back and forth going on here, where Nikic will have the economy, and instead Eon will have the Roaches. As Eon is skipping the Bailey Nest and going straight into Roaches instead. So Eon just going to be trying to bypass and skip the Lingbane portion of ZVZ. Meanwhile, Nikic is massing up lings and is moving out across the map. Yeah, we're flooding across the map here. And can we break this natural base? Roaches are still not out. Not yet. And here come the Banelings. Oh my god, Nikic is doubling down. He wants to break this natural, break through, and end it here and now. We'll see if he can. The Queen taking a lot of damage, but again, the SimCity is solid here for Eon. The Queen is getting low. The Banelings are won again. Yeah, they break through the Queen. The Queen does fall. We get into the mineral line. Massive connections. Ooh, 10 drones go down. 10 workers do fall. Lings, they come in from behind. They bring down the Queen. It looks like Nikic has done it, has broken the defenses here of Eon. Just needed a couple more seconds for those Roaches. But they came out too little too late as the wall is wide open and Nikic has done it. We get a surround. Lings are coming in, but at this point the Roaches have been cleaned up. We've already lost the economy, we've lost the workers. And now we're making our way to the main. GG, Nikic takes game 1. GG, well played. Nikish does take the first game here. Again, Eon trying to skip Ling Bane, trying to hunker down and get into roaches, but just before the roaches popped out, Nikish popped off. Did pop off just in time. And with that, we are now getting into our next game. Getting ready for game number 2, and I'm hoping we can have a back and forth. I'm hoping we can get an ace match. But I also expected this to be a short series. I'll be honest, I expected a short series between these two. Very quick game 1, and I'm expecting another fast game number 2. We'll see how we vary things up as we're going to be loading into Alkyone for that second game. Here we go. Are going to be loading in. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkyone, we have our red Zerg player. From the land of Belarus, leading the series 1-0. One more game and he will make it to the grand finals. It is Nikish. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the purple Zerg player representing Team License to Kill LDK. It is Eon. The pressure is on. He's up against the wall. He has to fight back here and now to force that ace match. We'll see if Eon can pull it off. For the time being, going for a 14 hatch. Okay. You have my attention. Eon, I believe, is setting up for a fake hatch first and doubling down with aggression behind it. I believe that's going to be the case, as the gas has been taken. It's going to be a 13 even. Yeah. Oh boy. So basically what's happening here is that Eon is going to be rushing into Ling speed and into maybe even Banelings behind it as well. It does make it look like we're going for a hatch first, but it is anything but. We will not be droning. Eon is going to be hyper aggressive. He's going to be very aggressive with this early gas. Meanwhile, Nikish going for a hatch gas pool. Standard opener. Gases have just now been taken. Spawning pool just now thrown down. Again, we're going to be later here in terms of that Ling speed and of our tech. So Eon has that advantage. We'll see if we can make use of it, as Eon does want to be the defender. Not anymore. Not anymore. As the pool's about to finish up. Now, Eon did drone up a little bit. We did make it 2 extra workers, but now here come the Lings. Now, what's interesting here is that we have Ling speed, but we are pulling out of gas, so it's going to just be a Ling flood. So it's going to be a straight up Ling flood here out of Eon. He has full saturation in the main mineral line. No gas whatsoever. Pure Ling, and Nikish has the pieces all together. Nikish with the Overlord will confirm that the hatchery is already done. Creep is spreading. And Nikish may believe it's a standard opener. Oh boy. So we do see Lings building up in the main base. We're banking up Lings. Nikish does get eyes on the hatchery. Did see 1 drone mining. Back at home, Nikish, he's taking a third! He's taking a third base. Again, Eon luring Nikish into a false insecurity. Luring him in. And we are waiting to pull the trigger. Nikish moving out with the Ling Scout. Trying to get a read on what's going on. Queen does advance forward. It's on Eon here to deny the scouts. Lings are spotted. We know. We now know what's going on. We cancel the third base immediately. Nikish is walling off. He cancels the third. He walls off completely. So far, good response out of Nikish. Banelings is on the way, but we have to rely on Queens and Lings to defend. As Eon is sending everything across the map. He was hoping to pull this off a little bit later. He was hoping that the third base would finish, but Nikish was able to get a read a little bit earlier here. He was able to get a heads up. Banelings is exposed though. Yeah, the Banelings is going to go down. No Banelings here for Nikish. Oh, is that a kill that I cancel? We break in! We break into the natural! Lings are trying to get on top of the Queen so far. Nice positioning here from Nikish. Does hold the line. Reinforcements on the way. Nikish, he's holding. He's barely holding on. And Eon, now he's forced to drone. Gonna be forced to drone up. Nikish has survived. And Eon won't get much more done. Eon throwing down a Roach Warren, getting into 2-base Roach play. But he's bleeding out Lings across the map. Nigish does have map control, going for his own counterattack. We have +1 melee on the way. Bailing speed is almost done. And once again, we have a game state where Nigish, his goal here is to break his opponent on 2 bases. It is going to be to break Eon. As Lings are trying to buy time. Nigish refocusing here on the natural. He's going for the queen. Going for the queen. Bailing's about to be morphed in as well. Lings, they try to come in from behind though. Nigish forced to pull away, waiting for those Bailings. We have 9 roaches in production. Eon does get eyes on the Bailings. He's aware. He's aware what's going on. But the roaches, this time they arrive just in time to replace the queen. Ooh, big connections. The Lings are shut down, but Eon, he holds this time. This time he does hold on. Roaches have arrived. Eon is droning up behind this. Roaches hold the line, and now Nigish has to get into his own roach production. Now Nigish has to drone up as well. Sorry. Whew, okay, we have survived the early game for the time being. We're calming things down. The drone counts are similar with each other, and we are droning. Both players are droning up. Eon going for a bit of a move out, but I believe this is going to be a fake move out. Yeah, Eon's droning. So Eon's not reinforcing. So basically, these roaches are revealed to the Lings and they're revealed to the Overlords, and he's forcing Nigish to make an army instead of droning. So Eon is going to be able to take a bit of an economic advantage, or ideally, that's the case, as he moves out across the map. And Eon has no intention of committing. He shouldn't, at least. Does rock up. Gets a tumor, retreats from here. He's going to be able to bleed out a roach, transfuse the clutch, and Eon has to get the hell out of here. Will retreat. Bearing in mind that Nigish has no lair. There's no lair for Nigish. There's no further tech. He has +1 melee. Lings, they come in for a surround. We catch out the roaches. Oh, we catch the roaches, and now Eon's in trouble. Eon has been taking. He's got Burrow on the way. He's got +1 range. He's got the lair as well. These are all things that are not roaches. So Nigish does have the roach lead. Eon racing back home, and Nigish, he's committing. He's embracing this. He's moving out, forcing Eon back. Ravagers are on the way. Eon going to be able to repair or heal up some of those roaches with Burrow. Oh, but the Vials. Yeah, they zone away the army. The Roach Warren is exposed. And Nigish, he can shut down the Warren. Vials, they zone away the army. No major connections yet. But you can see Eon forced to rebuild that Roach Warren. Oh, ooh, the Vials, they connect as well. Nigish, he's breaking through. He's gaining ground. Takes down the Roach Warren. Thankfully, we have a backup Roach Warren on the way behind the natural base. +2 range on the way. +1 is done. Eon does have the better upgrades. Does have +1. Behind this Nigish, he is up so heavily here in the workers. He's got 47 drones to 37 of Eon. Eon is being forced all in. He has roach speed on the way, but it just started. So Eon has to expand. He has to expand. The longer this goes on, the worse it's going to be for Eon. And at this point, he's going to have to... I mean, he's supply blocked. He can't make anything. Yeah, the supply block is brutal. Eon trying to build up. And yeah, Eon, he's not droning. He's just making roaches. Like, that's all he can do, is make roaches. And hope that Nigish is too greedy. But Nigish, he's not making any more drones. That's the problem here. If he was, then there'd be a chance, right? There'd be an opportunity for Eon to punish the greed of Nigish. That's not happening. Files. Oh no! Ooh, they connect. They graze the army. We are getting on top of the Ravagers. Not bad. Do you manage to catch one Ravager? Meanwhile, Lings, they slip into the mineral line. 3 drones go down. Eon barely has an economy to begin with. Barely does have the economy. Lanes are flooding across. We can borrow. Oh, the Miles! No! Oh my god, Miles do connect. We deny the base. I mean, this is a cute move. Eon is buying time to build on more roaches. These Miles won't connect, and we actually re-heal all the damage from those Miles. Let's go. We can just tank it. Oh, but we have detection. We now have detection. We force Eon burrow. And Eon, he has to take the fight. +2, just barely finishing up here. Eon does hold. He holds on, going for his own counter push. Burst speed is done for both players. Again, Eon has that upgraded advantage with +2. But Nikic, he does take the fight. Zones away his opponent. And denies the third. That's the win condition for Nikic, is deny the third base over and over again. Just maintain a bit of economy. And eventually overwhelm. Eon trying to hold on as best he can. And again, he had an amazing performance to make it this far in the event. To make it to the semifinals, but his run will end here and now. As boys are being pulled, files they connect with the larva. Oh my god, the morphing and roaches will not finish. And GG, Nikic will take the series 2-0. Will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Nikic will take it here. Again, he came in as the favorite player, but Eon has caused upsets before, and I was hoping for maybe a back and forth. Things were quite intense between Nikic and Eon, but both in Game 1 and Game 2, Nikic was able to get the better of Eon, was able to contain him, able to shut down his play, able to shut down his aggression, and yeah, just take things even further than that. As this game, Nikic was just up in workers. Was just up a base, up in workers, and was able to maintain himself. GG, well played. Congratulations. Congratulations to Nikic, he does advance on, and we are now getting ready for the upper semifinals. Oh boy. We are getting ready for those upper semis, and I need to switch on over to the... Getting ready for the upper semifinals, we're going to be hopping over to the European region and covering our PvP. We have a Zerg player ready in the finals, but which Protoss will face off against him? It's going to be a PvP between Christiana and Art. Let's go. We are getting ready for some Polish on Polish action. You know, even though Geralt was nowhere to be found, we still have some more Polish Protoss players to represent. It's all good. We'll still get that PvP in more ways than one. In more ways than one. As I'm quickly setting up the teams, setting up the players, and jumping in. Here we go. As it is going to be Christiana versus Art. Just holding off on... There we go. Just holding off on those predictions. And predictions will soon be open. They'll soon be open in the chat. So you can place your bets on who you believe will be the Protoss representative here for this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup. Again, Christiana is the Sparkling Tuna. Has gone for... has taken the win here many weeks here of the year of 2024. But Art can threaten him. I want to believe. I want to believe we can get it back and forth. We saw earlier that Middle VK was able to make Christiana bleed. Can he bleed again in a PvP? As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Polish Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Christiana. We go. We do have our PvP, Cristiano versus Art. And we've seen Cristiano, again, make it to the finals and take these events time and time again. Can he be stopped? Can someone stop this Tuna? Can someone stop Cristiano? I want to believe. Do want to believe as we are settling in. I'm a little bit surprised, but I believe this is our first PvP of the broadcast. Usually our event is plagued with non-stop PvPs, but it's something that we have avoided for the most part tonight. But now we're back to what we do best here during the Sparkling Tuna Cup. The PvPs, baby. Let's go. It's going to be a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Cristiano. Likewise, 2-gate opener out of Art. Cristiano going to be skirting around the edge, hiding that initial probe scout. Moving over towards the right-hand side. My eyes are on you, Cristiano. Where are we going? What do you have for us? And if we throw down a pylon, this could just be for a proxy Stargate. Would not be a bad location for it, as the pylon is going to be thrown down. So Cristiano going for the proxy. Meanwhile, Art's moving out across the map, dipping to the main base, and will confirm that the pylon is missing. Here we go. Does confirm the pylon is nowhere to be found, and Art is going to be on the hunt. He's going to be looking for said pylon. We can see that it is not a proxy Stargate. It's just going to be a pylon out of the map. Just a fake proxy pylon out of Cristiano. And hopefully Art doesn't overreact. You can see, but he sends out a second probe. So this is already good damage. 2 probes out on the map, scouting around. Scouring Oceanborn, looking for the pylon. That is 1 extra worker that is not mining, essentially. And we will check the right-hand side, but we don't go any further than that, and Art will not find the pylon. He's not aware of what's going on. Behind this, opening up Double Stalker. Going to be Double Stalker into Double Sentry. And again, Art still hunting down at that location. Meanwhile, back at home, Cristiano just expanding. Just chilling. Art's going to be slightly later with his expansion. I do appreciate, though, that Art, he's not scouting with these stalkers. He's just moving out across the map. He's going to just be pushing. I say that. Won't commit. Won't take that chance. Will pull away. So Art is playing it safe. Does play it safe. Does pull back. And Cristiano is now coming in with his own scout. Hallucination will get eyes on the slightly later expansion. We'll get eyes on the tech of choice. The robo follow-up here out of Art will allow us to get into Immortal production. Again, just really safe play from our Pink Protoss. I don't know what happened the last time these two faced off, but Art is playing scared. he's respecting his opponent quite a lot here. And now he's moving out with his own hallucination. We'll finally get a read on the expansion. We'll finally realize that Cristiano is just playing it out. Just getting to his expansion. Robo follow-up as well out of Cristiano. Both players are mirroring each other as the hallucination scouts continue. RT confirms the expansion, confirms the robo. Likewise, Cristiano doing the same. Cristiano will not get eyes on the Twilight Council, though. He does miss it. And I can see it already. Show us the glaives. Show us the glaive adepts. Let's go. Show us the glaives. As Immortal Glaive Adepts have been very trendy as of late. I believe we already saw Art bring this out, was it a couple of days ago during WTL, if not yesterday, in World Team League. Hallucination does confirm the Twilight Council, and we have our upgrade of choice. Not going to be glaives, it's going to be the other one. It's going to be charge instead. Okay. Regardless, aggression from Art. This is going to be a very strong timing with charge and with the warp prism. We're going to be moving out across the map. Very aggressive here from Art. And it's on Cristiano to keep up. On Cristiano to get a read what's going on. Gateway explosion here out of Cristiano. Is taking his third base. Meanwhile, there it is. I was like, we don't often see Immortals with charge. We cancel charge, we start up at glaives. Now, this is what we were referring to earlier. This is what we did mention. Immortal into glaives has been very trendy, very popular amongst not just the Korean Protosses, but also the Korean Protosses as well. We've seen this from Classic, from Stats, from Hero. We've seen it from all of them. And RT's moving out initially with the double Immortal drop, and that is a massive gateway explosion. Again, no third base in sight for RT. He's going for a 2-base all-in. And Cristiano, he's going to be the defender. Has to defend, has to survive. Art. We'll see if he can. See if he can. Art's moving out across the map. With our initial sentries. Prison behind this, going for the pylon. The pylon, it's Artosis' pylon! It's going to go down! Massive pickoff. We deny Glaives. We deny the immortal production as well. The gateways are depowered. Very nice pickoff. Probes are falling as well. Art is popping up. Again, Cristiano responding with his own Glaives. As we mentioned, again, it's been quite trendy, quite popular. Very popular here amongst all the Protoss players as we focus on the pylons for a second time. Let's go. As we force field the main army. Remember, there is no blink. We catch out a lot of adepts, a lot of sentries. Very nicely done. As Art does rotate around. You see Art pushing forward. Gaining ground, overcharge is popped. Cristiano does have we're even in Immortals. We commit to the shade. Overcharge putting in a lot of work, but Art is slowly breaking through. Trying to get on top of this Immortals, does get one. One Immortal goes down, we're down to two. Two Immortals left, reinforcements are on the way. We're getting on top of the second Immortal as well. Yeah, and Cristiano, he cannot hold on, he does not have enough. Losing too much, GG gets called, and Art will take it. Game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Art able to pull off the 2-base all-in. Again, so important. A big factor here was the fact that it was able to delay the production, delay the upgrades, delay the warp-ins of Cristiano. Sniping those pylons multiple times, if you recall, was massive. Delaying all that production and able to commit to his all-in. Cristiano just barely did not have enough. And with that, I mean, it wasn't just that. Even before the main fight happened, if you recall, we had the force fields shaving off more sentries, more adepts. It all just built up. It all just added up into that push. And GG. Art takes a lead. Art does take a lead. Trav was my favorite Glaives player. True. Shap was all about... I mean, he was the wing commander for a while. Known for his Phoenix play. Glaives as well. After. Great to see Trap back. Has returned. As we're settling into game 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss. Oh. There we go. The Red Protoss representing Starlight Twinkle down in the series. Looking to bounce back here and now to force the ace match. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. Here we go. Art gonna be settling in. Also, my apologies, I was looking at the replay as well, and fun fact, the all-in hit just before Glaives finished. Glaives for Cristiano finished after the Adepts died. Oof. So brutal upgrade timing, and that was also because of the denied pylons. Remember, the pylons, they did delay that glaive timing for Cristiano. So just massive moves there from Art. And now Art is one game away from making it to the grand finals, which would be crazy. Would be insane. Would be insane there. So now we're calming things down. It's going to be a 2-gate opener out of Cristiano. Likewise. Oh. Arts. Bappy going for the max packs. Going for instead a Stargate expand. Crazy. Okay, Arts. Show us what you got. Show us what you got. As Art is going for a single gate opener into a Cybercore, into a Stargate as he opened up double gas into a much faster expansion. So Art has thrown down the gauntlet, and now Cristiano has to respond. Does Cristiano go for a 1-base all-in to try to punish the greed of his opponent? What do we go for? As Art is doing his best Max Pax impression. Cristiano trying to delay the expansion. I mean, that's why the Zealot is here. Probe being zoned away. And there it is. The Nexus has been thrown down. And how will Cristiano respond? Doesn't have a probe out on the map. Is opening up double Stalker, following this up with a Stargate. That tells us we're expanding. Okay, so Cristiano, he will be playing from behind. What I mean by that is that, of course, Art will have a faster expansion, which means faster worker production, better economy, and instead Cristiano is going for a later base, but a faster Stargate into Oracles. I did refer earlier to Art going for the Stargate before expansion. We went Nexus first, and we are not going Stargate, we're opening up Robo instead. Interesting. Going to be a Robo opener here out of Art, but again with the faster expansion. Stalkers dip in, shield battery's almost done, and when it completes we should be able to hold on until that does occur. We're getting some damage dealt on the Zealot at least. Zealot takes a lot of hits. Behind this, Oracle's on the way. Hallucination will confirm. Nice scatter to Art. He does get eyes on the Oracle, is aware. Art is aware of what's going on. He's going to be getting ready in the main. There we go. Shield battery's on the way. Shield battery is going to be enough to out-heal the DPS of an Oracle and to buy time. So Art is prepared. And Art does have the worker lead. Cristiano moving out. Oracle being sent across the map. Making his way towards that mineral line. The main is a lot more secure. The natural less so. We do get a probe. Get one, we get two. Two probes go down. Nice pickoffs. Cristiano pulls away. Dipping in once again with those Stalkers, but doesn't find any free units. Not yet. As he is reinforcing, Adepts are moving out across the map. Behind this, Cristiano taking up towards his own Robo. Meanwhile, Art working towards the Twilight Council. Now the question becomes, do we go for Glaives again? I'm curious. This time it's going to be Blink. Okay. Blink is on the way for Art. Adepts, they shade in, they catch a probe. 1, 2 workers, 3 workers going down again. 2 Adepts, they can one-shot units. Not just 2 Adepts, but 2 Oracles as well. Yeah, we wreak havoc in the main base. We get 8 probe kills, 9 probe kills. Oh my god. And both Oracles will escape. We lose the Adepts, but it was worth it. This was worth 2 Adepts. Getting 9 probe kills. And suddenly, that economic advantage that Art once had is no longer there. Cristiano takes a lead. Cristiano does take a lead, and he still has both Oracles alive. He can go in once again for even more damage. Can, and he will. Ooh, another 4 probe kills. Oracles do get away. Still alive, they can regenerate their shields and dip back in again. Yeah, Arch is being pulled apart left and right. Is getting to his own Immortals, is getting into Blink Stalkers. Meanwhile, Cristiano has the option to expand. It looks like he will. Cristiano is setting up for a 3rd base, getting further ahead. Art fast to take his own 3rd. Well, actually, similarly timed. Both players do expand. This time, Art is not going for an all-in. Remember, last game, Art did commit to a 2-base all-in. This time is expanding. So Art, he's just building up, trying to recover economically, trying to catch up. But Cristiano is moving out. Oh boy. And his goal here is to shut down the 3rd. That's all he needs. Deny the 3rd, and then back off. That's all Cristiano does need to do. As he does hit the 3rd base. Art's out of position. We're going to force a cancel. Yeah, there's no saving it. The base is going to be denied. Shield battery as well. Pylon. And Cristiano doesn't have to push in. We just retreat. We just calm things down. We back off. We don't want to overextend. There we go. We do recall back home. Looks like Cristiano, he's a little bit paranoid. He didn't see where the army was, so for all he knows, there could have been a counterattack. So Cristiano recalls back home. Art re-expanding. Oracles do get out of that dead space. They break free. And Oracles do make it back home. Stalkers trying to hunt them down. Unable to. Yeah, we barely do miss them. Oracles do make it back. And we're up to 4 Immortals. Oh my god, the Immortal count is insane. It's a hefty Immortal army here for Cristiano. Back at home, Art's building up towards the Temple Archives. +1, charge. basically what we're seeing here from Art is that he's getting into a standard game, but from behind, right? He's still on 2 bases. He still does not have a third. Art is trying to stabilize, whereas Cristiano, he's just, again, getting further ahead here, still maintaining an economic lead that translates into a larger army. 4th base now on the way as well. Right now, there's pressure on Art to bounce back, right? To go for some DT harass, Stalker counterattacks, Adept harass as well. Maybe rushing into Disruptors. We need something. And without it, we're just going to be outscaled. As Art does confirm the 4th base. He's aware. He is aware of the 4th base timing, but really that doesn't really tell us much. That tells us that Cristiano is just building up towards a larger force. And Cristiano, he's now pulling the trigger. He's up 30 army supply. Prism as well to reinforce across the map. 4 Immortals, Archons, Charge Lots. Shield batteries are on the way. Even if they finish, it's going to be a tough hold for Art. Archons are being morphed in. Cristiano getting ready to commit. Of course, we're going to have an overcharge available and a lot of static defense, which is going to be ideal for Art, but despite that, it's still an overwhelming army. We're collapsing on top of it. We do force the overcharge. And we just have to wait it out. That's all we have to do. We respect the overcharge. It has been popped. And once it runs out, then we can push in. The overcharge has run out. Cristiano pushing forward, baiting out the army. The concave is solid here from Art. Does have the concave. Cristiano just keeps reinforcing. Immortal slowly pushing forward. Yeah, they're getting on top of the cannons. We do have to be careful to overextend. Again, the concave is working out well here for Art. Like, this is the best fight he can hope for with the cannons, with the shield batteries. Ooh, but Stalkers are now going down. And some more expensive losses here for Art. Stalkers falling, Archons as well. And Cristiano, he's done it. He's broken the back of his opponent. He's breaking through. Again, this was the best fight that Art could have hoped for, but it still was not enough. GG gets called, and Cristiano ties up the series 1-1. GG. We are getting to the ace match, and a big shout out to ARJ Skater in the chat. Gah, papi. Big shout out to ARJ Skater. He's been a long time viewer and supporter of the channel. Haven't seen you in a while. I haven't seen you in quite some time, but it's good to see you, papi. Gracias. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. I hope you've been doing well. Hope you've been enjoying yourself, and hope you've been, enjoying life, despite the fact that haven't seen you in a while. It's good to see you again. Good to see you again, papi. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the support. It's thanks to the support that we get in the chat, whether it's via Patreon or YouTube membership or Twitch subscriptions or donations or bits. We're able to do this as often as we do. We're able to commit as hard as we do as well. So thank you. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Much love. Much love. Gifting a sub to Bezboz, to Hold, to Freak, Fractal. Thank you. Libidicity. Gracias. So we're getting into the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends on Site Delta. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our Polish Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Cristiano. He fights back. He does tie the series up 1-1. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, being forced into the ace match, we have the pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. Can he bring it back? He has to. Here and now. It is Art. This is it, the final game of the series. It all ends here. It all ends on Site Delta. Here we go. Catching up in the chat. Boska Guro. I don't know what that means. Shema, papi, Shema. Here we go. As despite the map, despite the way loading into Site Delta, it is very common to go for gate expands on this map, but no, both Art and Cristiano, they refuse. Probe Scouts will confirm the gateways on the high ground instead. It's going to be a 2-gate opener out of Cristiano and Art. Is he going for a gate cyber opener into a faster nexus once again? Looks like he is. Okay, so 2 games in a row. 2 games in a row, Art is going for what looks to be a max packs build variation. I say variation because if you remember, last game we did not go for the Stargate, went for a Robo opener instead. But the purpose for this, the goal here is a faster nexus. Meanwhile, Cristiano opening up 2 gate has the opportunity to be more aggressive and to go for an all-in. And there it is, we have a proxy in the center of the map. Now, this pylon, based on its location, is it going to be a Robo? It could be a Robo. This wouldn't be the worst position for a Stargate. Proxy Stargate into Oracle just to harass. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we commit to the Robo. There it is! The Robo has been thrown down. It's going to be a 1 base all-in. 1 base all-in out of Cristiano. He is committing this time. It is not a fake. It is real. It is going to be a 1 base all-in here from Cristiano and Art. Can he survive this? He is going for the Stargate opener. It's going to be Stargate followed by the expansion. This is the max packs build out of Art. But again, can he do his best max packs impression? Can he survive the all-in? Can he make it? Probe Scout does confirm. Cristiano is fully aware of the greed of his opponent. He's aware of the Stargate. From here, we gain access to Void Rays. So Void Rays are going to be crucial in the defense. As we are rallying across the map. Prism about to finish. From here, Robo's about to finish. From here, we can go for a War Prism first or Immortals. And what do we embrace? It's going to be the Prism. War Prism is on the way. Stalkers are rallying across the map. We have 3 gateways back at home, and we should be getting a 4th gateway across the map. We'll see. I mean, I guess we don't need it. I was going to say to reinforce, but that's what the War Prism's for. To rally to reinforce. Meanwhile, the Adepts say, shade in! The wall's not a wall. 2 Adepts do want your probes. And we get 3, we get 4, we get... Oh! 5 probe kills in the main base. Can we get a 6th? We cannot, but 5 probes is a good start. Already good damage being dealt. Meanwhile, Art did not even expand. I just realized Art, he's going for a 2nd gateway, still on 2 bases. Interesting setup here. Shield battery is done. But Art is not expanding. He is being contained. More shield batteries on the way. At this point, I would not be opposed to Cristiano just expanding. Yeah, let's go. Like at this point, like what advantage does Art have? He's contained on 1 base. He, despite the opener he went for, he's lacking stalkers, lacking units because of the late 2nd gateway. No reason not to just, yeah, take a base. So from here, Cristiano, he observes, he confirms that there is no expansion, so he takes his own. Double Oracle moving out across the map. The main base is going to be exposed. We have a shield battery, we have 2 stalkers, but we can one-shot. 2 Oracles can one-shot probes. And they do dip in. Yeah, probes are going down left and right. We do focus on one of the Oracles, but it does survive. We got 4 probe kills. Good damage here by Art, but he's down a base. Is down a base. Cristiano moving out once again. We'll see if he can contain and deny the expansion even longer. As Art did confirm the location of the proxy. Oracle's dipping in. Base now being taken, but here come the Stalkers. Likewise, Oracles don't get much done. Stalkers are on the way. Sentry's coming to reinforce. They can force field. Very careful control. Decent force field. We do catch one of the Stalkers. I will get away. Immortal pops out as well. And Art holds. Art does hold. And the game from here can settle. We can settle down into a longer PvP. Cristiano back at home. He has the faster base. Will have the better economy. But he has to survive the counterattack from Art. As we have that one Immortal. And Art is pushing. Now, because Art doesn't have a War Prism, and he doesn't have... Oh, Stasis does connect! I was going to say, because he doesn't have a War Prism, he doesn't have Blink, he is vulnerable to force fields. But a massive Stasis does connect, and Art, he's going to get 3 Stalkers for free. Yeah, brutal pick off. Another Stasis! Oh, we catch out the army once again, and Cristiano is getting picked apart. These Stalkers, they're going to go down. There's no saving them. We can trade, but... Oh, we do save 1. Not bad. Only 2 Stalker kills. Whew. Cristiano, he at least saves 1 of those Stalkers, just barely. Every Stalker does count in this kind of game state. Oracles, once again, they hit the net, they hit the main. They get 2 probes. Cristiano still has the worker lead. And still a very tense moment here, a very tense game between both players. Cristiano is slightly ahead in workers. Twilight Council's on the way. Art ahead in tech. Twilight Council's almost done. And we're going for Blink. We are going for Blink. Oracle's rotating around. Hitting the natural. Once again, getting 2 probes. Pulling away. Not able to be punished. Whew. And despite the aggression that Cristiano's trying to go for, we are in position. We have Stalkers. Cristiano, he has to back off. He commits the Prism. One more volley, and it does go down. Massive pickoff. The Prism falls. Adepts, they get some probe kills, but that is not worth a Prism. As 4 probes go down. Oh, we get 5 though. We get 6, 7, 8, 7. Not bad. I mean, it was brutal losing the War Prism, but could have been worse. 7 probe kills. We cripple the economy. And what do we have on the horizon? 3rd Nexus. 3rd base is on the way. Cristiano, he's building up even further, trying to get into a longer game. Both players are taking their 3rds. Both players are expanding. For now, Cristiano has the worker lead, but we still have the Oracles. These Oracles, they can pick away at the economy once again. Oh. They don't quite go for the dive. Art is moving out across the map, and he has 3 Immortals. That's a hefty Immortal army. Cristiano, I'm not sure if he can actually defend his base. Blink is about to finish. Blink is about to finish up here for Art. He has a massive army. Is pushing forward. We force field the army. We force field the Immortals. But we can just fight. We can just stand and fight. And Cristiano, he cannot take this. Stalkers are going down one after the other. We blink on top of the army. The Oracles coming to support as well. And Art, it looks like he has done it. He breaks through, takes down the Immortals one after the other. And Art, he has taken down the main army. He blinks on top of what little is left. 1 Stalker left, 0 Stalkers left. GG, nice build. And Art will take the series 2-1. Will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Aye, aye, aye. A crazy build out of Art. Remember, it looked like... Hold on. There we go. GG, well played. It looked like Art was going for the Max Packs build. Remember, he went for the Gate, Cyber, Stargate, but he didn't expand. That's what was crazy. He didn't expand. He went for a 2nd gate into a Robo, into 1 base play, which forced Cristiano to not really be able to make use of his army. He had to expand. It was just a really weird game. It was just really off-center. It was, yeah, just a really weird game state. And in that moment of ambiguity, that is where Art popped off. That is where Art was able to take advantage of Cristiano. Cristiano, he wasn't able to commit to his all-in. He had to back off, and... GG, well played. Art able to snowball out of control instead, was able to take advantage of Cristiano, and with that, Art makes it to the grand finals. Let's go. Art does make it, and we are getting ready. Let's go. We are going to be getting ready here. It's going to be a bit of a team kill. Both players on the Platinum Heroes. And it is going to be that PVZ. Our players are connecting to the Vitos. And I will need a moment to get ready for the raffle. Here we go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. But we have something more important. We have the raffle that is going to be going here. For those that are curious, all players, they have an even chance, an equal chance to... Oh, so do I have to update the score line? But all players that did compete here tonight have an even chance to walk away with 5 extra USD. We have a participation raffle. Even you in the chat, if you played in today's tournament, if you signed up, and if you did compete, then you'd be eligible for some extra prize money. Oh. So, yeah, it is just something special that we have. Something special that we have in store for you. Bam. As you can see here, 19 players. We had a lot of signups. We had a lot of signups here today. We had a lot of signups and a lot of participation, which we do appreciate. There are some players that did not compete, and there were some walkovers in the bracket, if you do recall. Specifically, Geralt. Geralt, he did not compete, did not play, neither did Blue Knight, so both Geralt and Blue Knight are ineligible for the raffle, but everyone else is eligible. And hey, I mean, it could be a player that made it to the finals like Art or Nikic, or it could be a player that got knocked out in the first round like Zero Brain or Blochkin. Blochkin. I have a hard time saying that name. But it could be anyone. Could be anyone. As we are getting things ready. I actually don't think I can do the raffle. Oh. We might hold off on the raffle until later. Basically, we use the spreadsheet. We use the spreadsheet here to randomize the players and do the raffle. But for some reason, I don't have permission. I don't have permission to access the spreadsheet, so we may hold off on it. May hold off on the raffle, and if we can't do the raffle during the broadcast, then we might just do it off stream. Hashtag rigged in the chat. But we may just do it off screen instead, and host it maybe during WTL. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. For now, we're getting ready for those finals. Here we go. Oh, never mind. Oh, do we have one? Do we have... Let's go. Okay, we have a winner, and we have, remember, of course, the raffle is rigged. As always, congratulations to Zero Brain. Congratulations, Zero Brain is gonna be this week's random raffle winner. Congratulations. Zero Brain wins the raffle. So Zero Brain, he is going to be our winner of the raffle. Congratulations. Zero Brain, fun fact, he got knocked out in the first round 2-0 by Eon. So despite being knocked out in the first round, does walk away with 5 USD. Congratulations. And now we can embrace the grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5. Here we go. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. You can place your bets on who you think will be our champion this week. Will it be Art or Nikic? I believe it's going to be a new champion though, for at least 2024. I'm pretty sure Art has won these in the past, in years past, but not this year. Not in 2024, but here we go. We're jumping on in and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura. We have the pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from the land of Belarus representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nikic. We go. Now, as we are going to be calming things down and settling in. See the chat. Congrats to Yaku to win. True. Yaku did win. Nikic is going to be opening up hatch first. Likewise, Art's going for the 8 expand. Despite the chaos that we saw in that PvP, we're going to be chilling out here in the beginning, at least, of Game 1. Just catching up in the chat. Oh, the copy pasta button. I must commend you on the exceptionally well-executed build you've demonstrated in StarCraft 2. Your strategic deployment, precise resource management, and effective countering of your opponent's tactics showcase a high level of expertise. The meticulous planning and thoughtful execution evident in your approach highlight a profound understanding of the game's mechanics and an impressive deduction to achieving peak performance. Your build is a stellar example of strategic mastery and skill. I mean, I need to post that now. Let's go. That was beautiful. He got hit from the microwave. Oh no, the microwave took him out. You're crazy. Crazy, man. As for now, Nikic is just going to be droning up again. Hatchgas pulls standard opener out of our Zerg player. Likewise, Art's going for his own standard opener as well. Predictions in the chats are open, so you can place your bets. Best of luck. Oh, everyone's jumping on the copy pasta. Beautiful, beautiful. As we are calming things down, as a reminder, this is going to be a best of five grand finals. We can go the distance. If you're curious about World Team League, about WTL is about to begin in like 8 minutes. We will be casting WTL after we conclude Sparkling Tuna Cup. So our priority is Sparkling Tuna Cup. We'll be catching up with WTL afterwards. So I do apologize if you want to jump into that as soon as possible. But again, STC, the tuna, is what we focus on first. Gotta focus on the tuna pack. And then we can get the WTL. We'll get there. For the time being, we do have our Stargate opener going for the Oracle first from the side of Art. Going for our initial Oracle, moving out across the map. Does move out at the same time. Nick is trying to get eyes and trying to delay the third base. Is in position. But can he defend against the Adept and Oracle as the Queens are getting ready? Lings are racing back home. And so far are just denying mining time here at the third base. Nothing too major. Nothing too crazy. Lings do make it back home, and that does allow Art to expand, as the Lings had to race back. And yeah, with that, really nicely done. It wasn't any major damage, but because of the Adepts, it did force back the Lings, and did create an opening for Art to expand. So we settle into our third base. Lings once again move out to try and apply some pressure, but Adepts, they are now in position. We now are up to 4 Adepts. The Oracles are still being active. Lings dip in. They hit the Nexus, but again, Adepts will be able to chip away at those Lings. Nikic has to back off. Double Oracle rotating over. That was ChatGPT? Oh my god. That's beautiful. ChatGPT, calm down. Do we need to copy pasta? Just get the AI to do it. Aye, aye, aye. So now we do have Art dipping in. Getting a revelation, pulling away. Nikic going to be embracing a Baneley Nest, actually. Okay, so Nikic is skipping Roaches, going Ling Bane into, I imagine, Hydra Tech. As the layer is on the way. Technically, Nikic could go into Ling Bane Muta, but I feel like Nikic is a bit more of a Hydra boy. We'll see. We'll see if we embrace the Mutas or the Hydras. We'll see what all this gas is about to be spent on. Until then, Art back at home is not going for +1 and Blink, is going for +1 and Charge. This is going to be a bit of a beefier army composition. There's going to be a charge timing available for Art where he builds up Immortals, potentially Archons, Charge Ults as well. This is going to hit like a truck. And without Roaches to defend, we'll see if Nikic can survive. We'll see if he can hold. Speaking of Archons, there it is. Temple Archives on the way. Typically, we would move out with the Prism and morph in the Archons on the front lines. Prism is on the way. The push, it's coming. The move out is on the horizon here. Art is going to be embracing it. And Nikic, he throws down +1 melee, committing to Ling Bane. We have no Roaches, no Ravagers to defend. We do shut down one of those Oracles, and it is going to be the Spire. Okay. Not Ling Bane Hydra, it's going to be Ling Bane Muta out of Nikic. Oh boy. This is scary. This is scary because Nikic is vulnerable. Nikic, he has very little to defend. He has purely Ling Bane Queen. And this move out is going to hit quite hard. As I say, Ling's going to disrupt the High Templar. We got one. One High Templar goes down, forcing the Archon. Storm is on the way. Art is actually not moving out. He's going for a later timing with Storm. Okay. Art is expanding. One High Templar got picked off. Nicely done here by Nikic. Gets on top of the base, gets on top of that Nexus. Likewise, hits the third base at the same time. Does force a cancel. Cancels the fourth. Takes down the shield battery. And nice hold position micro here in the mineral line. Probes are going down. Niki's just pulling out a fight. Oh, we came back too soon. 5 probe kills. At the same time, we hit the fourth once again. Taking down the pylon, and Archie's being pulled apart. Across the map, he's going for, trying to go for some drop play. But there's not much really here. We have 2 High Templar and 1 Zealot. Yeah, we get on top of this. Force the pickup. The Archon is so close. No! Ooh, the Archon goes down. Massive pickup. And what does this mean? This means that Nikic gets away with the mutas. He gets away with the mutas. We do get a big stasis trap in the main base. The scout is real. Archie does confirm the Spire is aware of the mutas. Phoenixes are on the way, but the mutas, they have arrived. Mutas are moving out across the map, and Art is stuck at home. Not like this. Get AI to do it. I stop. Calm down. As mutas, they hit that nat. Well, they hit the 3rd. They're going for the probe count. They're going for the mineral line. Archons are trying to keep up, but alas, they cannot. We get 1 volley off. We get on top of the Phoenixes. 2 Phoenixes go down. 1 Phoenix left. And we just wreak havoc in the mineral line. Probes are falling left and right. As that's 14 probe kills, and we're not done. Nowhere close. Overcharge is pop. We get 17 probe kills. 18 across the map. There's a bit of Zealot harass, but last we do defend. We have Queens. We get 20 probe kills. We catch the Phoenix. No! The Phoenix barely doesn't go down. Whew. Phoenix does survive. Nice Archon volley. And behind this, the era of the Muta has come and gone. We have a Hydrogen, we have Lurkers. We're transitioning out of Lingbane Muta into Lingbane Hydra Lurker Viper. Lurker tech, Hydras, the Hive is on the way as well. Nikic, this is not even his final form, is getting ready for the Lunkers. The Lunkers, Baki. Nice hold position micro once again. Ooh, so many probes gonna be going down. No, there's no reaction. We don't pull away. 11 probes go down. At the same time, mutas, they hit the main, but this time we're in position. We have Stalkers, no blink. Yeah, no blink on the Stalkers. We struggle to keep up. Mutas do commit a little bit too hard. You have to calm down. Mutas being forced back. Meanwhile, we have a Fleet Beacon on the way. That's going to be for Anion Pulse Crystals. That's going to be from Phoenix range. It's going to be for that Phoenix upgrade. But again, like the mutas, they don't care anymore. I'm pretty sure intentionally so. We're losing mutas. We're throwing them away, freeing up supply for more Lurkers. There it is, 6 Lunkers. They're on the way. They're coming, Pappy. Nick is just coming. And Art, he needs time. He's not ready. As we are going to be amassing up Blings, getting ready for our move outs. Mutas, once again, they're trading. They take down a mineral line. Why throw the mutas away when we can trade them and we can shave off some mutas for probes? So we get 6 more probe kills. Carrier production has begun. We even have a greater... We don't even need it, but okay, greater Spires on the way. Why not? Just tech in every direction. Where's the Ultra Cabin? Meanwhile, no Viper yet. No spellcasters yet, but Nikic is maxed out. And how many Lunkers do we have? We have 13. 13 Lunkers are now out for Nikic. Moving out across the map, looking to hit and knock down that 3rd base. The army coming in from behind. Storm is done. Bear that in mind. The Lurkers are exposed. Yeah, Link's out of position. Storms will connect. But it looks like there's still too much Zerg. Yeah, the lifts, they run out. The mutas, they wreak havoc, and the mutas will actually be able to clean up. And they take down what little is left here of the army. There is one carrier, but we can focus it down as well. And the carrier will fall. Oof. And Nikic, he still maintains those Lurkers. Lost a lot of them. He can still push forward. Yeah, we're just waddling on forward. We're gaining ground and getting on top of the 4th base. And massive spine shots going off. And behind this, we have Corruptors. Corruptors are on the horizon. We can morph them into Broodlords if need be. Hydra's rallying out. Ooh, Overseer gets sniped. But Art just barely has an army. Barely has a standing army. Has 2 Immortals. Has 1 carrier. Has an Overcharge and a Dream. Overcharge is good, but it's Z-power. No, we can't even overcharge. GG gets called, and Nikic does take game number 1. GG. A wild game there out of Nikic, taking the first game, able to make use of those mutas to great effect. If you recall, I assumed that Art was going for an earlier push. I was like, oh, he's going to go for like an Archon charge timing. I just assumed that that was going to be the case. But instead, Art, he took a 4th base, he teched up towards Storm. Remember, he didn't really make use of that upgrade timing. He instead just was more defensive, was teching, was expanding. It did mean that Nikic was able to get away with the mutas. He was not punished for rushing into the Spire. The Spire was scouted, but the Spire was scouted quite late. It was quite a late scout there from the side of Art, and by the time he realized what was going on, it was too late. You know, Fiend's production was too delayed, and the mutas wreaked havoc. They dealt enough damage that Nikic was able to transition out of there, drone up to 80, and work towards Hive, Hydras, and Ducklings back. Had the freedom to take up. And with that, Nikic takes a lead, and now we're jumping into game numero 2. Let's go. Jumping into game 2. Jumping into that second game. Oh, the puns in the chat are real. It's too much. Too much. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione, we have our pink Polish Protoss, a player down to the series, but it's a best of 5. It's a best of 5. Plenty more games ahead of us. Plenty of opportunities to bounce back. We have the pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Art. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Zerg player from the land of Belarus, representing also the Platinum Heroes as they are teammates. It is Nikic. Here we go. Going to be embracing that second game. Nikic going to be able to take the expansion. Does check initially for a probe that would otherwise delay the expansion. There is no probe, so we'll be able to expand here safely on the low ground. Art's going for a later probe scout. And we're settling in. We're calming things down. We're settling in. And we'll see what direction our players do take us in. As a reminder, Art did open up Stargate into a 3rd base into +1 and charge. As a reminder, we didn't really do anything with that initial timing and with that initial kind of tech. So we'll see if Art does embrace charge once again, or going to blink, going to glaive adepts. Likewise, Nikic did rush into muta play, got away with it. And likewise, Alkione is not a bad map for mutas either. Now, personally, I'm not too fond of the idea of working towards mutas 2 games in a row in a series like this, in a best of 5 especially. So I'm not too fond of that, just because Art is going to be a lot more on notice. He's going to be a lot more aware to scout for something like that, and a lot more prepared to respond as well. So I'm hoping Nikic avoids the muta play, at least this time in game 2. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I said it before, like, this is not a bad map for mutas. Alkione is quite large, a lot of bases, a lot of space to maneuver around as well. We have seen mutas work out quite nicely on this map. So it's tempting. It is tempting. So, Abath in the chat. ¿Qué tal, cómo estás? Denim's chicken as well. Monsieur Sadsack. Oh. Senor Cock. ¿Qué tal? Ay, ay, ay. Some SEC to watch. Yeah, always, always. We've always got StarCup for you. Again, we're merely only halfway through the night. After we wrap up with Sparkling Tuna Cup, we will have World Team League as well. So plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. Till then, we're going to be calming things down. It's going to be another Stargate opener out of Art. Stargate into most likely Oracle. We'll see if he embraces something crazy like a Void Ray. There it is! Void Ray is on the way. Okay, so Art is mixing it up. Now, with a Void Ray opener, the goal is to hunt down these Overlords, is to keep the Zerg player in the dark, and to go for some hidden tech. Now, this hidden tech, it could just be something crazy like a Fleet Beacon into Tempest Rush. It could be a Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts. Or it could just be a 3rd base into a Forge +1 and Blink. It could be a standard follow-up, or it could be something different. The problem is, Nikic won't know. That's the problem. That's the scary thing about this. The downside for Art is that he's going to have less oracles to harass across the map. Means that he has less scouting, means he has less harassment potential, and he has less map control. So there's a bit of a give and take with the initial Void Ray. But following it up with an oracle, third base has been thrown down. And what I'm curious about is the follow-up tech. What's it going to be? That's what I want to know. As the Void Ray is looking for more Overlords, trying to keep Nikic in the dark, denying any kind of scouting. Oracle's moving out as well to scout ourselves, to make sure that Nikic isn't going for like a fast Roach Warren into like a Roach All-In or a Bane Bust. And it's going to be double Robo. Okay. Now this is wild. So again, this is one of the things, one of the options you have available to you once you open up Void Ray. Double Robo, I imagine, Mass Immortal. Meanwhile, that is a bit of an earlier Baneliness. So this Baneliness timing, it's at 4:30. It's a safety Baneliness timing. I believe this is to defend against Glaives. So if Art was going for Glaive at Eps, then Nikic will have Ling Bane to defend. And this is what you have to do as a Zerg player when you're in this kind of game state, is you have to play it safe, just because you don't know what's going on. So Nikic is not cutting corners. I mean, in a way he is. This is a greedier response than a Roach Warren, for example. Roach Warren is a little bit more committed. The Baneliness has been thrown down. Immortal production has begun. Immortal first into the Observer. Behind this, going for +1 and a Twilight Council. I imagine this is going to be for charge. And we're getting ready for a bit of a Soul Train-esque push with a lot of Immortals. Oh boy. As you can see here, double Immortal production has begun. And by the time we move out, we might have like 6 Immortals. Like that's going to be an insane Immortal army. Meanwhile, Oracle dips in, gets eyes on the lair timing. Lair is halfway done, so no crazy like tech rush. Not yet. Again, it's on Art to confirm whether or not this is going to be a Hydra Den or a Spire. It could be either one. Remember, we're skipping the Roach Warren, which means we're preserving gas, and we're going to have a lot of gas to work with for what comes next. And we have a bit of a tell that's +1 range. That tells us it's Hydras. It's going to be Ling Bane Hydra, not Muta this time, from Nikic. So Hydra's on the horizon. Meanwhile, the Immortals are amassing. We already have 2. We're about to have 4. Charge is on the way, and this time this should be a timing. This should be a very, very strong timing here with +1, charge, 6 Immortals, Prism as well to reinforce. And it's not going to be easy to defend against this with Ling Bane Hydra. Ling Bane Hydra is very fragile. There's a lot of DPS potential, but it's a very fragile army. The Banelings need to do well. Basically, the Banelings need to crash into the Zealots, and then the Ling Hydra can deal with everything else. But if the Zealots aren't cleaned up, if they're not dealt with by those Banelings, then things can turn south very quickly for the Zerg player. And Art can get out of control. Likewise, Nikic could try to tech up into a Lurker Den, into fast Lurkers, but if that was the case, we would have already seen it. We would have already seen an Infestation Bit and a Lurker Den, and we would have seen tech in that direction. So we're sticking with Ling Bane Hydra. More gases are being taken. Nikic is building up. Back at home. Archons are on the way as well. The upgrades are about to kick in. And here comes the move out. Do we have a War Prism yet? We do. War Prism's already out. And we should soon be moving. We should soon be pushing. So Art is expanding behind this. He moves out. He moves into the main army. He gets caught out. Oh my god. Nikic, he was already building up. He catches the Immortals. And we're going to bleed out 1 Immortal. 1 Immortal goes down. The Sentries as well. Art, he was caught with his pants down. Oh, Void Rays Immortals, they all fall. Yeah, massive pickoff. Art was not expecting the army to be waiting for him right outside his door. And just like that, momentum has been taken away here from Art. He was not ready. It was not ready for Nikic to be waiting for him here with a massive army. We shut down the 4th base. That's a kill, not a cancel. And Art is on the back foot. He's lost a little momentum. The base does fall. Again, that was 1 Immortal, 2 Archons. A lot of Zealots going down. Sentries as well. And Nikic is in control. At this point, Nikic, he's in the driver's seat. Banelings are on the way. Art trying to move out. But he gets caught, so Archon gets picked off. And Art just cannot contest against this, not anymore. Cannot fight, not against this army. Decent stasis trap, does catch a lot of lings. Another stasis gets baited out. We catch out the Archons. Yeah, the Archons are caught. GG gets called, and Nikic will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. I was a little bit surprised as well. I got a heart attack. I was because I was focusing on like, all right, he's building up. He's got his 6 immortals. We're gonna be pushing. We're gonna hit like a truck, and then he steps out and like there's just link bait waiting for it. Nikic, he was ready, more than ready, and just like that, Nikic takes a 2-0 lead, 1 game away from becoming our champion. Art, he needs to fight back here and now to have a chance at an ace smash, to have a chance to take this himself. The pressure is on. The pressure is on. And we are jumping into game 3. Going to be getting into game 3, and we are loading into Oceanborn as our game of choice, as a map of choice. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our pink Polish Protoss player. He's up against the wall right now. He needs to bring it back here now. The pressure is on. He needs your help. He needs your support in the chat. For the Platinum Heroes, it is Art. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player from land of Belarus representing the Platinum Heroes. They are teammates, and he is up 2-0, 1 more game, and he will be our champion this week. It is Nikic. Now, I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping that Art can make a series out of this. We know that he can. He does have it in him. There's a reason why he's here in the finals. And he has won Sparkling Tuna Cups in the past. But no more missteps, no more mistakes available here for Art. We have to bring it back. We have to bring it home. Let's go. Let us go. As the Probe Scout is dipping in, it's going to be a Hatch Gas Pool standard opener out of Nikic. It is going to be a standard opener. Probe being a bit of an annoyance. Disrupting some of the mining here in the main base. He's just being as annoying as possible. Art has gone for unique builds every game. Bear that in mind. We have not actually seen Art go and commit into a standard, like back and forth PvZ. What I'm referring to, we haven't seen like a Stargate open into Oracle, into a third base, into +1 and Blink. We just haven't seen that at all out of Art so far. So we could fall back on that, or we could see, once again, a unique build out of Art. We'll see. As a reminder, last game Art did open up Void Ray into double Robo, double Immortal production, but was unable to really get into full swing. Here we go. As we do have our Link Speed on the way, pulling out. Again, just say that opener Hatch Gas pull into Link Speed into a third base. Art will confirm, and the Lings are here to zone away that probe to make sure the third base is not delayed. Base now on the way. Meanwhile, behind this, do you have Art opening up Stargate. Once again, every game so far it's been a Stargate opener. And we'll see if we go for a Void Ray again, or if we embrace an Oracle. Based on the rally of the Stargate, it looks like an Oracle. Looks like an Oracle opener, just rallied across the map. We'll see if that's what we go for. And there it is. It is going to be the Oracle opener from Art. So far, so good. Oracle's going to be moving out to scout, to harass, of course. Likewise, Arch racing back home with the Adepts, getting in position to expand and to settle into 3 bases. Now, when it comes to Oceanborn, something that we should bring up, because it happens more often than not, is that Protoss players are vulnerable to all-ins. Nikic, or I should say Zerg players, have been known to go for German taxis or Queen walks across the map and commit to 3-base all-ins here on Oceanborn just because of how exposed the 3rd base is. And because Nikic is in a comfortable position in the series, I would not be surprised if he does turn up the aggression. So we'll keep an eye on Nikic in this game 3. Meanwhile, Spore not quite done. Queen's been out of position. 1 drone goes down. Quick reaction. We do morph in the spores. We save the drones. Only 1 worker kill. Good crisis management. Good crisis management here. Very nice crisis management out of Nikic. Does hold on. Does survive. Minimizes his losses. Behind this, Robo follow-up. Interesting. Okay. It's going to be a Robo here out of Arch. Now, this could just be a very tech-heavy style. It's a little bit out of fashion, but okay, we go. Twilight Council and a Forge as well. Should be for +1 and Blink. This initial Robo, we could end up trying to work towards Colossus production, and we could just try to turtle up on 3 bases, take a 4th, and just take a slower approach. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on Art. As the Overlord does confirm the scout, does get eyes on the Forge and the Twilight Council, Nikic is aware of the more standard follow-up. Additional gateways are being thrown down. And I'm curious if we embrace +1 and Blink or +1 and Charge. Meanwhile, once again, Bailey Nest has been thrown down from Nikic. This could be for Lingbane Hydra, could be for Lingbane Muta. Both are viable, both are available here for Nikic. We'll see what all this gas is going to be spent on. Oracle's rotating around. And we confirm that it is in fact going to be Charge, and we're going into a very fast Templar Archive. So, just like game number 1, I'm going to say that this should be like a strong timing with Charge +1 and Archons. We should be moving out with all this finishing up. But that didn't really happen in game 1, if you recall. That's not really what did transpire. So, we'll see if Art is aggressive or he just works towards a 4th base. Keep an eye on Art. As the Prism is out, and we do have our Archon drop. Temple Archives has finished up just in time, so it's going to be a bit of a delayed Archon drop out of Art. Creator used to do this. Creator used to embrace this build last year, and I'm sure other Protoss players as well. Going for a delayed Archon drop. And then building up towards that +1 in Charge. Stasis trap into the main, only getting 1 drone. Archons drop towards the 3rd. Not too bad. Drones are going down. We get 3 drone kills so far. Not bad. And we confirm it is going to be Lingbane Hydra out of Nikic. Not Mutas. Going to be the Hydras instead. The Archons are trading well. Nice juggling. We do pull away. And that is going to be how many? 21 Lings. Oh my god. 21 Lings go down. The drones, they come back too soon. Yeah, the drones, they do come back too soon. The Archons, they get more volleys off. 7 drones go down. Very nice damage. A very nice start for Art. It does pop off. Behind this, we're looking to expand, take a 4th base. Storm is on the way. This is looking very similar to game 1. Outside of the fact that Art is able to actually get the drop off. So a much stronger start here from our Protoss player. And Nikic just stuck redroning. Just droning up as hard as he can. Bracing the Lingbane Hydra. Stage trap going to be going up, and Nikic, does he respond? Up! Oh, he does. Does pull... No! Does pull away in time, thankfully. 1 drone gets caught. Likewise, stasis towards the natural, catching 2 workers. Not too bad. Just 2 workers getting caught out. Nikic does defend. We've drawn up to 4 base saturation, 73 workers, and not bad. And really my eyes are open for further tech. There it is, Infestation Pit. This is going to be for Hive Tech. For Hive Tech, eventually for Lurkers. Lurkers are on the horizon. Until then, we're just working with Lingbane Hydra. Meanwhile, Art back at home is just chilling and turtling up and getting to 4 bases. Now, Storm is completed, so we do have quite an army here. This isn't really an army that can move out. It's very tech-heavy, yes, but there's not really much of a buffer. We're lacking Zealots, we're lacking support. As we just have high-tech units. The observer does spot the army. Art is reinforcing, more cannons, more shield batteries. Art, he's setting up very defensively here with a line of cannons, shield batteries, stasis traps, storm. Art says, come at me. And Nick is just like, no, hey, I'm good. I'ma just back off, I'ma just retreat, and I'ma just get into lunkers. You can have your 4 bases. I'll just take. Okay. So Nikish is working towards lurker tech, respecting this position, doesn't try to overextend, doesn't try to break this. It's not going to work. Like, pushing into this is what Art wants. Art wants a Zerg player to try to hammer down this location. More stasis traps on the way. And Nikish instead should be droning. We're expanding. I wouldn't be opposed to double expanding even. Double expand, drone up to 80 plus workers. And Art, with his defensive position, we have fleet beacons and stargates. We're getting ready for Sky Toss. We could be in for a long one. Could be in for a long one here. Baileys do take down the Zealots. Storms are being forced out. The Ling Bane does crash in, even catching an Archon. 2 Archons. And Nikish does not lose a single Hydra, just the Ling Bane. So nice trade there from Nikish. Meanwhile, Art has to back up. And we're just taking. We're going to be here for a while. We're calming things down. We're taking up. Art is ready for a Zealot counterattack on the right-hand side. He is getting ready for that drop. And the run-by as well. At the same time, Art posturing with his main army. Carrier production has begun. And Nikish is unaware. Nikish does not know that carriers are on the way. If he did, we'd see a Spire. We'd be getting ready for at least Spire tech, for Vipers. I mean, Hydra Lurker Viper can hold its own against a low amount of carriers, but over time, we do need to transition. We do need to respect the Sky Toss. Until then, Prism is wandering into the main. Zealot run by as well. Main army's pushing out. Art's going for a tri-pronged attack. Prism does get in. The Zealots are going to be shut down, but the Prism does unload, going for a big warp into the main base. Spawning pool is exposed. We're going for the mineral line. We're going for the spine coolers. The main army does back off. So this won't get much done. What I'm getting at is, what was supposed to be, you know, a multi-pronged aggression, we're going to be able to shut it down. We can focus on the harassment. We will get some drones at the 4th, though. Uh-oh. Did I say some? That's going to be 7 drone kills. Even more here at the 3rd base as well. Nikish! A little bit late to respond. Oh my god, as this one Zealot gets so many worker kills. It's got 7 kills. That's 7 kill Zealots. Aye. Prism's still alive as well. Very nicely done. And Art, he gets economic damage, he distracts his opponent, and he gives himself some breathing room, enough time to get into the Sky Toss. The carriers, they're about to finish. I mean, we already have 3. We're about to have 6. We are about to have those 6 carriers. Meanwhile, Nikish throwing down Double Spire is now aware that enough time has progressed. We do need to get ready here for Sky Toss. Spires are on the way. Taking another expansion, taking another base. Art is already maxed out. And currently, I do favor Art here with this kind of army. Looking at the army sizes, we have 12 Lurkers, 0 Hydras, 6 Hydras now. But barely any anti-air. Yeah, the carriers are revealed. We do catch 2 Archons, not bad. Ooh, but we're bleeding out Hydras. And Nikish just barely has an anti-air army. And the base is going to be shut down. That's a kill, not a cancel. Zealots into the main base, and Nikish, he's being pulled apart. Zealots on the left, Zealots in the main, and the main army pushing towards the 4th. And where's the anti-air? There is none. There's Spores. Spore Crows, all we have. We have 20 Corruptors on the way, but we need time. Corruptors on the horizon. We get 18 drone kills. Oh my god, we wreak havoc in the main base. 20 worker kills. Lurkers are doing what they can. They do take down some of those Immortals. Oh my god, the spine shots are insane. The ground army does crumble. And now it's all about the carriers. Can we clean them up? We can, just barely. We get the carriers, we do not get the mothership. But that was 4 carriers going down. But what about the economy? Yeah, what about the economy here? We deal with the main army, but the Zealots are the real MVPs. The Zealots, they kill a base, they kill 32 drones. The Zelts do more than what the Skytils did. I mean, thanks to the Skytils, they were a big distraction. Carriers did distract. And now Art's getting into Void Rays, the answer to the Corruptor. Before that happens, the Corruptors, they do caustic spray down their base. Oh, it's going to be close. No detection. Yeah, no detection. We save the base with the cloak. Prism goes down. Art holds. Art has a massive economic lead. Art is going to be the first to remax. And Nikic, even though he survived, again, his economy is in shambles. His economy is non-existent. He's down to 61 drones. Barely an economy. And Nikic is in a lot of trouble. Art has reached his final form. The Sky Toss. The late game. Art is finally here. Does force a cancel. That's a kill, not a cancel. 300 minerals down the drain. Hatchery goes down. Art pushing on the right-hand side. Lurkers are amassing in a moment of desperation. Remember, no Vipers, no Spellcasters for Nikic. As we see Zealots, they do rally into the main army, not ideal. Not ideal. We only have the one carrier as well. Art is pushing in. Oh! Well, the ship barely does escape. At the same time, Zealots hit the mineral line once again. 10 more drones! We barely have an economy to begin with. We can't afford these losses. 11, 12 drones, 13 drones going down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, brutal loss of the economy here as Zealots, they wreak havoc towards the left-hand side as well. And we're just pulling Nikic apart. He just cannot keep up. He doesn't have the supply to keep up. Doesn't have the army to spread between these bases. And Art is looking to snowball out of control. I mean, he already has at this point. He already has. As he's going to be rallying here on the right-hand side. Pushing towards that fresh mining base. I mean, it's one of the only mining bases here of Nikic. And we're going for a base trade. That's the only chance. DTs are getting across the map. That does distract Nikic. Uh-oh. He doesn't want DTs in the mix on the base trade. He's racing back home. And Art, he breaks through the fourth base. He's going for the third as well. Lurkers are getting in position. But they're getting caught out as well. We're going for the power bomb. We go for the dive. The power bomb is going to do a lot of damage, but the Archons, they wreak havoc. The Archons, they shut down the Corruptors. The Corruptors fall, and so does the rest of the Zerg army. 0 Corruptors left, and GG gets called. Art will take it. Game number 3, fighting back. GG, well played. He does fight back. He does put a point on the board, and we have a series. That's all we wanted, Pappy. We have a series. We have a back and forth. This will not be a 3-0 in either direction. We will have a little bit more to it. We're going to have at least a game 4. Let's go. And now that Art has some momentum, now that Art has a bit more going for him, can we bring it to the ace match? Can we bring it all the way to game 5? Oh boy. That is the question. Let us go. As Art, he does fight back here. We're getting ready for game number 4. Our players are asking for a moment. Understandable. It's a very, very intense situation here. Very tense game. So our players are asking for a minute, for a bit of a break, to take a breather. We'll do the same. Take this moment. Get some water. Get some snacks. Again, the finals is still not over. The finals will continue right after this very short break. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that break, as we are still mid-series in the grand finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup number 59. And we have a back and forth. That's all that matters, Papi. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Side Delta, we have the pink Polish Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. Fighting back, putting a point on the board. It is Art. The pressure is still on, and can he force the ace match? As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from Lena, Belarus, representing the Platinum Heroes. 1 game away, still 1 game away from becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. It is Nikic. Here we go. Whew. Oh boy. We're calming down, we're settling in. And would you have Nikic going for a hatch gas full send the opener out of Nikic? Likewise, Art going for the gate expand as well. Again, Art has a little bit more momentum on his side. But can he bring it home? As the probe is moving out across the map, getting some scouting information, getting a read on what Nikic is up to. Once again, we do see Art just being as annoying as possible. He'll be trying to force some inefficient mining, but will be forced out of the main base. Or at least out of the mineral line. Coming in once again. As we do calm things down. Yeah, we're loading into Side Delta. Side Delta is pretty wide open. It's very wide open here in the center of the map. A lot of attack paths. It can be quite difficult to commit to a push as a Protoss player without getting surrounded. Likewise, because of that, we do often see more defensive Protoss play and more longer games as well. So the goal for Art might once again be just embracing a more standard setup to turtle up and get into 3-4 bases and work towards Sky Toss. That might be the name of the game for Art. We'll see. We shall see. I mean, it wasn't just that for Art. Art, he was so successful with his multi-prong harassment. If you remember, it was the Zealot run-bys. The Zealot run-bys and the Zealot counterattacks from Art in the last game is what carried him in that game. He killed so many workers. He killed bases, drones, left and right. And because of that, Nikic never maxed out. Our Zerg player here, he never maxed out in the last game. He was never able to actually build up a large enough army to contest against Art because of all that economic damage. So despite, you know, the death bull of an army that Art was rolling with and who was, you know, able to really throw his weight around, the reality is that it was the harassment which really did carry him in that last game. And that's something that we're going to be keeping our eye out for as well here in Game 4. We'll keep our eye out. Until then, Art does shade the hell out of there. Does race back home and is setting up for an expansion. It is going to be a Stargate opener, Oracle first from Art into our Nexus at the 3rd base location. So everything looking as it should so far from the side of Art. Going Oracle first. As the Oracle moves out, Lings are moving in, but Adepts are in position. At least one Adept. Ooh, and it's going to be close. Can we get on top of the probe? Oh! Yeah, the probe is exposed, and a nice control. The probe is going to be mineral walking past the Adept. Oh! Yeah, it does barely walk past, and we do expand. Yeah, the expansion has been thrown down. A very nice control out of Arts. At the same time, Oracle across the map is denied. Queens are in position, and the Oracle does pull away. But again, slick moves out of Art, saves the worker, throws down the base, and once again, we have a Robo follow-up. It should be Robo into a Twilight Council and a Forge. See if that's the case. If so, could once again be another Archon drop. Could just be the go-to for Art. So Oracle has to back the hell up. There's that Twilight Council. No Forge though. Interesting. Okay, yeah, we're going for extra gateways. A very delayed Forge here from Art. A very different build. At the same time, Lings, they do hit the 3rd. Trying to force a cancel, but alas, unable to. Adepts are in position. Now, this looks interesting to me. The Robo throws me off. If it wasn't for the Robo, I would assume this was Glaive Adepts. Without the Robo, I'm curious where this takes us. Specifically, the upgrade of choice. Prism's on the way. Lings, they do break in. Oh, they barely do. Yeah, Adepts a little bit too late. They dive into the main. Lings will be wreaking havoc. They get a full scout. Lings, they get eyes on the Twilight Council, on the Temple Archives as well. Nikic is aware, even getting some probe kills. Yeah, 2 or 3 probes going down. Now, this is interesting. So once again, it's going to be an initial, what looks to be an Archon drop. Charged on the way behind this, but without a Forge, this feels like a lot more committed. This feels a lot more like an all-in. As we get 6 probe kills. Ay. Nikic wreaking havoc, getting another probe. Barely does. 7, now 8 probe kills. Oh my god. So many workers go down. Behind this, Nikic did throw down a Roach Warden. For the first time this series, it is not Ling Bane, it is Roach. Roaches are amassing, getting ready for the counterattack. Likewise, Art's getting ready for his own push. Immortals are amassing, Archons are on the way. Now we're going for a very late Forge here for Art. Upgrades are going to be delayed. But that also tells us that Art is trying to get into a longer game. That he intends to make use of those upgrades and make use of that Forge. Back across the map, Roaches are amassing. Adepts threatening a Shade. Two threaten the Shade, and it looks like Nikic's going to be able to keep up. It's also very possible that upon scatting the Roaches, that triggered Art to throw down the Forge, just because Nikic is being that much more defensive. So trying to break the Zerg player isn't really going to work out. So if we were planning for a timing, we kind of deviate away. Oof. The Oracle does fall. Oracle goes down. Archon drop into the main. Roaches are in position, going to be able to deflect these initial Archons. Which does defend. And so far so good, he's keeping up with the Archon drop at the same time. Oh, we do defend the 3rd base. And that Roach count is getting higher and higher. We're building up a very large Roach force. And Art happens to be pushing in. Uh-oh. This I'm not too fond of. 1 Archon goes down. A bit of miscontrol there out of Art. And we have to recall. The army has to get the hell out of here. Sentry goes down. And we're getting ready for a move out. We're getting ready for a push. Nikic, he has stopped droning. He's cut workers here at 67. That is just under 3 base saturation, or just about 3 base saturation, and we're pushing. We're going for 1 massive move out. How many Roaches do we have? 28. 28 Roaches, 7 Ravagers. Lings are on the way as well. Oracle gets some worker kills, but back at home we need to prepare. So far, soon to be 3 shield batteries, 1 cannon, gonna have an overcharge as well. But the army is looking so bare bones. We need warpins, we need an army, we need gateway units. We're focusing across the map, we're going for the drop. But here comes Nikic, looking to knock down this 3rd base. Stasis is denied. Oh, and we have just so much Roach Ravager. Overcharge as well, we shut down both Archons. And the Archons, they go down one after the other. Nikic pushing in. Is a breaking through. Yeah, cannon's going to be going down. Shield battery overcharge runs out as well. And Art just barely has anything left. I mean, we have Archons, sure, but the Bailey's, they crash in. Oh my god. They crash into the middle line. Reinforcements have arrived as well. Immortals are good, but on their own, can they hold against this? They cannot. 2 Immortals left. And it looks like we have broken this 3rd. The juggling is good, but GG gets called, and Nikic will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Nikic, as he will claim the series, again taking a different approach once he realized the tech that of course was being researched. The Archons, the Immortals, the Chargelots as well. We this time embraced the Roaches, and we were able to defend quite well. We barely lost any drones. We shut down the initial aggression and built up towards a massive counterattack. And unfortunately, Art just did not have enough, did not have what it takes to defend against that. He had a lot of Archons and Immortals, true, but he had no buffer. He had nothing to support his army to kind of protect those Immortals and Archons. No Chargelots, or very few Zealots, very few Stalkers, very few Sentries, very few Force Fields. And with that, GG. Don't forget to join the Matcherino. And with that, we have our champion. We also have our runner-up as well. As a reminder, top 2 do get paid out in this tournament. And if you want to help support these 2 players, Art and Nikic, then you can do so via Matcherino. !Matcherino in the chat, and you'll get a link to the Matcherino page. That is, of course, where we pay out the players. You can also help boost the prize pool yourself if you wish. Likewise, if you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings and help support Sparkling Tuna Cup, you can do so via Patreon. Our Patreon is set up to fund the event, to fund our weekly tournaments, and to grow our weekly tournaments as well. If you would like to help with that, you can do so via Patreon. Again, it's a way to boost the prize pool and to pay out more players. Right now, we only pay out top 2. If we get enough support via Patreon, we can pay out top 4. So we can get there. We can get there. So we do appreciate all the support that we currently get via Patreon. Thank you so much to our patrons. Thank you. Thanks to you, we're able to host this event as often as we do, as a weekly. Likewise, it also helps support Master Swan Open and Sea Duckling Open as well. Thank you so much. All done via Patreon. And yeah, with that, congratulations to Nikic, as is this his first time winning Sparkling Tuna Cup? I could be mistaken. Let me just double check here. Checking the history of Sparkling Tuna Cup, the history of our tournament. Quickly double checking here as shout out a shout out, thank you so much to Fact Veggs. Thank you so much for a donation in the chat. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much for $55.55. Oh my god, that is not a small amount. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much. It's thanks to the support that we get in the chat that we're able to cast as much as we do and cast as often as we do. We cast on a daily basis here on the CranKy Ducklings, and again, we are not done. But I'm just quickly checking to see if Nikic has won one of these before, and fun fact, I believe he has not. Nikic, yeah, he's got a bunch of second places, and I have confirmation, this is his first win. Congratulations, Nikic. He's got a lot of second places. He's always been the bridesmaid until now. Finally, the bride. Mary, well, I don't know where I was going with that. But congratulations to Nikic winning his first Sparkling Tuna Cup, his first championship, and it was not an easy event either. Able to bring down the chaotic players like Eon, able to bring down the newcomer in Future. Future did play for the first time this week, and of course Arch in the grand finals as well. Congratulations. And with that, we're merely halfway done. We're halfway through the broadcast because we have World Team League. WTL World Team League has already begun. It actually began during the finals. What I meant to say, did begin during the finals, and because of that, we are going to be jumping in mid-series. We are going to try to catch up with what has been going on with WTL. We do need some time, though. I need some time to set up the overlays, set up all the, to even post that we're going live. I do need a moment to get everything ready. So I do apologize, but do need a couple of minutes here to prepare. And once we're ready, we'll be jumping in to WTL. It's going to be Offside Esports versus Berserker Esports. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes for our second broadcast. Otherwise, if you enjoyed the content, follow us. We're live on a daily basis. Tomorrow, we're going to be live with ESL Asia. Day after that is going to be ESL Americas. Day after that is going to be Kung Fu Cup. Day after that, World Team League. Like we got a lot of content. Daily StarCraft here on the CranKy Ducklings. We have content on YouTube as well. Exclamation mark YouTube in the chat. If you want a link to the YouTube channel, where we also stream and we also post all of our VODs. So if you can't watch something live, if you want to tune in, check out the VODs on YouTube or on Twitch. VODs are also available on Twitch. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, World Team League. It's coming up next. It's going to be... Who's going to be playing out? It's going to be Offside Esports versus Berserker and Shopify Rebellion versus Weibo Gaming. Oof, big matches. See you soon.
也许他们不被理解，任性、固执，甚至疯狂。
就是我。
以及爆笑的节奏和评论。关注 SC Boy 官方公众号，365天每天更新，让你与20万猛男一起更便捷地享受我和黄哥给大家带来的快乐。不要告诉别人哟。
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another edition, another week of World Team League WTL 2024 Summer Contest Round 10, day number 3. I'm, of course, Live VIP, and we just wrapped up with Sparkling Tuna Cup, but we are halfway through the night. We wrapped up our first broadcast. Now we're here. We're live with our second broadcast as well. We're here with Offside Esports versus Berserker Esports. Let's go. It's going to be Berserker versus Offside. As a reminder, we have 2 best of 7s tonight. We have this best of 7 followed by Shopify versus... who exactly is going to be Shopify versus Weibo? Oh boy. Shopify versus Weibo Gaming is going to be later on in the evening, but we have our lineups. We have our 6 players. Hero Marine versus Battle B in a TVT. Euthermal versus Gung Fu Banda in a Terran versus Protoss. And Firefly versus DNS in a PvP to end the series. Oh boy. The way this works, it's a best of 7 constructed by best of 2s. Best of 2 is going to be constructing this overall best of 7. If we get a 3-3 tied up score at the end of it, then we can have a best of 1 ace match to determine who will take the series and who will cut into the Golden Aura up first here. As a reminder, this event did occur during the finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup, so we're playing catch up. We're basically behind like half an hour. We're like half an hour behind, but we will be catching up, don't you worry. Don't you worry. As I will be speeding through the breaks, and speeding through downtime whenever there is some, as we can just focus on our matches and focus on our TVT. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have Battle B for Berserker Esports. And in the bottom right, we have Gabe for Offside Mouse. Offside Esports. But a shout out to our lovely sponsors for WTL. Shout out to Biu, Doyu, Autofool, and SC Boy. Big shout out to our sponsors. So now we are going to be settling into our Terran versus Terran. No Zerg players for this best of 7 initially. Again, it's Euthermal, Hero Marine, and Firefly up against DNS, Gung Fu Banda, and Battle B. So no Zerg players getting involved here, but we will have some Zerg representation in the next best of 7. Don't you worry. In the next series. So plenty to come around. So now we're going to be opening up. It is going to be a double gas opener out of Battle B. You can see there on the map. Meanwhile, it's going to be a Rax Expand out of Hero Marine. As Hero Marine is going for a single gas opener. So basically, Gabe is going more economically. Going to be going for a more economic opener. Meanwhile, Battle B is opening up more aggressively with a faster factory. Oh boy. So we do have a divergence in the builds. And we'll see if Battle B can take it to Hero Marine. Again, Hero Marine, Big Gabe, he is one of the best Terrans in Europe. He is top 3, if not top 2 Terran in Europa. Battle B is still rising through the ranks, more in the middle of the pack amongst the European Terran players. And we'll see if he can take it to his countrymen. To his idol, if you will. As of for now, we are going for that CC on location. We did mention that, again, Hero Marine is going for a faster expansion. Battle B should not be going for a 1-base all-in. I mean, technically, there are 1-base all-in builds, but this is just going to be a later expansion out of Battle B. You can see there, CC is now on the way for the Red Terran player. For those that are curious how this works, maybe if you're tuning in for the first time, we are casting from a clean feed. Sometimes the clean feed is a little bit dirty, but for the most part, we're casting from a feed provided by the organizers of the event, so I'm not in the game and I'm not observing. We're not observing. Shout out to Moku. Moku is the observer. He's a Chinese Zerg player, so he's going to be observing for us. And likewise, SC Boy are handling the production. They handle the assets, the overlays, the intro to WTL, which we do appreciate. It's an amazing intro. Type back. Yeah, they bring it all together. And they provide us the feed. As for now, we do see Battle B getting with that faster factory, going for initially Hellions, followed by Cyclone. Do have our Starport on the way. Bearing in mind that the Starport is faster for Battle B. I mean, everything, all the tech is slightly faster for the Red Terran player. Is going for the medevac, going for some drop play. So Battle B is going to be embracing drop play. Meanwhile, here Marine is going to be the defender initially. Getting into a Cyclone production. Cyclone is going to be ideal here to deal with any early game aggression. Very safe play out of Gabe. And we'll see what Battle B is able to accomplish with this move out. See what he can accomplish with this push. As there we go, you can see on the mini map that the medevac is moving out across the map. It's a bit of everything. We have 2 Reapers, a Hellion, and a Cyclone. We have potential to get some worker damage, to get some SCV kills, maybe even catch some stray units. Do have that potential. As a drop does come in, here Marine in position does deflect. So here Marine does deflect the initial move out from Battle B. Battle B following this up with some Ravens. Okay, Raven production has begun. Interference Matrix as well. Here Marine getting into his own slightly later Raven production. As Battle B does rotate towards the natural base, picks off some Marines. Oh, we get the lock on, and the medevac takes a lot of damage. Oh my god. Medevac takes a lot of hits. Battle B will barely escape, but just barely. Medevac a couple shots from going down, and here Marine is on the hunt. He's trying to hunt it down, looking for it. Even going for his own drop on the right-hand side. Meanwhile, behind this, 3rd CCs are on the way for both players. Slightly faster for here Marine. Faster by a couple of seconds. As Gabe is going for his own counter drop, Reaper slips into the main, delays the 3rd CC. Does delay the base. Drop coming in. Can he get the medevac? He will not. As Gabe is deflected. Battle B is holding his own. Did have some early aggression, but for the most part, we just deflected each other. No major losses. Not yet. No major losses. Here Marine still has a slight worker lead. Again, he had a faster expansion, had a more economic opener, and has maintained that economy so far. Cyclone dips in, and we do delay that expansion. SCV goes down. Nice juggling so far. Ooh, 1 Cyclone falls, though. Good pick off. Battle B does snipe the Cyclone, but his base was delayed. That's what Here Marine was hoping for. So he's going to have to back off. Is playing with fire here with that Cyclone. It's so low, so close to going down. Oh my god. So he barely got the hell out of there. Gabe does pull away. Back at home, has been building up his own tank Raven count. Thankfully, neither player embracing mech. Both players are working towards stim at +1. Upgrades are quite a bit faster for Gabe. 1-1 is well underway, and 1-1 just began for Battle B. Bear that in mind. Gabe is not just ahead in the economy, but ahead in the upgrades. This is a little bit concerning. Gabe, he's basically like slightly ahead in almost every aspect. Not like major leads, but slightly. And it all does add up. There's, I would say, still pressure on Battle B to make some moves happen. To catch out the army, to get into a mineral line, get some SCV kills. We'll see if he can. Battle B is being active. So 2 main out over towards the 3rd base. Battle B was slightly faster to expand and take his own 3rd. Was able to get it on location that much more faster. Battle B being active, catching a Marine. Meanwhile, here Marine, he wants that army. Doesn't quite find it. There we go. But doesn't quite catch it, I should say. He's hoping to hunt it down. From here, we do move out. And pushing into tank lines is not the easiest thing to do, but with the help of the Ravens, we can disable those tanks. We can break through this defensive line. 3 tanks are spread out for Battle B. And Gabe, he's looking for a way in. But now he just has control of the map. Skirting around, moving out with his tanks as well. Cyclones are spotted. Gabe will shut them down. The Battle B is at least aware of the position of the main army. So Battle B should be rotating, should be keeping up. Sensor tower is done. Gabe does not turn around. He does not turn back. Yeah, the tanks have repositioned. Battlebee, he holds. Does hold on. He's got 4 tanks ready. Here Marine wants none of it. Does respect it. 4th CC on the way for both players. We have a game. We're embracing a TBT, Pappy. Let's go. Gabe will pull away. Both players are taking their 4th bases. Both players are posturing, but we haven't seen a big commitment yet. No one has gone for a dive. Here Marine rotating towards the left-hand side. The tanks have not been able to keep up with this. Uh-oh. Only 1 tank. Only 1 tank's in position. The other 4 are still at the 3rd. Some of them do on siege to get a disable on one of those tanks. We get 1 disable. We go for the anti-armor missile as well. Another disable. And Gabe, can he barely break through? And with the help of the older tarts, he barely does trade. The Marines, they go down. They trade with each other. Gabe takes down one of the tanks. Does take down the tank, backs the hell off, and will retreat. So basically, both players, they traded their Marines, and Gabe got 1 tank kill. We'll have to back off. Battlebee going for his own counterattack. Again, it was a very tense moment where Battlebee wasn't quite ready with his tanks, but was able to go for the counter disables and get ready in time. We can see here Marine reinforcing, looking to push in once again. Pushing into tank range, and can he break through? Looks like he can get on top of these tanks. But at the same time, going to be leading out some of his own. He gets 2 tanks, he loses 1. He does maintain this position. Here Marine taking the slightly better trade. And so quick to unsiege, so quick to push forward. Yeah, takes down another straight tank. Tank goes down on the right-hand side. The 3rd base is exposed. Boys are being pulled. Auto targets are thrown down to help buffer for these tanks. And here with these reinforcements, he's getting on top of the main army. He's breaking through. 2-2 finishing up just in the middle of this fight as well. And Gabe, he barely holds his own. Takes down the Marines, takes down the tanks. Again, those 2-2 upgrades are kicking in. And they're just not ready for Battlebee. This timing was brutal. And here Marine looks like he has broken Battlebee. Yeah, the Red Terran player hasn't broken. We're getting on top of the base. We're getting on top of the CC. It was close, though. It was a very close engagement, very close fight. Battlebee almost held. But very quickly, things escalated out of control. That's a kill on the CC. 23 SCVs as well. 23 workers go down. Gabe pushing forward, gaining ground. Doesn't have any Ravens can disable. Hasn't so much, and now Battlebee, he's up against the wall. And pushing on forward, Order Target's going to be thrown down, but we just have an overwhelming force of Terran. GG gets called, and here Marine will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Gabe will take a lead. What I will say, though, about that game is that it was pretty back and forth. Like, it was pretty close and pretty neck and neck for a while there. Gabe was just able to find one opening where he did just force himself through up the ramp in towards the 3rd base. Unfortunately, Battlebee was unable to prepare in time, was unable to reposition his tanks and protect his 3rd base. There was a bit of a vulnerability there, and Gabe, he abused that vulnerability as quickly as possible. He was so quick to do that, so quick to punish Battlebee. And with that, Gabe does take a lead. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. We're going to be loading into Oceanborn. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have Gabe for Offside Esports. And in the top left, we have Battlebee for Berserker. Are going to be getting into game 2. And again, I hope Battlebee isn't too upset about that previous game. He was able to hold his own for a long time there. Was able to keep up with Gabe. Mentioned before, there were slight advantages that Gabe had, true. That eventually did snowball into the win, but I want to believe that Battlebee can fight back. Do want to believe. As once again, we see Gabe opening up with a Rax Expand. Oh, no, my apologies. I spoke too soon. Double gas. Okay. So, last game, if you remember, Battlebee opened up double gas into a faster factory, into a faster drop across the map. And he's opening up double gas for a second time. And this time, so is Gabe. Gabe is not going for a more economic opener. Second gas is on the way. So, both players are mirroring each other. And both players, as a result, will be able to get into their starport at around the same time as well. And get into their drop play. But we have options. I mean, we could open up Reactored Reaper Hellion. We could open up Double Cyclone Drop. We have options with how we want to approach this. So we'll keep an eye on both Gabe and Battlebee. We'll see where they take us. Where will they take us? As factories have been thrown down, we have our initial Reaper opener. No one went Reactor first. Additional Reapers are on the way. Now, neither player should really move out with this first Reaper, just because you are vulnerable to being caught if your opponent did open up 2 racks, for example. 2 racks Reaper, I mean. So you can see we're checking for proxy locations and we back off. Like, it's just not safe to move out with the first Reaper. You have to wait for those reinforcements. You have to hold on. Behind this, we're getting to our Cyclone production. Interesting that Hero Marine's going for the Cyclone and going for a slightly later starport. Meanwhile, Battlebee going for Hellion and a slightly faster starport instead. So we do have a deviation here. Hero Marine embracing the Cyclone. Meanwhile, Battlebee going for the Hellion first. Delayed Cyclone production. And we'll see how these move-outs do clash. As Medevac should soon be on the way. And drop play as well. There it is, we have our Medevac for Battlebee. Medevac for Hero Marine. Now, things can get a little bit awkward if the Medevacs miss each other. Like, things can get real weird if, if like, Battlebee moves towards the south, and Hero Marine moves towards the north, and then they miss each other, and then they drop into the mineral lines, and then workers start going, and then chaos. Chaos ensues. So we'll see. We'll see if they can keep up. If they even run into each other as well. As here we go. Battlebee is going for his drop. Likewise, so is Gabe. They both head in similar directions, which means that we'll see who reacts in time, who will drop their Cyclones and respond. We boost in, we drop. Battlebee is a little bit faster there on the draw, but the double Cyclone does overwhelm the ground army. Yeah, Gabe takes the better trade, maintains his army, takes some hits on the Medevac. Medevac will escape, trading the Cyclones 1-to-1. And we'll still have 1 Cyclone left. Gabe will chase Battlebee down. And Gabe has momentum, going to be rallying across the map with the Reapers. Hot pickup. Gabe does back off. Tracking Battlebee out into the open. Reapers likewise, they dip in. But the last Battlebee is not too far away. We'll be able to respond. Going for SCV kills, we're going to get 1 SCV. Oh, not even. Medevac's in position, we do repair. Hero Marine gets no damage, he gets a full scout. It does confirm the 1-1-1, does confirm the upgrades, of course, as both players are working towards Ravens and Disables. And both players throw down their 3rd CCs. Ooh, okay, so a bit of a tense early game, but after all said and done, Gabe does slightly trade better, but we have similar economies. Don't really lose any workers, both players are expanding, and both players are working towards the mid game. We're calming things down, getting into a 3-base setup. Let's go. Alright, gonna be settling in. From here, we can just build up towards our additional Raxes. Raxes are on the way. NG base as well for those upgrades. Battlebee has a slight lead when it comes to those upgrades, as the EVAs are already almost halfway done. There's something to bear in mind. We did take note that Marine with his +2 timing the last game was able to just snowball into a win. But I mean, even without that upgrade, he was still breaking through nonetheless. But it is something to bear in mind. Both players embracing Biotank. Thankfully, no one's like going for a mech. No one is going into a 2-base all-in. We're just settling into a more back and forth mid-game here into 3-base economy. We're getting to our 3 bases. Here, Marine going for the drop into the main. Gets an SCV. Gets an SCV, getting a second SCV as well. Not bad. Disrupting the production. This drop is getting a bit out of hand here. 3 workers, and we delay 2 of those Raxes. At the same time, Gabe is pushing towards the 3rd base, but Battlebee's in position. We got 4 worker kills in total. The tanks are pre-sieged. And Gabe, up! Ooh, he does take a tank shot to the face. Drop from behind. Try to distract the tanks, and we go for the disables. Yeah, Battlebee is getting caught out, but the Mass Marine is going to be able to get on top of Gabe. The tanks are going down, and Battlebee will hold. He's going to clean up every single tank. The counter disables in favor of the Red Terran. And Gabe has to get the hell out of here. He's in trouble. He lost a lot of tanks. Gabe, he lost all of his tanks. Is racing back. At the same time, we do have here Marine going for a drop, trying to find some counter damage here. Going for the mineral line. Does it get 2 SCVs? That's okay. Gabe getting whatever value he can get. Does have a worker lead. But Battlebee has a massive supply lead as he's going for a triple drop towards the main base. Vikings are in position, so Battlebee has to be careful. Calm down. Battlebee does have to calm down for a moment here. As Gabe is settling in. So again, even though Gabe is down in the army supply, he's able to at least hold on to his 3 bases. He's hunkering down, he's turtling up essentially. Battlebee has map control, but hasn't been able to achieve too much with it. Not yet. Oh, we have a stuck tank. Oh, okay. No! Step tank, what are you doing? He's stuck, ba. He's stuck. Battlebee, you're gonna have to break him out. As both players being active with their drops. There we go. Battlebee does break his tank free. Does let him out. We can see Gabe throwing down 2 more starports, so it's going to be about the Battle of the Skies soon. Initially, it's all about buying tank and TVT, but then it quickly turns into Viking versus Viking and a battle for the skies. A battle for air control. Gabe, he does stim on forward, collapsing on top of the army, does overwhelm Battlebee. Aye. And Marines go down, Battlebee has to get the hell out of there. Thankfully, I mean, losing Marines isn't the biggest of deals. It's all about the Vikings and the tanks, for the most part. We can see Battlebee also embracing additional starports, but slightly later compared to here Marine. And both players, they bounce off each other, we're settling down. We're soon to be maxing out as well. Embracing that mid-game, soon to be mid to late game. We're getting there. Are getting there. Raven production has begun for Big Gabe. It's one of those things where even though Gabe is down in tanks, I mean, with extra Ravens, with air control, doesn't matter. You can have double the tank count and it will not matter. As Vikings, they can just zone you away. Ravens as well. Can take advantage of a player even if they have a higher tank count. Gabe catching out some Marines. That'll be building up. Prioritizing Viking production. With players getting to their Vikings. Fifth base on the way. Gabe, he's got 5 CCs. Oh my god. 5 CCs in production. Calm down. We're going to be here for a while. He throws on 5 CCs. That'll be with a measly 2. Does he not realize? But yeah, we're going to cut the map in half. We're cutting the map in half. The army advantage that Battlebee has, and he still has it, soon it's not going to matter because, I mean, Battlebee, as he maxes out, he's not moving out, and Hero Marine's going to be able to catch up in supply. So Hero Marine is going to be able to catch up in that army as Battlebee is maxed out, and Hero Marine is also getting there. I'd love to see the units tab, just to be aware of how many tanks we have, how many Vikings we have. As again, both players are investing quite heavily here, making 4 Vikings at a time. Battlebee throws down 2 more starports. Person who controls the air does control the ground as well. Looks like Battlebee has a slight Viking lead, but I know he's down in Ravens. He's got 3 Ravens with his main army. Yeah, Gabe has 4. So we have an extra Raven. There's more potential here with our spells, auto turrets, anti-arm missile. Stables as well. Oh no, we have a 4th Raven. Okay. Do you have a 4 there? So never mind. 4v4. Both players are maxed. They're going to be posturing, maneuvering around each other. Go. So we are going to be building up. And as our players cut the maps in half, we have some time to chill. We can we can calm things down. I mean, Gabe is posturing. Both players are. Basically, what this is going to come down to is the Viking advantage and the tank positioning. Gabe has a hefty amount of Vikings, by the way. A lot of Vikings. Tanks do siege. Here we go for the anti-arm missile. Yeah, the missile does connect for both players. Vikings do clash. No auto turrets. Going for the disables though. And Battlebee may just have enough. I say that more missiles going to be connecting, and it looks like Hero Marine, he does overwhelm the Viking count. With that Viking lead, he does force back the air army. You can see here it's 14 Vikings to 10. That does allow the Ravens to get the disables off. Vikings going ham. Gabe, he maintains that Viking lead. And reinforcements have arrived, and Gabe, he shuts down the Vikings. He has control of the air, forces everything back. Now here come the Ravens. Here come the tanks as well. Yeah, the sables are going up. You can see the ground army for Battlebee start to crumble. As we gain more ground, Vikings land as well. Pinning up all the tanks. Most of the tanks. This does mean that we relinquish air control. Now Battlebee has the air dominance. Battlebee does lose a good chunk of tanks. Hero Marine maintains himself. Unable to threaten a base, not yet. Rebuilding his Vikings. Rotating over on the right-hand side. Ooh, and Battlebee is not in position. We'll clean up these 3 tanks. Should be able to with these Vikings. We'll shut them down, but at the same time, Gabe, he's going for the base. He's going for the CC. Pushing on the right-hand side, taking down the tank. Going for another. We get a nice missile though, and it looks like Battlebee should be able to take this trade. Ah, never mind. Never mind, just doesn't have the numbers. Gabe, he does hold on, does maintain himself. And Gabe has just been trading more efficiently. He's been losing Vikings, yes, but he's been preserving most of his tanks. has been able to trade that much more efficiently with those tanks. Rotating over towards the left, getting us up on the high ground. Marines coming into reinforced. Here, Marine actually going back into mass Marine production. And it makes sense. As the tank count gets lower, that means Marines have more viability here, have more flexibility even to get under these armies. Battlebee going for a big counterattack. Takes down the tower. Gets a CC. Not bad. Orbital goes down. Gabe racing back home. Trying to keep up. Takes down the Medivacs. Let's take down the Medivacs, and we do see Gabe now rotating towards the left-hand side. He already took down one base, and now he's going for another. He's going for another. The momentum is on his side. Another orbital is going to fall. Dealing a missile on Gabe. Same can be said, though, for Battle B. And again, I'm pretty sure Gabe still maintains that Viking lead. So with more Vikings in a mirror matchup like this, yeah, it's 15 Vikings to 11. So here, Marine, that's why he's been able to dominate all these fights time and time again. Disabling the tanks, pushing forward, getting his own within range, sniping more tanks. It's just a slow, meticulous crawl here. As the Vikings zone away the air army, that means that the Ravens have more control, and that allows the tanks to gain ground. And Battlebee's up against the wall. Slowly but surely, he is falling apart. I should say that Gabe is pulling him apart. Picking away at these tanks time and time again. Gabe he scans center left. He's aware of the base. Aware of the expansion. That'll be trying to creep out of it, trying to creep up on him. And engage. Missiles do connect. Once again, Battlebee being bullied back. Upgrades are even, for those that are curious. Upgrades are even between our two players. But we have 3-3 on the way for Gabe. 3-3 not begun for Battlebee. And Gabe takes down that center base. Now he can back off, he can rotate, go for another expansion. And it's been a slow kill here of Battlebee, where he's just running out of bases, running out of economy. Battlebee's on 1.5 bases, essentially. No planetary, so we can stim in and take this base down. Yeah, we get into the mineral line. SCVs are falling, the base as well. But here, Marine, he can afford this loss. He can afford to lose this base. As here, Marine is going for the final mining base of Battlebee. Make his way over. He will pull back. Battlebee keeps up. Oh no, never mind. We commit. Never mind. We are pushing in. Nice disables. We do catch out some of these tanks. Ravens, they tank some of those shots. Those hearts are thrown down. I mean, Battlebee, he does take the better fights. Takes down the Vikings, takes down the tanks on the high ground. Ooh, Gabe does overextend. This was not the fight he was looking for. His reinforcements were delayed. Was that 23 Vikings? Jesus. Oh my god. Marines, they can't really touch the planetary. Planetary does hold its own. Nice movement here out of Battlebee. Does kite back. Snipes more of those Vikings. You can see Gabe reinforcing with mainly Marine Viking. Gabe holding the line with those tanks. Yeah, Gabe, his Viking count's actually a little bit lower because of all these Ravens. I mean, and Marine reinforcements. Is pushing in. Leading back the army, disables most of the tanks. They do on siege in time. But Gabe, he breaks out. He does break out. Sims on forward. Yeah, shuts down those tanks, and he's moving out towards that planetary. And now Battle B's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble here. Marines, they try to come in for a flank. Oh god, they run into the tanks. Ay, ay, ay. They run headfirst into the tanks. Not like this. Okay, cutting off reinforcements. It's gonna bleed out some Vikings. This do connect. Okay, bleeding out some of those Ravens, but still plenty of energy. And the tanks are getting ever closer towards the planetary of Battle B. Big tank shot's gonna be going off on that planetary. Vikings do trade. It looks like Battle B should win the fight when it comes to the Vikings. But what about the tanks? What about the ground army? As Battle B, he's now within range. Sorry, Hero Marine is within range. What I meant to say. All these Terran players. What do you want from me? Hero Marine, yeah, he's within range of the planetary, shelling away, edging closer. At the same time, you can see Battle B going for a counterattack on the right-hand side. He's going for the planetary himself. Has a Liberator, has Marines. Not bad. Is getting damage done. Oof, but that's the base falling. And again, that's all that Gabe really needed. You know what, Gabe bleeding off some of these Vikings. Oh my god. Marines are punished. The planetary goes ham on those Marines. And it looks like a Battle B is being cleaned up. Gabe can now resume mining. Still has a healthy economy. Meanwhile, SCVs are going down. They were cleaned up there by the tanks. And Battle B, now he's down in economy. He's down in army. He's sending it right down mid. He's going for the planetary. He wants to bring the space down at least. And it looks like he should get it. Repairs are coming in, but it's not going to be enough. The base goes down. But here, Marine, he still has mining going on towards the left-hand side of the map. And he's quick to replace this CC as well. That is the natural being floated and lifted over. You can see Gabe is up in tanks, up in Vikings, up in Ravens. Battle B, he needs like a bit of a miracle here to try to catch Gabe off guard, catch him out of position. Maybe catch a couple of tanks here and there, a couple of Vikings here and there. That is his best chance. As we might just base trade at this point. Yeah, we're going to trade a base for a base. Battle B gives up on that orbital, and he's going for the planetary. The problem is that we have left tanks to defend, and turrets as well. That's disables. We disable the tanks, auto turrets are being thrown down, and we're going for the kill. We're going for the base, and it should fall. Yeah, Gabe unable to repair. CC goes down. Gabe, do we turn around or do we just commit? Things getting a little bit chaotic here. I mean, if they ever fight head on, like Gabe wins, but his army is spread out. Now we can maybe catch out some of these units. Oh, I say that. Okay, but bullying back those Vikings. Big tank volley's going up. And GG gets called. It's just too much as Gabe makes his way towards the production, and Hero Marine will take the series at 2-0. Whew, GG. Those are some long TBTs. GG, well played. Gabe will take a lead here for himself and for his team. And now it comes down to Ubu Thermal versus Gung Fu Banda. Battle B didn't play too poorly here, but was barely caught off guard a couple too many times. Gabe was able to gain some small wins, some small advantages here and there, which he was able to leverage into some bigger leads and bigger advantages. Was able to maintain an economic lead, as a result, army lead as well, and bully Battle B back. Battle B, he had his own moments, and he was able to snipe some bases, that is true, but he was never able to really contest against the main army of Gabe. And with that, would you have a lead for Offside Esports? Now we're getting ready for you, Thermal versus Gung Fu Banda. We are getting ready. Here we go. We have a TVP on Alkione. Here we go. In the top right hand corner, we have Uthermal for Offside Esports. And in the bottom left, we have Gung Fu Banda for Berserker. Whew, here we go. We can calm things down, Bobby. We can calm things down. Can calm things down. And Uthermal, after a very, very long macro TBT, we're moving out with the cheeky SCV. Show us what you got, Pappy. Uthermal, he's here, he's back. For those that are curious, we don't have cams for these two players this time. It looks like this was submitted via replays. It looks like either Uthermal or Gung Fu Banda was not available, so replays were submitted instead. That is why we don't have any webcams on at the moment. And Uthermal is going for the eBay block. Let's go. It's going to be the eBay block here from Uthermal. Delaying that expansion. And ideally forcing the unnatural natural, but Gung Fu Banda, he will stand strong. May have to pull the boys here. Zelda's on the way. Nice progression so far on the eBay. Oh, as the SCV is one shot away from going down. Once again, just barely getting a little bit more progression on that eBay. Oh my god. Oh, get away. The SCV will get out, and that is a massive delay in the expansion. And Gung Fu Banda, he refuses to expand elsewhere. That is going to be a big delay. Back at home, Uthermal able to expand. Going for the CC on the high ground. Settling into a standard key. With a nice lead. Basically, Gung Fu Banda, he's going to be stuck on one base until they can force a cancel. And it's going to take some time. It's going to take some time here. As the Zealot is swiping away. Stalker's in production, being promoted as we speak. Uthermal has arrived with that initial Reaper. There's a cancel on the eBay. Finally, Gung Fu Banda can expand. But a very late expansion from the Protoss. Very late base. Oh, I should update the title. As Reaper does dip in, I believe we barely got a scout off, and we have confirmation. Yep, we did get eyes on the Twilight Council. Uthermal, he's aware of the opener, he's aware of the tech of choice, he's aware of the blink. Back at home, that is a second Rax, by the way. That is a second Rax before the starport. If we throw down a third Rax before the starport, then this could be a 2-base all-in from Uthermal. No boy. We could just double down and settle into a 2-base all-in. We'll keep an eye on that production tab. Gung Fu Banda finally breaking out, and there's a lot of pressure, a lot of onus on him to find some kind of counter damage. Alright, some kind of damage across the map. As the Stalkers, they get a couple hits in, picking away at the Marines. The lockout is real, though. We shut down one of the Stalkers, second Stalker as well, and there's oh my god! Uthermal, calm down. Mark, he takes down the Stalkers and the Zelt. He maintains his own Cyclone. He shuts down the aggression, and Uthermal maintains his economic lead. He's on 2 orbitals. He can mule to his heart's content, settling into a Marauder production, tanks as well. We are settling in, and Uthermal looking quite comfortable. Okay, a little bit supply blocked, which is it's fine. Supply block isn't helping, but outside of that, we can settle in. Meanwhile, Gung Fu Banda, I believe, just working with 2 gateways, just 2 gate blink for now. Waiting to see if we throw down additional gateways or if we expand. Gung Fu Banda, what's it gonna be? Do we take the 3rd base? Or do we throw down more gateways? So now Blink is about to kick in. Uthermal has control of the center of the map. Still just working with 2 Raxes. Just building up that Marauder army. Stim on the cusp of finishing. And we should be moving out with Stim. We're going to have, I want to say 3 tanks. decent tank count. Yeah, third base is on the way for Gung Fu Panda, so it is just 2K to blink into a third. So Gung Fu Panda is playing economically, getting ready for the mid game. But Euthermal should be able to move out before that third base can get up and running. And the goal would be to shut down the third. We'll see if Euthermal can. See if he can. So we go. Euthermal goes for the Unsiege. Scans looking for the Observer. The Bay is on the way for Gung Fu Panda, so he wants to work towards Colossus. But it's still not out yet, and here comes the push. We have Stim. Combat Shields on the way. Tanks are moving out as well. Now, this is not an all-in. Euthermal is throwing down a third CC behind this, so he is getting ready for a longer game as well. He's still hoping to knock down the base, and to at least trade well. Does scan, does for the Stalkers. Again, that's a pretty hefty Stalker count. But we have 3 tanks that we're slowly pushing forward. Yeah, we are going to be gaining ground, trying to get within range of the Nexus. And we are within range. The base is under fire. We have so many Marauders as well. And we can make short work of this Nexus. We have the overcharge, but even with the overcharge, it's not enough. The base falls. And just like that, Euthermal, he gets the third base. He has his own back at home. That's all he wanted. All he wanted was the third, but he's getting a little bit greedy. He wants more. He wants more, Papi. He wants to end it here and now. He's going for the main army, catching out some Stalkers. Good trades. I mean, at least until the Colossus comes out, Euthermal, he has control of the third base, and now the natural as well. As the tanks, they get within range. Gateway's under fire. Gung Fu Panda expanding towards the north, taking the linear third. The scan does reveal the Colossus, and this would be a good moment to pull back. The problem here is that there's an observer over the army, so if Euthermal does unsiege, then Gung Fu Panda can pounce on the force of Euthermal, can jump on him and punish him. Reinforcements are on the way. Gung Fu Panda getting ready for the surround. Yeah, there's the Unsiege. Medivacs, they're coming in for the hot pickup. Ooh, we will save 2 of them, but we lose 1. We lose 1 tank, but at least we save 2. As we mentioned, as soon as Euthermal unsieged Gung Fu Panda, he went for the kill. But the Medivacs, they did arrive just in time. We saved the tanks for racing back home. Third base getting up. Third base is being thrown down. Whew. And Euthermal, he safely makes it back home. And he's looking good. He gets back home. He's got his third base, getting fully saturated. He has a strong enough army to defend any kind of counterattack. And Euthermal is now working towards a bit of a 1-1 timing. He's got 1-1 on the horizon, concussive shell as well. We'll see if Euthermal moves out once again, or if he just chills and waits for Vikings and Ghosts and 2-2. I mean, there's not much pressure on Euthermal, right? He already killed the third. That was ideal. He got the third base. He was able to pick off Stalkers. He got what he wanted. Meanwhile, Gung Fu Panda building up. Euthermal, he scans. He confirms the new third base location. He's aware. Colossus are building up. Temple Archives, it's going to be for Archons. Potentially Storm as well. But Euthermal has a massive supply lead because, you know, of his advantage of that killed third, of the denied mining. And yeah, Euthermal, he's just chilling. Armory's on the way. That's going to be for 2-2. More Vikings are amassing. I believe we have not thrown down a Ghost Academy yet, but that's really the one thing that we're missing, is a Ghost Academy for EMPs, for Ghosts. Not there yet. And there it is. Ghost Academy is now on the way. And we should be moving out with like our first 3 or 4 ghosts. Hopefully we don't move out before that. Like EMP is such a massive upgrade and such a massive asset to the Terran army. So we do want to make use of that as best we can. Thermal does go for the unsiege. The Observer does spot this move out. And Euthermal is about to max out. He is pushing out. Now bear in mind he does not have ghosts and does not have EMPs. But he's maxed. He has a massive army, and that's a lot of Marauders. Who needs to strip away shields when you don't even die? When you have this amount of Marauders? We have as many Marauders as there are Marines, which is crazy. Like, this is such a beefy army. It's so thick. Let's go. Vikings, they lead the charge. They snipe the first Colossus. Oh, barely don't. Colossus does live. But the tanks are getting within range. Zealots, they come in from behind. They try to flank the army. Good positioning with the Archons. Zealots are going to melt, but they trade with the first tank, but one tank does survive. Colossus goes down. There's 2 left. And Euthermal can still keep pushing. Still has a massive army. He's got to back off for now. Reinforcing with more Vikings, more Marines. He can start Ghost production. He has the Ghost Academy. Just saying. Yeah, there it is. The first Ghost is on the way. And even though Euthermal didn't break Gung Fu Banda, he traded well. He cleaned up all the Zealots, he got a Colossus, took down some Stalkers, and there's 1 Colossus left that's barely standing. He's on the red HP. So that was still a successful trade for Euthermal. And from here, he can just back off, he can build up and get ready for the next wave. And Euthermal is already maxed out. He's already at 200 supply. Again, Euthermal, he's been in the driver's seat almost this entire game. And Gung Fu Banda, he's been struggling to kind of dance to the beat of Euthermal's drum. And here we go, Euthermal moving out once again. Now he's waiting for those ghosts, but he does have them now. They're with the main army. They lead the charge. So you go for the blink, EMP does connect. Does land with the Stalkers. Overcharge is popped. It's going to be able to regenerate those shields. This is a choke point. It is a little bit brutal for Euthermal trying to force his way in. Specifically in this location. Pushing into a concave. But he does wait out the overcharge. Overcharge runs out. And Euthermal, how do we approach this? There is a Disruptor. There is a Nova available. Nova goes up. Oh, ooh, big connection. Not a bad connection here for Gung Fu Banda, but we break through nonetheless. It was only 1 Disruptor, only 1 Nova, which means the base is going to go down. We knock down the 4th. The mineral line as well does not escape. Unfortunately, only 1 Disruptor. We have more Disruptors on the way. As Disruptor count gets higher, that does allow Gung Fu Banda to trade a little bit more efficiently, but he still lost the base. Zealot Rabbi does get across the map, though. We get 8 SCVs. Not bad. SCVs are going down. Euthermal, he races back home. And this does give Gung Fu Banda some breathing room. Likewise, moving out across the map is re-expanding, taking the triangular third as his 4th. Expanding on the right-hand side. And Gung Fu Banda, he now has map control, but I don't think he should be pushing in. Like, Gung Fu Banda doesn't really have much of an army. If he pushes forward, then I don't know if he can actually win a fight here. I'm concerned. Scan reveals the base location. Euthermal, he's aware. Gung Fu Banda getting ready to dive into that planetary. Zealot run by distracting Euthermal. Nova goes up. Takes down a tank. Good pick up. Good start. And then Gung Fu Banda retreats. I appreciate this. Again, I don't think it was the correct call to stick around, so thankfully he gets the Nova off, gets a tank, then retreats. Gets the hell out of there. Building up more Disruptors. We're now to 4 Disruptors. That's a lot of Novas. If Euthermal does not split well, then Gung Fu Banda can take a fight. But we are heavily reliant on those Purification Novas. Likewise on the Archon zoning away the Vikings to protect that Colossus. As there's only 1 Colossus left. Euthermal pushing his way forward. Both players are now maxed out. They are maxed. Pushing on forward, getting on top of the Nexus. Oh, Gung Fu Banda a bit out of position. The base taking a lot of damage already. And Nova's gone off. We get a good connection. We take down the Ghost, we take down some Marauders. Another Nova will connect as well. The Novas are good, but it looks like we overwhelm the ground army. Vikings, they land. The Colossus goes down. Only Disruptors left. GG gets called, and Euthermal will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A very strong game there out of Euthermal. Outside of taking some Novas to the face, he had some very nice play, very safe play as well. Was able to move out, shut down the base initially, shut down the third, and just, yeah, maintain control of the economy of Gung Fu Banda. Gung Fu Banda never able to really get things going, and now we're getting ready for game 2. In the top left corner, we have Euthermal for offside, and in the bottom right, we have Gung Fu Banda for Berserker. Whew. Here we go. We are going to be settling in. Again, Euthermal with his initial build was able to snipe the third. That's all he needed. He was able to get even more than that, trading well with the Stalkers. And he was just able to max out and just keep the pressure up, keep the pressure going. Even with some of those Novas connecting, it was just not enough to overcome the deficit that Gung Fu Banda had. So GG, well played. Well played here by Mark. And we'll see if he can continue his streak here. Once again, moving out with the SCV. Skirting around the edge of the map. And what is our plan? What are we going for this time? SCV does avoid the main scatting pattern. The main scatting path. And it looks like once again he's going for the eBay block. This time we do have SimCity on the low ground, but the SCV is soon to arrive. eBay's on the way. The probe is much faster to scout, much faster to check. And Gung Fu Banda, he pulls extra boys. Yeah, this time he will not be done dirty. If you remember, we delayed the expansion for so long in game 1 because of this eBay block, but this time Gung Fu Banda, he's on top of it. Yeah, he gets a kill on the CC, on the SCV. Does get a kill, and will shut down this eBay much faster. So very nicely done. A much cleaner response this time from Gung Fu Banda. Will expand. His base isn't really delayed for too much longer. And this is going to be a much better start. Much better start for our Protoss player. Probe is going to remain hidden, ideally hiding and keeping away from that Reaper. Ideally. Oh, hold on, I saw some food. As Reaper does slip into the main base, but the but the shield battery is ready in time. So Gung Fu Banda does defend, does deflect. Deflects the initial Reaper. No tech of choice yet. But the Reaper is going to be shut down. Yeah, we're in position. We shut down the Reaper. Gung Fu Banda just needed that first game to kind of wake him up a little bit, and he's all over this here in game 2. Is all over it. It's quite impressive. By CC on the way on the high ground. Fun fact, based on this setup, this is actually the same build that Euthermal went for in game 1. I'm referring to the CC on the high ground followed by the 2-1 setup, the 2 Raxes, 1 factory. We should be building up towards a bit of a tank push with Stim. But again, Gung Fu Banda, he's a little more in control this time. Also, for the context of the series, Euthermal needs 1 more win to win it all for his team. To win it all for Offside Esports. Cyclone barely does pull away. Nice stutter stepping with the Marines, but this time the Stalkers, they do escape. Remember, last game, both these Stalkers died. They both did fall. Oh, the Cyclone! Cyclone gets picked up and the Stalkers, they escape. Oh my god. Hey, Euthermal. He's looking a little bit more rough around the edges here. Or I should say Gung Fu Banda is looking a lot more crisp this time in game 2. He's angry, he's upset. Stalkers, they do rotate around. Army's out of position, we can go for the SCVs. Oh, don't quite commit. Euthermal, risky move here by the Terran player, just sending everything across the map. Gung Banda could have gotten some worker kills, but was a little bit afraid of where the army was. Wasn't too certain. And Gung Banda does back off. Meanwhile, that is a third Rax on the way for Euthermal. Okay, this is a deviation. Fun fact, if you remember, Euthermal only had a 2-1 setup and then went into a starport, into a third TC. I believe Euthermal, he delayed this third Rax for a little bit longer. This time as we're rushing into it, it looks like this is the beginning of a 2-base all-in. What I'm referring to here is that I would not be surprised if Euthermal pulls the boys with his push, just because this time the opener has been less successful, so this time he might be feeling pressured to commit that much more. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on Euthermal. As Stim is going to finish. Third Rax finishing up as well. Hallucination does confirm. Does get eyes on that third Rax. I see Sander. Shaking my head. For those that are curious what just happened and why I was a little bit distracted, Sander, he posted a picture on Discord. He posted a picture of his dinner. He was making some meat, and I was jealous. And I said, Papi, feed me your meat. Or I want your meat, I think is what I said. I stand by that. Stand by it. Looks good. I'm hungry. But here we go, Euthermal is moving out, and we spoke about the 2-base all-in. Euthermal, he is pulling the boys. The boys are being pulled, you can see it on the mini-map. It's all or nothing for Euthermal. He's doubling down. Gung Banda did take a third base, and so far he's doing well trading. He's picking away at the Marines, shaving them off one after the other. Every unit does count. The boys have arrived. Tanks are a little bit too far back. We do have to get into the face of Gung Banda. Big tank volley goes off. Gaining ground, we're going in! Tank does siege, overcharge is popped! Do you have the overcharge despite that big tank volleys? We focus on the Immortal. The Immortal barely survives, but the shield battery goes down. And does Euthermal has enough? He lost all the SCVs. The workers have been cleaned up, but we get on top of the base. The base is not good enough, not anymore. Remember, we're all in. The third base is nice, but we have to keep going. We have to keep pushing. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for Euthermal. Making his way ever closer. Trying to get on top of those Immortals. At the same time, Gung Banda coming in for the surround. That charge is done. We come in from behind and we clean up the tanks. The tanks are going down one after the other, and Gung Banda has held. GG gets called. Gung Banda ties it up 1-1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Again, Gung Banda, he was a lot cleaner, a lot more crisp with his follow-up, with his build, and was able to keep up with Euthermal. He forced the all-in because Euthermal, things were looking a little bit dire for him. It was just not getting any damage done early on like he was hoping. And in the end, Gung Banda, he holds. And now we have a back and forth. We have a series. We're getting ready for our final best of 2. Firefly versus DNS. Offside Esports, they still need one more. They still need one more win to claim victory here and to bring it all the way home. Meanwhile, Berserker, they need to fight back with DNS. DNS needs a 2-0 to force the ace match. You can see our players here. We have Firefly on the left. We have DNS on the right. If DNS can get the 2-0, then we can go all the way to that final ace match. But here we go. Oh. Here we go. We have Firefly in the top left and DNS in the bottom left for Berserker. Firefly, of course, with Offside Esports side. I clicked on the wrong scene. that's why we went somewhere else. But we have our 2 players here. Again, Firefly only needs one win. One game, one map is all he needs. Let's go. Let's go. As we are loading into Amphion. For those that are curious, PvPs in Amphion are quite interesting. Gate expands are commonplace. The reasoning for this is because there's a ramp. There's a ramp coming into the natural. This is a unique feature, unique to Amphion, Post-Youth, and Site Delta. All 3 of those maps do have ramps coming into the natural, which means that we don't open up 2 gates. We have a gateway into a Cybercore, into Nexus. Our players could be a little bit greedier. You can see both DNS and Firefly, they skip their gases. They have skipped their second gases or delayed them. You can see DNS is taking his, Firefly gets to take his own, but we have the pylon block and Firefly is being punished. Firefly was hoping to throw down a Nexus a little bit earlier, but DNS was there, he was in position. And now we have to throw down the Cyber Cores, followed by the Stargates, followed by the Nexus. Regardless, economic openers by both players. We're getting there. Now, because it is quite common to go for Stargate follow-ups, this can lead into Phoenix Wars. The problem here, though, is that gases were delayed for both DNS and Firefly, so I'm not convinced that we're going to be throwing down the Stargate from the side of Firefly. I believe DNS will. DNS has the money for it. DNS has the gas. And what do we go for? DNS banking up those resources. There's the Stargate for Firefly. And DNS, there's the Stargate as well. Okay. So, because both players just opened Stargate, and both players will scout each other and confirm this, both players should open up Phoenix, not Oracle. Just because, again, they both see each other. If one player opens up Oracle, the other opens up Phoenix, the Phoenix player will win. So this is how Phoenix Wars begin. This is how they begin. Now, do we embrace the Phoenix Wars and commit and double down? Or do we try to deviate away and go into Blink Stalkers? We'll see. See if we commit or not. It is difficult. Oh, that's a kill! It's a kill on the pylon. Firefly a little bit late to cancel. There we go. Phoenix is on the way for Firefly. Nexus has been thrown down. Firefly, his base is being delayed by, I believe, a building placement there. Yeah, the Cyber Core. Yeah, brutal. So both players are getting to their Phoenixes, and Firefly, he's forced to expand on the low ground. Firefly is forced to take the unnatural natural because of that Cyber Core. Meanwhile, Adepts have arrived. Firefly trying to get on top of that pylon. Came to the production. Gets the first shot. Yeah, Firefly does get the first shot, but doesn't commit. He pulls away. Does pull away. Meanwhile, Adept shades into the main, getting 2 probe kills. Getting 3 probe kills. We're still getting damage. Show us the main base. Get 3 worker kills and nice damage. This damage is dealt. Firefly takes a worker lead. But because of his base setup, he is a little bit more exposed. He is more spread thin. He's spread thin. It's the tasty belly of a nurtured pig. Yeah, Sounder, he was showing off his pork belly. Just pull the shirt up. Show the belly. Aye, aye, aye. Now that we are settling in. Oh, DNS with the gas steal! Oh, it's off camera, but he stole both gases at the natural base. Oh my god, that is brutal. Considering that we only have Phoenixes, they cannot shoot buildings. So a massive delay on the gases. So smart here out of DNS. And now we have a second Stargate. DNS can afford double Stargate production. Firefly cannot. But Firefly is going for the kill, trying to catch reinforcements. He will not manage to catch them. It has to commit, trading 1 for 1. But DNS, he takes the better trade. He comes out ahead in this Phoenix fight, in this Phoenix War. Just barely. And Firefly's in trouble. He still has no gases. Firefly is still only on a 2-gas setup. And he's about to be overwhelmed. You can see Firefly is throwing down gateways. For what? For Zealots? Like, what else can we afford? Don't have the gas for much else. But I guess we have to go into Stalkers from this point. I guess that's the only option. As Firefly, he is on the back foot. This is brutal. So Firefly, he cancels the gateways, he throws down the Stargate, but he's so far behind. In a mirror matchup like this, where both players are the same race, where both players have the same units and the same capabilities, he's just straight up behind. So Firefly, he's going to fall further and further behind when it comes to the Phoenix count, and DNS is about to overwhelm. He's about to snowball out of control. There he goes for the dive. No shield battery, no overcharge. And Firefly, he's going to be able to hold on with the help of the Sentry. Sentry does support. Let's go. DNS a little bit too trigger happy. I mean, honestly, there's no reason to push in right now. We just wait. We just wait for reinforcements. Wait to build up a slightly larger Phoenix count before committing. And we just wreak havoc in the main. Probes are going down. Firefly able to out-trade here. Takes out a Phoenix. Very nicely done. Oh, but he's being caught out. Yeah, he does overextend. Has to retreat. Again, the sentry will help, but is it enough? Oof. The Phoenixes do bounce off each other. Firefly keeping up with the Phoenix count. Somehow, I'm impressed. Firefly, he is able to keep up. Now, ideally, Firefly, he wants to fight with his sentry and with shield batteries. Shield batteries are on the way. The Phoenix count is even between DNS and Firefly, which is insane. I say that. DNS is slightly ahead. Slightly ahead of those Phoenixes. He's going to be stacking, going for the sentry. Ooh, doesn't commit. Goes for the dive instead. We activate the Guardian Shield. Shield battery is done as well. And Firefly does hold. Wow, he does hold on. Fleet Beacon on the way. Firefly, he has recovered from these earlier losses. He's stabilized when it comes to the Phoenix count. I'm very impressed. And Firefly has a worker lead. And he has a lead when it comes to Phoenix range as well. What just happened? I underestimated the power of the sentry, the power of the defender's advantage as well. I do believe that DNS did go in a little bit prematurely earlier when he first moved out across the map. I do think that was premature. And because of that, Firefly has been able to survive. And he's recovered. And he's ahead. Somehow, some way, Firefly, he's ahead. And this is a brutal position for DNS. A brutal feeling, I should say. To have a lead in Phoenix Wars and to lose it. And now Phoenix range about to finish. Third Stargate on the way for Firefly. He can afford it because he has a better economy. He's up 12 probes compared to DNS. Up 12 workers. I can't believe my eyes. 10,000 fire. Let's go. I don't know what the line is. 1,000 fireflies. I can't believe my eyes. You know how it goes. Fireflies popping up. Mothership's on the way. Okay. Now, this is a really nice move here from DNS. The way that it works here is that the Mothership does add a big X factor here to the Phoenix Wars with Cloak. Basically, no Robo, no Observer, no Detection. This Cloak timing for DNS can allow him to win a fight even if he's down in Phoenixes. Overcharge is popped. Ooh, Firefly does stick around a little bit too long. Bleeds out Phoenixes. Yeah, 14 versus 14. But basically, the way this works is that if Firefly realizes what's going on, if he gets eyes on the Mothership, he needs an Oracle. We need an Oracle ASAP to get the Revelation, to get Detection. That is what we need. Otherwise, DNS can activate Cloak, and he can just bully back the army and take a really big fight, where the Phoenixes of Firefly cannot even touch the Phoenixes of DNS. Instead, they have to go for the Mothership, they take free damage, and then bam, you can just win the game then and there. Alright, this Cloak timing can be very brutal. Likewise, Firefly starts up as a Mothership, but alas, it's going to be a little bit later. +1 air attack is on the way. We have the Forge for, I imagine, shield upgrades. But DNS, he needs to move out immediately with this Mothership. And yeah, he's going. He's moving out across the map. Oh, we do end up revealing ourselves to the pylon. This is buying time for Firefly. Yes, we're spending time on the pylon. Firefly, now he can get ready. Cornering out those Phoenixes. But where is that Oracle? Yeah, we're gonna need that detection. The Cloak is activated. To activate the Cloak. Mothership is a little bit too far back. We have to be more aggressive. We have to be more assertive. Yeah, we pick off 2 Phoenixes. Phoenixes go down. Counter Mothership has arrived, going for the Cloak as well. And Mothership goes down. They trade. We have the shield battery to support. Shield battery does help. Oof. And Firefly, he does hold his own. Again, even without detection, he just waited out the Cloak. He got his own counter Cloak instead with his own Mothership. And Firefly is holding. But I do also think that DNS was a little bit too passive, a little bit too timid with his mothership. If you remember, he was just, you know, focusing on the pylon for a bit. The mothership needed to be more assertive and needed to move out to allow the phoenixes to also move out with it. So not the best control there from DNS, and that means that Firefly is snowballing out of control. I mean, mate, we're on 84 probes, rebuilding the mothership, maxing out here. We have the better upgrades. +1 air attack is going to be a big factor here for Firefly. On top of that, with the forge, we can throw down cannons. And I mean, again, phoenixes do not shoot down. They do not shoot down, so cannons are going to be another big factor here for Firefly. Honestly, if he wanted to, he can throw down aggressive cannons. We have pylons thrown out all across the map because, again, the pylons can't be they can't be killed. We may as well throw down cannons as well. Since Firefly does have map control, he can set up these kind of outposts, these locations with shield batteries and cannons. He can opt to go for that. For now, just gonna be maxing out. Is gonna be maxing. More Kings is building up. We are building up. And we're just waiting for Firefly to pull the trigger here. From here, he could also start carrier production. That's also possible. Meanwhile, GNS, he wants to take a fight with his side defense, with his cannons and shield batteries. Firefly unable to find a way in. Does have that one sentry. And Cloak is activated. We go for the mothership. Mothership goes down. We get extra shots off as well. Yeah, Firefly, he does take the fight. And he's going to shut this down. Oh my god, Cloak lasted for so long there. The overcharge helps, but it's not going to be enough. We have double the Phoenix count for Firefly. More than double. Yeah, just stacking those Phoenixes. Oh my god. And snowballing out of control. Zealous, they do waddle in as well. Getting into the mineral lines, probes are falling, and yeah, DNS is just being torn apart. GG gets called. Firefly with the comeback. Brings it home and takes the game and wins it all for Offside Esports. Oh, the clappers, papi. Ah. GG. GG, well played. Firefly doesn't take the game. DNS had a massive lead early on, but it slipped through his fingers. Again, he was a little bit too trigger happy early on. Likewise, did not make use of that mothership the way he could have as well. And Firefly did recover. Not just recover, took a lead. And snowballed out of control. GG, well played. Firefly does win it here for Offside Esports, but we will still play out that final game. The final game will still be played out. Their only chance to bring it home. But alas, there will not be an ace match, and we're jumping into game 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have Firefly for Offside Esports. And at the bottom right, we have DNS for Berserker on Oceanborn. Let's go. Let us go. So we are going to be settling in. And we're going to be calming things down here. Now, as we load into Oceanborn, we won't have the same kind of dynamic that we did on Amphion. As a reminder, the reason why we entered Phoenix Wars was because of the map. To be honest, it's just because the map is conducive here to Stargate openers and to Phoenixes. That's just how Amphion is. On a map like Oceanborn, we should be seeing 2 gate openers. 2 gate openers, a very different dynamic here. No Stargates, no Phoenixes. We can embrace a PvP. Let's go. Oh, I just realized I did not change the title. My apologies. Did not change the title. But we are going to be settling in. As we do see, DNS going for a proxy pylon. He's setting up a proxy across the map. With this, it's basically a fake proxy pylon designed to force an overreaction out of Firefly. And we can see that Firefly is scouting, is checking for that proxy, looking for the pylon. Back at home, Stargate opener out of Firefly. Let's go. Does not take the bait. Stargate opener does lead into oracles to harass across the map. Ooh, and the probe scout is denied. Firefly opening up double adept, so a very aggressive build here out of Firefly. It's going to be double adept with oracles to get across the map and get economic damage done. Meanwhile, DNS is opening up Stalker Sentry, and again setting up a fake proxy. Adepts are moving out. They are going to be spotted, reconfirmed. It's on DNS to keep up with the adepts, and DNS also opening up Stargate as well. Okay. Stargate openers all around. Meanwhile, Adepts, they do not make it into the main. Very clutch wall off there from DNS. Does hold the line. Likewise, Adepts threatening another shade. Do threaten the shade. So far, unable to make it through, and DNS is going to be able to shut down both of these adepts. They won't get much done. They will be able to shade away at least. Oracle threatens a dive, but likewise, Stalkers, they also keep up. They keep up with the Oracle, they keep up with the adepts. No damage dealt so far. And this is a little bit worrisome for Firefly. With this initial opener, this initial build, like, it is designed to find some economic damage, and we have yet to do so. DNS opening up Phoenix, as Firefly is committing and going for a second Oracle. Oh boy, that is a little bit concerning. With the second Oracle on the way for Firefly, that's an even bigger commitment to harass and to get aggression, to get economic damage done. And with all these Phoenixes, it's going to be difficult to really make that happen. Not impossible, but difficult. Oh boy. As Phoenixes are building up. They're hunting for those oracles. And they're trying to hunt them down. Alas, they're at least being kept back at home. I'm referring to the oracles. They're pinned back. They can't really be active. They can't really move out. And we're working towards Blink. So there's going to be a Blink follow-up here from Firefly. Meanwhile, DNS is going to be embracing the robo production instead. Is going to be getting into that robo play. And still making more Phoenixes. Interesting. I imagine Phoenix Immortal? Question mark? Like, we're not going to be keeping up or catching up with Blink. That's not going to happen. So it should be Immortals on the ground for DNS. Firefly is moving out. Trying to catch out those Phoenixes. Immortal production has begun. But that's still the first Immortal on the way. DNS, can he hold on? Can he survive this push? Firefly does commit. He's going to lose all of his Oracles. Oracles are going down. We blink on top of the main army. And does Firefly have enough? He does focus on the Stalkers, one after the other. 2 Stalkers left. We break through. Do barely break through, but alas, we have the Phoenixes. They can lift the Stalkers. And we have to give up on the third base. Yeah, the third base is vulnerable. But the Immortal has arrived just in time. This was a messy hold. This was a clutch hold here from DNS. He barely does survive. He saves the base. Immortal waddles in. And we will shut Firefly down. Yeah, that one Immortal breaking on through. You see as well, DNS does not overextend. Shuts down the Stalkers. And he holds. Whew. Does hold on. Not an easy hold. It was not the cleanest of defenses, but a defense nonetheless. And now DNS is just building up a larger Immortal force. He should be going Immortal Phoenix into Archon, I imagine. Just now working towards Forge and Twilight Council. Building up towards a longer, later game. Likewise, once again, we catch out more of these Phoenixes. Brutal pickups. Yeah, brutal pickoffs here as Firefly has to retreat. He has to back off. He does kind of, in a way, give up map control. Now DNS can move out. He's free to move out. Is free to do so, and with that move out, we can go for the Mineral Lines. Probes are going down. The shield battery does nothing against all of these Phoenixes. At the same time, it ups a shade into the third. Ooh, and probes are going down left and right. Aye. We're gonna get 7 worker kills, and we're still not done. And nowhere close. Phoenixes are still wreaking havoc in the main base, and Firefly having a hard time keeping up, defending both against the Phoenixes and the Adepts. Is being torn apart. Firefly trying to keep up, trying to catch out the Phoenixes, but alas, for the most part, they do escape. For the most part, oh my god, we get 1. We get 2. Not bad. We do punish the Phoenixes, left idle. Are left idle. Firefly once again moving out. I don't think you should push into this though. I mean, that's so many Immortals. That's 3 Immortals. Shield battery overcharge as well. I don't think we want to really tango with this kind of army. And Firefly does pull away. Does pull back. Likewise, Archon's now being morphed in. We can see Firefly going for a Dark Shrine. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on Firefly. He's down in economy. He's down in army. DTs, they can pop up. That potential. The army is spotted. You can see Firefly going for a Zealot Run by on the right-hand side, but there's an Observer. Yeah, there's an Observer in position. DNS does defend. The Archons are out. If Archons on the right, Immortals on the left. We're ready for all things at Gateway. Phoenix is getting caught out a little bit though. Would you reset the Phoenix count? Would you reset those Phoenixes? Sulker's poking in. Getting a couple of shots off. I mean, again, with Link, we can trade quite efficiently here, picking up a unit at a time here and there, but when it comes to the main engagement, that's what I'm worried about. That is where my concerns lie. As Firefly likewise needs to build up his own Archon army as well. Bleeding out a Stalker. DTs are waddling in, but we have the Observer! The Observer's in position. We catch out the Dark Templar. At the same time, Zealot Run does deny the 4th. DNS still contained the 3 bases. Is still being contained. 9 probes go down. Very nicely done. 9 probes for 2 DTs. At the same time, though, Zealot drop into the main. We do force a recall. Firefly defends. Nicely done. Does force back the War Prism. DNS going for his own Dark Shrine. And again, DNS is down a base. Does need another expansion. Now, what I will say, the supply does lie. Firefly, even though he has a 20 supply lead, a lot of that is in purely Zealots. Like, this army is not very high quality. It's large in number, but really in number only. Pushing into Archons is not an easy thing to do. As Archons, they melt Zealots. And that's a lot of Archons. Now, we do distract the main army. Zealots, they do deny the 4th. I think that's a kill, not a cancel. 4th base goes down. This is a downside of DNS's army. DNS, he has a stronger army in a head-on fight, but it's very mobile. It's very immobile, and you can see that Firefly is making use of his mobility. denying the fourth over and over again. But eventually, DNS is going to move out. And that's what I'm worried about. When DNS decides to push, I mean, that's a bit of a death ball of an army. We can A move, Papi. And here we go, DNS, he does break out, he is pushing. Zealots, they do catch some of the Archons, but the Prism is coming in to reinforce. And the Archons are saved. Zealots are forced back, and ooh, so many Zealots are going down. This is what we spoke about. The supply is a bit inflated here for Firefly, as he's relying so heavily on purely Zealot. Firefly, he intentionally did not take extra gases, and here come the Archons! And we commit to the fight. Firefly gets us around, but the Zealots, they melt here against the Archons. Yeah, Zealots, they do go down now. It's purely Stalker, and we're getting on top of the army. The Immortals, they stand strong as well. Remember, there's still 4 Immortals here for DNS. He still has those Immortals. We juggle back the weakened Archons. They can regenerate their shields. And DNS, he can keep pushing, and he does take the fight. Has a massive supply lead. And this supply, it almost purely Immortal Archon. Like, that's so many Archons. Oh my god. And we can just bully back the army. And weakened Archons are going to be pulled back. Once again, the base is going to fall. We're going to be reinforcing with Zealots. Stalkers, they do get on top of that Prism. Oh, Prism barely, oh my, it barely survives. The Prism lives. And DNS can keep pushing. He gets eyes on another expansion. And the base is going to be shut down. Meanwhile, Firefly going for a counterattack. And the question becomes, does DNS recall or does he just keep pushing? He does recall. Recalls a portion of his army, so he's setting up for a surround. Trying to come in from behind. Again, Stalkers, they can outrun these Archons, so they can get out of here. Can get away with their blinks. So Firefly buys some time, and hey, the base even survives. The base on the left-hand side, it does live. It's still standing. But DNS shouldn't care. Like, we just need to keep pushing. We just need to move out. Oh, we catch out the Stalkers. As we do hit that third base. Probes are getting caught out. Oh, the Archon shots! We catch the probes. And probes are going down. Prism was rebuilt. Once again, will not be sniped. Oh, but is vulnerable. Regardless, the base is falling at the same time. Firefly getting across the map with Zealots, with DTs. Wreaking havoc. Firefly even catching 2 of these Archons. Not bad. Gets 1. Gets 2. 2 Archons go down. Big losses. You can see Firefly being so annoying. Just chasing the army, getting like 1 unit at a time. Never giving DNS what he wants. What does he want? He wants a fight. He wants to just fight head on. Firefly won't give it to him. Worker counts are looking comparable. Oof. We don't want to dance with those Immortals though. Oh my god, yes, so many Immortal shots go off. So many Stalkers go down. That was a brutal fight for Firefly. We have detection. DTs are going down. They get cleaned up. And DNS, he will shut this down. Claiming another base. GG gets called. And DNS, he does it. He fights back. Puts a point on the board. GG will take a map off of Firefly. GG, well played. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough to win or to force the ace match or to take the series. But did make it close here. Thermal and Gung Fu Bando 1-1, DNS and Firefly 1-1, but Big Gabe gets the 2-0 over Battle B, and with that, Offside will claim the series. Now we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we have Shopify versus Weibo Gaming. See you soon. We have our second and final best of 7 of the night. Oh boy, Shopify of course could be featuring players like Scarlet, like Lambo, and Björn up against Hero, Oliveira, and Sue. See you soon.
万猛男一起更便捷的享受我和黄哥给大家带来的快乐，不要告诉别人哟。
And welcome back. Welcome back. Again, a very short break here as we are just catching up with what has been going on. We are merely, I think, like 15 minutes behind or something. The live broadcast. So we are catching up. We are slowly catching up, and we have our next series. It's going to be Shopify versus Weibo Gaming. And up first, we have Beyond versus Hero. Ooh, a banger of a TVP going to be taking place on Golden Aura. Let's go. Banger of a TVP. And we are going to be jumping in. Again, Hero is the ace player of Weibo Gaming. Meanwhile, Beyond, the ace player of Shopify. And sporting in the top left-hand corner, we have Beyond for Shopify Rebellion. And in the bottom right, we have Hero for Weibo Gaming. Here we go. Now, when it comes to the standings, Shopify and Weibo are quite close. They're actually neck and neck. Both teams are 7-2. Both teams have 7 wins and 2 losses. Their differential is merely map score dependent. So this is a very important series, a very important best of 7 between Weibo Gaming and Shopify. Both teams, I believe, are confirmed for the playoffs, but standings does matter, and the higher ranking you are, the less you have to play in the playoffs, which is ideal when it comes to the stamina of your players and the endurance of your players as well. Here we go. We'll be embracing that TVP. Beyond opening up Double Gas. Interesting. Double Gas open out of Beyond is going for a faster factory, a delayed CC. Hero does confirm the faster gas. The other important thing as well is that Hero has been absent. Hero has been intentionally not competing in online tournaments. He's been skipping out on ESL Asia, ESL Americas, Kung Fu Cup, and KSL. Hero did announce on Discord that he was intentionally avoiding online weeklies to prepare for EWC. Now, WTL is a little bit different. World Team League is the most important team league here in StarCraft, so Hero will have to play in these matches, but again has been for the most part hiding and making sure he's out of the limelight here to prepare for Esports World Cup. It's not just Hero. Cura's been doing the same. Serral, of course, as well, but Serral, he always just avoids, you know, weekly tournaments for the most part. And if you remember a couple of days ago, yesterday we were casting Cure in his Team Liquid match, and I was saying the same thing. I was like, yo, we rarely see Cure nowadays. Like, he's been hiding and preparing his builds for EWC. I'm curious what his form is like. And then he came out and he 2-0'd Classic. Like, he was crazy. Cure, he popped off versus Classic. Did pop off. So I'm waiting to see Hero do the same. As we are settling in, is going to be the add-on swap for our initial Cyclone production. Meanwhile, Hero opening up Stargate. Bold move. Stargate opener out of Hero. It's a little bit risky. You do leave yourself a little bit vulnerable. There is potential for especially a longer game if we embrace Phoenixes, or we could open up Oracle. We'll keep an eye on Hero. We'll keep an eye on him. We are going to be settling in. Now we do have Beyond going for a third CC. Oh my god, that I was not expecting. It was a double gas opener into a double expand. The first CC is not even done, but a very fast third CC alongside the first one. So Beyond double expanding. He's crazy, he's wild, and we'll see if he can get away with it. Just a risky maneuver here out of Beyond, very risky. As we do see Hero going to be opening up with our initial Phoenix. First CC is now done. Tank production has begun as well for Beyond. Have begun those tanks. But this is all just defensive play out of Beyond. Just because of his fast third base, he's just settling down, settling in and hunkering down. Meanwhile, Hero opening up Phoenix into a Robo. This should be the beginnings of Phoenix Colossus, but it's not about the opener of Hero. It's about whether or not Hero can scout what Beyond is doing and punish him. If not, Beyond is going to snowball out of control in the mid game. Like, that fast third base is going to pay off so much and so well. If we don't punish it, it's going to be the end of Hero. So the pressure is on. And there's that Bay on the way. Again, Phoenix Colossus from our Protoss player. No surprises here. Is going to be embracing that Colossus play. And modal production has begun. So it's going to be a safety modal first, then when the Bay is done, then we can start up the Colossus. And you can see the Hero, he's just being very defensive with those Phoenixes, a little bit afraid of any kind of drop play. I don't blame him because of the double gas opener. It makes sense for there to be drops out on the map, but there are none because there's no starport. So these Phoenixes have been a bit of a waste. They haven't really been able to harass, they haven't been able to get a read on what's going on, they haven't been able to scout. Adept is doing what it can, but Bjorn has gotten away with murder. And it may not look like it yet, just because the third base has not gotten up and running. It's done, it's morphed in. But once it lands, I mean, that's when we can really pop up. Phoenixes move out. Do you finally move out? And that checks the natural. Phoenixes rotate, they should be able to get eyes on the CC that's already done. Whether or not Hero recognizes how early this was, I mean, that's a different question. So do dip in and going for the mineral line. We do need some economic damage. SCVs are going to go down. We get 2. Not bad. 2 SCVs do fall. That is some damage being dealt. Back at home, Hero getting to his 3rd. I like the idea of Hero rushing to a 4th. His 3rd base isn't even done. Yeah, there we go. 4th base is on the way. This is a way to counteract the greed of Bjorn, is to be greedy as well. Counter greed with greed. We get 3 SCV kills. So we got 2 with the Phoenixes, 1 extra with the Adept. 4th SCV goes down. Don't lose any Phoenixes yet. 5th SCV. Oh, Bjorn with the calm down. Almost does kill his own add-on. Hero sharking around. But this is good damage. Again, 5 SCVs. We contain our opponent. We take a very fast 4th, or much faster 4th base. So far, this is good. But we're hoping for more damage. As Bjorn is now going to be landing his own 3rd base. Phoenix is being active. Being active, are rotating around. And what I appreciate out of Hero, I don't know if you noticed, but he's been skipping warp-ins. Like, Hero has the Immortal, has 2 Colossus, and has a handful of gateway units, but he has been skipping warp-ins. He's been focusing, and he's been cutting corners. He's been taking up into a Temple Archives, he's been taking up into +1, into Charge, into a Gateway Explosion. Yeah, just now, Hero is warping in. But basically, Hero, he recognizes the greed of Bjorn, and he's trying to be greedy himself. He's trying to cut as many corners as he can. Setting up for a Zealot run-by. Storm is on the way. Storm getting to +2. You can see that Bjorn now supply-wise, this is where the 3rd base really kicks in, as he does exceed the supply of Hero, which is often not really seen in this matchup, or not this quickly. And we should be looking at skyrocket ahead. But again, Hero keeping up with the greed. He's been skipping those warp-ins for the most part, and it should soon be settling into a 4-base economy. And once he does, then Hero can focus on his army production. Storm is on the way. Blink. 5th Nexus as well. Hero going for the ninja base. Oh my god. Hero. Calm down. is going for the ninja. We'll see if he can get away with it. I mean, he has map control, so, I mean, there's no reason not to. No reason not to expand in such a manner. And really, it's both players just building up. Both players are just macroing on up. No major move outs. Not yet out of Bjorn, as he's contained because of the Phoenixes. 4 CC is now done for Bjorn. Going to be landing it on the right-hand side. Ghost production already well underway. Vikings are in production as well. So Bjorn is refining his army, and both players are about to max. It's all about how we make use of these armies. Hero beginning disruptor production. Second robo is on the way. No disruptors yet. I think he's maybe got one. But he does have Storm. To pull away. High table in the charge. Ooh, massive Storm! Oh my god! A massive connection there for Hero. The army very softened up. And we still have more Storms. More of a zoning Storm there, but we actually zoned the army away from the 4CC. Yeah, another zoning Storm. No big connections, but that will be a kill on the 4th base. A very big pickup. Hero knocks down the Nexus. That's all he wanted. And now we can get the hell out of here. Behind this, we're taking up into Sky Toss. 2 more Stargates and a Fleet Beacon. We're ready for Carriers and Tempest. We're not there yet, though. We're not there yet. As Hero is killing his own Colossus at this point. He's freeing up supply. The time for Colossus has come and gone. It's all about the Disruptors, the Balls, and the Sky Toss. Let's go. Never going to be going off. Takes down a tank. Tank goes down. Hero rotating towards the right-hand side. Bjorn will chew up a lot of those Zealots. Storm zones away the bio. Also the bio away. Likewise, Bjorn able to keep up. We can see once again here he's killing his own units, freeing up supply for the carriers. Carrier production has begun. Never going up. Ooh, does not connect. Whew, that was close. The disruptor is targeted. As both Bjorn and Hero are posturing. The map is being cut in half. We're going to be embracing a longer game. Let's go. We're settling in. Settling in towards a much longer game here. So I'll say do hit that northern CC. Well, they do get into the mineral line. Bring down the missile turret. Turret goes down. Bjorn shocking around as well. Does thread the needle. Never goes off. Ooh, big connection. A worthwhile trade for Hero. Nexus is going to fall, but not the most important Nexus for Hero. Oh, massive EMPs though. Yeah, Bjorn, he gets us around. He collapses on the Immortals. The Immortals go down. Massive pickoff. And the carriers are revealed. Bjorn is now aware. Pulling back, investing into more Vikings. 3-3s on the way. Again, that was not a bad trade here. Not a bad trade out of Bjorn. He is hoping for more. So now he has to back off. He has to embrace more Vikings, getting ready for the carriers, getting ready for the Sky Toss. Decent storms. Storms do connect. I'm catching at the Archons. Again, we're still just refining our armies. Do you want to get rid of some of this supply? Now, the downside for Hero, of course, is going to be his army is going to be less mobile. True. But that's what we need a mothership. So we have 2 recalls. The mothership is out. Do need to make use of those recalls. Hero rallying his army together. Nice EMP on two of those High Templar. Likewise, we get the counter feedbacks. Hero moving out, consolidating his forces. Headed towards that 3rd base. Vikings are amassing. And we do commit in. Disruptors, they do fly a little bit too close to the sun. Disruptors go down. Not a single Nova went off. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there out of Hero. Losing every single disruptor. Decent feedbacks. Where is the splash damage? Again, without disruptors or storm, like, this army is quite fragile for Hero. And I'm concerned he's only got 2 High Templar. I guess a decent storm. He's got 1 more here. 1 more in the chamber. Pushing in, storm zones away the army. And there we go. Speaking of, I'm like, Poppy, where's the splash damage? Here it is. We go for a big warping of High Templar. You wanted storm, we got it. We got plenty of it. Mothership goes down. High Templar pushing forward. We do need to split them up. I am concerned that they are a little bit too bunched. Oh, massive EMP. 1 storm connects. But most of the High Templar, they get caught in 1 EMP. Brutal. Suddenly, barely any storms left. Oh, gets another EMP. Oh. I think we're down to 2. I think we're down to 2 High Templar that can storm. From, like, the 10 that we had earlier. Archons have morphed in. I mean, Archons can hold their own, but they're going to be focused on massive storm. Oh my god, that was a juicy connection there. On Beyond's army. Ay, ay, ay. And is that barely going to be enough? As here, he zones Beyond away from his own planetary. He's just trying to. Here, 1, 2 carriers go down. 3 carriers go down. Massive pickups here with the Vikings. And every carrier will fall. There's just no storms left. No splash damage. That's what I was concerned about. We did run out of High Templar. We did run out of Storm. And we cleaned everything up. Very patient play out of Beyond. And again, Hero did bunch up those High Templar a little bit too often there. A little bit too much. And it was like 2 EMPs. Got every single High Templar. It's crazy. And now there's nothing left. There's nothing left. Beyond is still building out of control. If you want to, we can push up the ramp. There's nothing stopping him. We can just commit up. Nexus does fall. Hero going to be reinforcing with Zealots and Disruptors. We have a lot of supply tied up in these Vikings. But we are still making carriers. Still making 3 carriers at a time. So we don't want to throw the Vikings away. They have their place. Their place in this game. Oof. Good EMP on the Stalkers. Nice EMPs. Beyond rotating around. From here, Beyond back. So both players are going to be able to remax. We have very different army compositions now. I believe that there aren't any High Templar. It's mainly Disruptor. Oh, my apologies. There are some High Templar, but mainly Disruptor. Mainly Disruptors for Hero. Likewise, his Sky Army, I think he's got around 5 carriers. Not as large as it once was. Still decent. But our army compositions are adjusting to what we have. Zealots will clean up these Marauders and the Cyclones. At the same time, Vikings are sharking around. I still feel like we might have too many Vikings, but we'll see. Nova's going off. Vikings, they collapse on the Mothership. Mothership goes down. High Templar as well. We get an okay storm, but once again, the Vikings, they dominate this. They dominate the skies. 1 carrier left. 0 carriers left. Decent Nova. Takes down a Ghost. Liberators have arrived. Trying to take control of the ramp. But as we mentioned, that's so much supplies tied up in Vikings. We have to get rid of it. I mean, thankfully it can land, I guess. Oof. The massive Nova does connect. And there we go. Vikings now starting to land. Because, I mean, what else can they do? Nice snipes. We get Archons. 2 Archons go down. Vikings, they're going for a waddle by. Fun fact, they'd be faster if they just flew and then landed, but it's fine. But you can see on the minimap they are waddling across now towards the gold. Yeah, they're waddling in. The waddle by is real. Does force a recall. Would you focus on one of those disruptors? Novas, they will connect. Vikings have to get the hell out of there. A lot of Vikings do go down. But again, Bjorn is pulling hero apart. Bearing in mind, recall is now on cooldown. Now on cooldown. Ooh, we barely do snipe both those disruptors. Disruptors are sniped. High Templar, they just morphed in. They have no storm. The High Templar, they need time. Yeah, they're not ready. 1, 2. Ooh, Storm just barely finishing up. We're just barely getting energy for Storm, but yeah, we're gonna shut this down. The High Templar crumble. The base falls. And Hero just cannot keep up. Not anymore. Not against what Bjorn has. Again, it was a brutal fight earlier to kick things off when Hero initially lost all of his carriers, when he overextended, when he got EMP'd specifically. And from that moment, Bjorn had momentum. Oh, we punish the Blinks. Nova's going off. We just lift the Vikings. Decent Novas here towards the end. So you get some good Novas. This hero does rotate towards the left-hand side. I mean, these disruptors have potential, but they're all on their own. The disruptors are exposed. The balls, they're wide open. And he goes for them. Goes to the disruptors. They all go down. I think 2 disruptors are left over. But at this point, Bjorn can just rally across the map. Like there's very little finesse needed at this point, just because of how far ahead he is with his supply. Disruptors, they're getting back off of cooldown. And we just focus them down. Yeah, we just focus them down one after the other. 1 disruptor left. We have broken the goal base. And Hero's just been playing catch up this entire time, just trying to keep up, and having a hard time succeeding. Really hard time succeeding, and GG gets called. Bjorn will take game number 1. Whew, GG. A very intense game, a very long game as well. We were able to embrace Sky Toss against Terran, something we don't often see. But in the end, Bjorn did take it. He did snowball out of control. Again, it did come down to that massive fight outside of the 3rd base, outside of the 4th even, where Bjorn was able to land some crucial EMPs on the High Templar, denied so many storms, and without storms, there was nothing stopping the Vikings from collapsing on the carriers. That was the big problem there. We needed support, whether it was storms, stalkers, or archons. We had very little archons and stalkers relying on those storms, and alas, the EMPs were brutal, and now we're jumping into game 2. We have Bjorn for Shopify in the bottom right. In the top left, we have Hero for Weibo Gaming. GG. But very nicely done here out of Bjorn, able to catch out the army and snowball from there. Now the pressure is on Hero to bounce back. The pressure is on. And we'll see if he can. As Bjorn is going to be opening up back at home. Not going for any kind of crazy proxy. Bear that in mind, because it is not uncommon to see these players cheese each other out. Not uncommon. have Bjorn going for his double gas opener. Okay, it's going to be double gases out of Bjorn, going for a faster factory. I mean, we saw this in the last game, if you remember. It was double gas into a factory into a double expand. It was a crazy start in game 1 out of Bjorn, and he did get away with it for the most part. Well, he got away with it. Hero instead tried to counter greed with greed. Was able to hold his own. We'll see what the plan is going to be this time for Bjorn. See what the plan is going to be. So we are going to be settling in. Factory's on the way, reactor as well. We can go for reactor Reaper Hellion. We can go for initial mine drop as well. Even a Hellion drop. What do you have for us? What do you got? Likewise, here we're just going for a gate expand. Standard opener out of Hero. It's a gate expand. To our natural setup. And it is going to be the add-on swap, but it is not going to be Reactored Reaper Hellion. It is going to be Reactored Cyclones. Interesting. Okay, that I was not quite expecting. It's going to be early Cyclone production out of Bjorn. And we'll see if we commit into additional Cyclones, or if we go for Cyclone into Widowmine, for example. Curious. I'm curious. Probe gets shut down. This time Hero opening up Twilight Council, not Stargate. Is working towards Blink. And it looks like it is just going to be the initial 2 Cyclones. Moving out across the map, but we have 2 more on the way. Okay, Bjorn. He's committing. Bjorn is going to be committing here. That is going to be a second Rax as well before the starport. Uh-oh. You know what that means. Rushing into Stim. Big scout though. Hero confirms what's going on, and he should throw down extra gateways. Should throw them down. Ooh, meanwhile, we get the lock on. 1 Stalker does fall. Big pickoff already here out of Bjorn, and he's going for the second Stalker. Shield battery is denied. That's a kill, not a cancel. Boys are being pulled. And Hero, he's in a lot of trouble. He's up against the wall, bleeding out more workers. You can see the reaction here on cams. Oof, not looking happy. And Death goes down across the map. We lose 8 probes. And we hold. Bjorn backs off, but only for a moment. He's going to be reinforcing with extra Cyclones. Extra Cyclones have arrived. Here he's up to now 3 Stalkers against 4 Cyclones. Nice target prime. He gets 1. 1 Cyclone goes down. Second Cyclone as well. Ooh, trading out for a Stalker. Oh. And we do get a bit of a pause. Oh no! Now is not the time. Now is not the time for mass issues. Hopefully everything is okay, and hopefully we can fix it very quickly here. It's not a permanent issue or anything like that. So hopefully we're all good. But yeah, it looks like there was a bit of a mouse issue. And oh, are they jumping back in? Up. Yep. We do jump back in. Okay. Whew. Cyclones to get some lock-ons. They take down 2 more Stalkers down to 1. 1 Stalker left, and we barely hold the line. We clean up the... Oh my god, I say that. Cyclone barely escapes, but Hero holds. Oh, Hero does hold. Now, bearing in mind what I mentioned before, Bjorn has thrown down extra Raxes. 3rd Rax has been thrown down. So Bjorn has done a lot of damage early on. He didn't kill Hero, but he got a lot of economic damage, and he traded with the Stalkers. Now we're getting ready for Stim timing. This is the beginning of a 2-base all-in from Bjorn. A big tank blow is going off. Oh my god, we barely do snipe that Cyclone. Clutch blink there from Hero. Does blink away. And Bjorn, he's getting ready for his eventual move out. Meanwhile, Hero going for a Dark Shrine. Interesting. It's going to be a Dark Shrine follow-up here out of Hero. I do like this because the CC count is low. The 3rd base is going to be delayed here for Bjorn. So scan's going to be limited. As the Observer does poke in. Now Bjorn does set up a starport, so this tells us that it's not going to be a 2-base all-in. He's committed. He's going for a Sim timing. That is true. But he's working on that next step. Starport is on the way. That's going to be for Medivacs. And we'll keep an eye on Beyond to see if he throws down a third CC. See if he does expand. For now. Again, give Hero Blink and he can make some magic happen. Does get a Marine. Picks up a Marine. Do you have a move out of Beyond? And does he pull the boys? Picking up more Marines. Beyond has the high ground. We'll siege up. Let's go for the siege. Catching a Stalker. One Stalker goes down. At the same time, oh, Hero morphing in those DTs. We do have scans. Okay, we do have energy for scans. No turrets yet, but they're now on the way. The bait did finish for Hero. He's rushing into a disruptor first. Ooh, the scan is spent on the Observer. Observer gets caught out, but what about the DTs? As we have energy. Yeah, we're okay. We have energy for scans. But whether or not the army's in position, that's the question. As Hero, he's waiting for the move out. As soon as he sees that Beyond moves out across the map, then we pull the trigger. As Hero's getting a third base, he has his first disruptor, second disruptor's on the way. Okay, Hero does go for the main. But we have the scan. Hero not able to get anything. Does get some damage done on those Marauders, but no kill. No kill on the Marauders. DTs instead, they settle for a depot. It's something. They do get a depot. They force out one scan. Army's moving out. Still no third CC. Again, that's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for an expansion from Beyond. There is none. He's moving out across the map. Disruptor getting in position. Oh, the Nova! Nova's go up! Up! Oh my god, massive connections! Disruptors, they will pay the price. They will go down, but that was worth it. Hero, he pops off with the disruptors. And Beyond is committed. He's stimming on forward. Overcharges while boys are being pulled. Another disruptor comes out and we connect with the tank. Tank goes down and Hero holds Beyond, shaking his head. Not happy, not content with the game state. DT wandering in. Forcing out another scan. Didn't need it anyway. The Hero. And he's holding. He's surviving. We live, Papi. Now we get a third CC out of Beyond, but this third base is so late. It's such a late third base here for Beyond. It is so delayed. Beyond going for a Hail Mary, going for a drop across the map, is spotted. And Hero, he's coming in. Never goes up. Up. I'll pick up. Does save the army, but I'll be focused on the Medivacs. Medivacs, they are going to be targeted down. Handful of units to escape, handful of units to survive. But suddenly Hero's in the driver's seat. Bearing in mind that the production team even had a close-up on Hero shaking his head when he was almost dead. Like Hero, he was straight up almost dead then and there at the start of the game with the initial Cyclone aggression. But no, he lived, he survived, he persevered. And we're in this. We are back in this. Hero catching out the drop. Cleaning up the Marauders. Beyond attempting to recover. We'll take his third base. Remember, a very delayed third base here for Beyond. Takes his third as Hero's already throwing down the fourth. Blink on the way for the DTs. Shadow Stride on the horizon. Let's go. Shadow Stride is on the way. Is still being active. He's trying to stabilize, getting into ghost production, building up his Marines and Marauders. Unfortunately, Beyond doesn't really have any pushing power. He's looking for any kind of stray units here. Even a War Prison, for example. But DTs are waddling in. Thankfully, there is a turret. Do you have detection? We have a turret, but we have no army. Uh-oh. Detection, what does it really mean if we have nothing to focus on the DTs? They get an SCV, we deny mining time. GT does waddle away. His reinforcements have arrived. But now we get the Zell drop into the main. The Prism will go down. Does get shut down by those turrets. But we get 7 SCVs in the main base. It's going to be worth it for Hero. Not worth the Prism necessarily, worth the Zelts at least. So still building up more disruptors. Hero moving out. Hero does move out. Keeping the army in check. Never going. No! Oh my god! Hero once again catching Beyond, not quite paying attention. Massive connection, another massive Nova. Ay ay ay. Forcing the pickup, and Hero, he's shutting this down quite hard. The drops are cleaned up. Beyond being forced back. Back. Ay ay ay. Hero is crazy. I think what's most impressive here about this game state, I mean, it was risky going for the disruptors, but he has not made a single Colossus. It's been purely disruptor this game, which is so risky, but it's been paying off so well for him. We get an EMP on the DTs. We do trade well. Drop at the same time towards the natural. Oh, the disruptors! They get caught out! And this is why it's risky. That was, what, 4 or 5 disruptors going down, but we cleaned up the main army nonetheless. Hero, he can afford these losses. That was not the best fight for Hero, but he takes it nonetheless. Brings down the main army. Loses most of his disruptors, but he still has 3 left over. That is enough to keep going, to keep pushing. 3 Novas, that's all we need. And now Bjorny's up against the wall. Marshall going off, taking down the Zealots. Oh god. Medivacs are on the way back home. They're racing back. And Hero, he smells blood in the water. He knows how vulnerable Bjorn is. And we commit. We just commit forward. Nova goes off, takes down the Winter Mines. Nothing to really connect there with. But no friendly fire, no splash damage. Delpha Hero, as he's came to the production, busts into the main base. And GG gets called. Hero ties it up 1-1. Whew. GG. Again, it was a brutal start for Hero. The production team was even having fun zooming in on Hero's face as things were just going from bad to worse. But no, Hero, he bounces back. GG, we tie it up 1-1. Whew. We do tie things up, and now we're getting ready for our next best of 2. We're going to be jumping into Scarlet versus Oliveira to determine who takes a lead in the series. Is going to be a ZVT. Is going to be the Zerg versus Terran. And we are getting ready. We have Scarlets on the left. We have Oliveira on the right. Right now we're tied up 1-1. And will we continue to tie up series, or will we take a lead for one of these 2 teams? As a reminder, it is a best of 7, and we're going to be loading into Alkione. Shout out to Scarlets with the iPhone cam. We got the black bars iPhone setup or phone setup. Here we go. We are jumping in, and sporting in the bottom left hand corner, we have Scarlet for Shopify, and in the top right we have Oliveira for Weibo Gaming. Let's go. We are settling in. Again, Oliveira has some killer TVZ. We were able to showcase that a couple of days ago in WTL, in, of course, the ESL Open Cups as well. Oliveira was able to pop off. I'm just quickly double checking. Who did Oliveira face off against? I think it was Lambo. I think Oliveira, yeah. Oliveira, he faced off against Lambo and was able to shut him down. That was, of course, in the Wardy TV Summer Bash that we did cast yesterday. So Oliveira did bring Lambo down. Likewise, he 2-0'd Rogue in recent weeks as well. And yeah, Oliveira's no slash. Oh right, it was ESL Asia this last week where Oliveira took down Solar 2-0. Again, he has been popping off, but we'll see what Scarlet has been cooking. We'll see. As likewise, Scarlet has also been improving over time. And we're settling in. Scarlet going for a hatch gas pull. Standard open out of Scarlet. Meanwhile, Oliveira back at home going for a Rax expand. Nothing too crazy yet. Nothing too crazy for the time being. As Oliveira is moving out with his initial SCV scout, trying to get a read on what's going on. Hatchery is about to finish. Oliveira just confirmed the hatch timing. And the Reaper moves out, ideally to delay the expansion. But the SCV comes back home, which means Scarlet will get the third. Third base is getting up and running. We're settling in. It's on Oliveira to maybe pick away at the Lings, pick away at the drones. Get some early game damage. As the Reaper has arrived, the dance has begun. Do dip in. Trading with the Lings. The Queen does pop out. We save all the Lings, we save all the drones, and Scarlet does defend quite nicely. We can see here that Oliveira wants that creep tumor. Scarlet throws it down at a safer location, very far back. But does throw it down. The tumor will survive. And now we can head towards the mid-game. Now, back at home, Oliveira is going for, that looks to be, yep, 3rd CC. 3rd CC before Starport, very economic follow-up out of Oliveira. Going for the 3 CC. Meanwhile, Scarlet just going to be droning up, not taking any hard direction. There's no, like, early Roach Warren, no early gases. Standard setup so far out of Scarlet. Here's a standard setup. Reaper dips into the main. Scarlet's Queens are a bit out of position, so Lings are going down. Uh-oh. Lings are falling. Drones are under fire as well. And the Queen does hop out. Whew. Just in the nick of time, we get a kill on the Reaper. And Scarlet defends. Did cost Scarlet a couple of Lings. The Reaper goes down and does not scout the tech. That is an early Roach Warren. Roach Warren has been thrown down very early on. That was a sub 4 minute Roach Warren here out of Scarlet. That was what, like 330? 340 even? My god. So Scarlet is going to be bracing roaches early on, so far unscouted, and we'll see how hard we commit to the roaches. We go for a 9 roach timing. And do we drone up or do we commit? But now 4 roaches are on the way. Hellions move out. Queens are keeping up. Okay, it's going to be 7. Okay, we're going for a 7 roach push. Scarlet is not going all in. Scarlet is droning up. Skipped Ling speed for this initial roach aggression. So it's going to be 7 roaches. Meanwhile, Oliveira going for a Hellion drop into the main. But the roaches are revealed. And because the roaches have been revealed, most likely they will not move out across the map. Oliveira will be able to defend. Oliveira is moving out with more Hellions, trying to pull Scarlet apart. See if Oliveira can. So Hellions are rotating towards the left, headed towards the natural. But the roaches are in position. Scarlet does defend. At the same time, dropping to the main. Likewise, Scarlet also rallying roaches to keep them on patrol. And Oliveira does not find a way in. Behind this, Scarlet taking up into a lair, droning. Ooh, does find a way into the natural though. Drone's getting roasted. Liberator as well does rock up. The drones are bunching up, but we only get 3 drones. Spore was in position. Liberator gets shut down. At the same time, we drop into the 3rd base. The drones do line up. Oh my god, they get roasted. We get 7 drone kills. But we survive. We shut this down. That was still a lot of Hellions thrown away for those drones. It was almost a 1-to-1 trade. That could have been so much worse. Scarlet survives. Does survive. Behind this, we have an infestation on the way. It looks like this can be for infestors to support the roaches. I'm curious where we go from here, whether we invest into +1 range or +1 melee, as Evo Chambers just now finished up. And it's going to be range. Okay, so this can mean that maybe Scarlet is thinking about going from Roach Ravager into Hydra Lurker. I'm curious if that's the case. Oh, as we catch a lot of Overlords. And there it is. Hydrogen has been thrown down. So Scarlet is indeed going from Roach Ravager into Hydra Lurker. That is the plan. We'll see if we can get there. See if we can get there. As Scarlet is spreading creep. Setting up. He's going to be setting everything up. Likewise, droning as hard as possible, defending with a bare minimum of roaches. Lurker Den is on the way. We're taking up quite hard into those lurkers, quite quickly, quite heavily. That does mean that Scarlet is going to be vulnerable to an earlier push. Oliveira does move out. Oh, this is not going to be an easy hold here for Scarlet. We only have a handful of roaches. And Oliveira is gaining ground, clears up a lot of creep, but doesn't commit. Ravagers, they finish morphing in, and Scarlet holds. Scarlet does hold on. Is going to have to respread a lot of creep, though. Likewise, Oliveira going for the 4th. Going for the 5th, even. Threading a drop into the main. Scarlet is in position. The queens are ready. And we zone those drops away. And because Oliveira is building up towards a later push, because he's taking a 4th base and getting into a 2nd or getting ready for additional factory production, does mean that Scarlet is getting away with taking up into lurkers. Was vulnerable for a time, but not as much anymore. I mean, the drop play continues. Basically, we're abusing the fact that Scarlet has limited anti-air. Does have a Hydrogen, but 0 Hydras. 0 Hydras, 0 anti-air, only queens. These drops have free reign. We got Vipers are now on the way. We're still hiding that Hydra tech. Ooh, and here comes the push. Here comes the move out, and it's going to hit like a truck. Files aren't quite connected. They take down a medevac. Not bad. Medevac does go down. The army is slipping on forward. We do start to step in. Files, they do graze the army, but we're going to lose every single roach. As I say that, though, never mind. They hold their own. Oh my god, the power of the roach. We hold the line. We force back Oliveira. And what does that mean? That means we get away with the lurker tech. The upgrades are finishing up. Now, Scarlet did make a wave of roaches behind this. So that does eat into her overall gas count. It does mean that we're not quite able to embrace Hydra Lurker yet. But that might be a good thing, because we do need to deal with this initial push. As Oliveira is going for a 2nd wave. But there's that much less support. Yeah, we can bully Oliveira back. Catching out the Marines, going for a big counterattack. Now, the remax from this point should be with Hydras. And there we can see 6 Hydras on the way. Hydras are in production. Tanks through siege. Vipers coming in though. We're getting ready for the yoinks. We got 1 tank. 1 tank goes down. 2nd Viper has arrived. And can we yoink another tank? Go for the powerbomb. Powerbomb does connect. Ooh. Taking down a medevac. And as you can see here on the production tab, Hydras. Hydras are amassing. Lurkers are on the way. We're done with Roach Ravager. They did well though. The Roach Ravager did very well. Oliveira getting supply block. You can see Oliveira getting a little bit frustrated on cams there. And the supply block is brutal. Oliveira, his push is denied. And with that, Scarlet can now embrace the Hydras. The Lurker is now going into Ling production. Ling speed just began, which can mean we can just get completely out of Roach Ravager and into Lingbane Hydra Lurker Viper instead. Just refining our army. And again, Scarlet wants to get rid of these roaches. Nidus Swarm into the main. The roaches are a distraction. Late response, late reaction. GG gets called, and Scarlet takes game number 1. Let's go. Oliveira, he reacted too late. He noticed that Nidus Swarm too late. And what was in that Nidus? A wave of lurkers. And that is a kill move. That is a kill move, a kill shot into the main base. GG. Scarlet takes the lead. Scarlet does take a lead. Now it's going to be Oliveira's map of choice. For those that are curious, it is loser's pick. So Oliveira has to make a choice here. Where are we headed? Where are we dropping? Looks like it is going to be Oceanborn. Whew, okay. Oh god. that was intense, Pappy. That was intense. But we are getting ready. Game 2 is going to be Oceanborn. That is Oliveira's map of choice. And can Oliveira bring it back, or can Shopify take a further lead? Bearing in mind, it is now 2-1 in favor of Shopify Rebellion in this best of 7. Can Scarlet bring it home, or can Oliveira tie it up? Let's go. Whew. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have Scarlet for Shopify. And in the top left, we have Oliveira for Weibo Gaming. Here we go. Go. As the drone is moving out, Scarlet going to be expanding. We'll take the low grad, or we'll just go for a hatch gas pull. Standard open out to Scarlet. Oliveira likewise going for a Rax expand as well. No 2 Rax Reaper, no proxy, no shenanigans. Not yet. And we'll see if Scarlet does embrace the roaches for a second time. Again, it was a bold move to invest and double down so heavily there on that roach play into the lurkers. I mean, what I will say, what was the most risky for Scarlet is delaying Hydra production for so long and staying on roaches for as long as she did. The pivotal moment in that game was when the armies clashed in the middle of the map, when Scarlet had the high ground, when Oliveira fought with unsieged tanks, and I was convinced that Oliveira was going to be able to break through the defensive line of roaches, but somehow, someway, Scarlet held the line. She had 1-1 upgrades. Again, the tanks were unsieged, the biles were decent, and I'm again a little bit in shock that how well that went for Scarlet. That was crazy. From that moment, Scarlet had map control and could do whatever she wanted. And it eventually snowballed out of control. Very impressive stuff, very impressive fights. And now we're calming things down, settling into game 2. Nothing crazy yet. We'll keep an eye out for the link speed timing. If we skip link speed again, could be a sign of roaches. Here we go. Could be a sign of roaches. As the first Reaper is moving out across the map, gonna hit that natural. Scarlet's ready, in position. Lings are under fire. The dance has begun. But so far, Scarlet does pull back the weakened Lings. The Queen pops out, and Scarlet defends. At the same time, Scarlet took the 3rd base, so we're getting into our 3-base setup. Creep is being spread. And Oliveira back at home is going for a 3cc build, not rushing into the 1-1-1. It's going to be 3cc before Starport. Economic follow-up here out of Oliveira. Meanwhile, Scarlet settling into her own standard game. And this time, link speed is on the way. This time we have link speed. This time we are not skipping it. We're not going into roaches. We have a very different approach. I mean, technically we could still go into roaches, but it would be inefficient. But I like the idea in a series, if you make use of roaches in such a way in game 1, to deviate away in game 2, right? To keep your opponent guessing and to mix up your builds, mix up your playstyles. So I do appreciate this out of Scarlet. Never mind! Roach Warren gets thrown down. Now, what's interesting about this Roach Warren is it is very different. The Roach Warren is at a similar timing here to the previous game, but this time it is hidden. Remember, last time it was actually a part of the wall at the natural. This time, because it's hidden, this could be an all-in. This could be a Ling Ravager all-in. Otherwise, why invest into Ling speed? Yeah, unless you want to make use of it. Unless you want to reinforce with Lings. So the previous game was more of a macro roach build from Scarlet. This time, I'm feeling the aggression. Meanwhile, that is Hyperflight Rotors. So 3cc into Banshee with Hyperflight Rotors on the way. Bold move here by Oliveira. Here come the roaches. Now, Scarlet is at 42 drones. 42 drones for Scarlet. She's on, I want to say, 3 gas saturation. 9 roaches on the way, and I don't think we're stopping. I don't think we're going to be stopping here. We have Overlords being thrown down. Queens is anyway. Yep, there come the Lings. It's an all-in. Here we go. It is an all-in. Otherwise, why get link speed, right? Why get link speed to reinforce, to send it across the map, to rally, to commit to the all-in? Ravagers are being morphed in. Overlords are on the way. It's all or nothing for Scarlet. And Oliveira has no idea. Oliveira's in the dark. For now. Oliveira is in the dark. Still has not gotten eyes on the roaches or the ravagers. Lings are on the way. And now he knows. He spotted. He does spot the army. He's racing back. He needs a wall. He needs to wall off as quickly as possible. Depot's on the way. Hellions do make it back. So far, so good. If these Hellions were caught on the wrong side of the wall, that could be GG. That could just be game. But the Hellions, they do make it back. Banshee focuses on the Ravager, and we evacuate. Oliveira, he's so quick to evacuate the low ground. Gives up on the CC, gives up on the natural. Some of the SCVs are left behind. They got to fall. And now we can try to knock down that initial wall. Files do connect. Depot's getting low. And Scarlet's droning. Scarlet's droning up. She recognized she cannot break Oliveira. She cannot kill him. So she's racing back and she's droning up. Now, this was an okay amount of damage. This does supply block Oliveira. So he's supply blocked. He lost 6 SCVs. He was on 1 base economy. That was an okay amount of damage. The problem is that Oliveira, one, has Banshee's a counterattack with Banshee speed, and has a 3rd CC. 3rd CC is done. We can make 3 SCVs at a time. We have triple mule production as well. Oliveira, despite losing those workers, is still in this economically. We still have a back and forth. And Scarlet needs to survive the Banshee counterattack. Ooh, as we hit the 3rd base, drones are going down. So much damage being done. We get 3 drone kills, we get 4, we get 5. 5 drone kills already, and no Spore in the main. Oh my god, the Banshees! The Banshees are getting so much counter damage done. 11 drone kills. Almost a full mineral line. Almost a full mineral line goes down. And Scarlet is in trouble. Remember, Scarlet has a drone lead currently, that is true, but Oliveira is going to be real quick to catch up, as the 3rd base is already on location. We're muling hard. The SimCity is a little bit disorganized, but it's fine. But it looks like Oliveira is getting ready for an 8 racks. 3 more racks is thrown down. We'll keep an eye on the gas count of Oliveira, but he may just follow this up with a 3 base all-in, which would make a lot of sense. Especially if Scarlet is droning. Scarlet starting up 1-1. Bailey Nest on the way. Infestation mid as well. Looks like Scarlet's trying to transition into Ling Bane. I'm lacking the Infestors. I think this is really smart. Honestly, I think it's necessary. Infestors are on the way. Scarlet knows that she's vulnerable. She knows that there's no bathing speed. There's no bathings currently. If a bio army moved out, it could just end the game. Infestors will support Scarlet, will allow her to actually get into the mid game and actually get into a decent army composition. Will help survive. So again, really crucial here that the Infestors are coming out. Fungal growths are going to be available. Without Fungals, this double drop could get out of hand. Especially without Banelings. And the drop is coming in. Meanwhile, we can see Oliveira double down and hunker down on 3 bases. Drop is revealed. Going for the base. Looking for a cancel. And we're going to force it. We're going to force the cancel. Yeah, the 4th base is denied. Army was out of position. Scarlet knocked down to 3 bases. Massive pickoff. At this point, it might be wise. We might have to double expand. At this point, we might just have to double expand for Scarlet. Just to get a base up and running. Speaking of double expanding, Oliveira, he's here to deny the 5th. This time Scarlet in position, and here comes the move out. Here we go. The 8 racks is upon us. Oliveira, he's making 12 Marines at a time. That is crazy. That is an insane army. And it's all or nothing for Oliveira. Has a massive supply lead. Massive army supply lead. But there is a lot of creep. The creep is going to buy time. It's giving Scarlet some time, but we just don't care about the creep. We're just pushing in. Fungal does connect. Files as well. Not a bad start, but we have a massive wave of Marines barreling down the map. We deny the expansion. And Scarlet is up against the wall, is in a lot of trouble. The ARAX is here. Bathing speed is done. And we roll on in. Big tank shots going off. The spread is good. We shut down the Ling Bane. And Oliveira has done it. Oliveira breaking on through. GG gets called, and Oliveira ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Scarlet was vulnerable. The all-in failed for Scarlet, and the best thing for Oliveira to do was to go for his own 3 base all-in, to go for his own 8 racks. And with that, we're tied up. We're tied up 2-2. GG, well played. And now it all comes down to a ZVZ. Lambo versus Su. This is going to be an interesting one. Su is not the most active of players anymore. He's not the most active of players. Su, he is the Dark replacement. Dark, of course, he left DKZ, joined Talon Esports at the start of the year, and Su has been subbing in essentially. And how does Su compare to Lambo? Honestly, I think I want to favor Lambo here. If we can get a 2-0, the series will end. If we can tie things up 1-1, we're going to the ace match. Here we go. So jumping into game 1 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have Lambo for Shopify. And in the bottom left, we have Su for Weibo Gaming. Su looks tired. Jeez. He was yawning earlier, and it looks like he's like, a little bit degen. A little bit. He either just woke up or he's about to go to bed. One of the two. But here we go. We have our final best of 2 of the night. As the ace match would be a best of 1. So, final best of 2. For now, hatch first. We're going to be opening up Hatch Gas Pool. Amphion is not a bad map to open up 2 base. When it comes to this map, of course, we have a ramp coming into the natural. So the ramp can be very defendable. So we could see some 2 base play out of either player. Otherwise, we could try to expand towards the triangular 3rd base instead. That is also an option. We'll see if that's what we embrace. Keep an eye on our players. When it came to the last game, again, it was so important, so crucial that Oliveira was able to confirm the all-in ahead of time, was able to race back home and prepare, able to evacuate the natural, so he barely lost any SCVs. I think it was 6 SCVs against the all-in. So it was a risky maneuver there out of Scarlet, did not pay off in the end, but a 1-1 score is, it's not a bad outcome. Especially considering how on fire Oliveira has been. But now we're settling into the ZVZ. So far, Hatch Gas Pool, standard openers, mirrored builds. Overlord does confirm the hatch timing, so we're fully aware of what's going on. We are aware. And we'll see if we go for a 3rd base. That's kind of the first tell here, is if either player skips the 3rd. But now we're droning, Link Speed is on the way. Gonna be pulling out. Initial scouting lanes are moving out for Lambo. Same can be said for Su. Just to be keeping tabs, scouting each other, getting a read what's going on. And it looks like, yeah, both Su and Lambo are taking their 3rd bases. They are expanding. We are going to be expanding, which means we're going to be embracing Ling Bane. Ling Bane aggression here is on the table. Is going to be available here for both Lambo and Su. There it is, Bane and Nissa on the way. And the Ling Bane wars are about to begin. About to begin. As Lings are still being active on the map, we do have a handful of Lings on the production tab, but that's really only for safety. I'm keeping my eye out for any kind of Ling flood, any big Ling surge. Lings on the way for Lambo. Roach Warren has been thrown down. So Lambo does embrace the Roach Warren, getting a full scout of the main. Does get eyes on what Su's up to. But this early Roach Warren is a bit of a tell. Meanwhile, Su going for a bit of a more standard Roach Warren timing. Roach Warren and the Evo Chamber. We'll see if Lambo does commit here to Roach production, does commit to a move out. But now Su does get across the map. He's going for the Queen. Yeah, Queen is under fire, and the Queen will fall. Oh, Bailey barely does miss. Bailey doesn't connect, and Su, he shuts down the mineral line. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, we break through the queen. We get one queen. We're going to get a second queen as well. Just unfortunately some miscontrol there from the bailing of Lambo. He missed his chance. He missed his shots. As a result, lost 2 queens, 4 drones, and even a 5th drone as well. Oof. And with that, Su has done well for himself. It's actually still down in drones. That's just how many links he did create, did invest into. Oh no! Oh my god! As Lambo takes a bailing to the face as well, and Su is all over this. Moving out across the map, Lambo has to evacuate his 3rd base. He is in a lot of trouble. And can we even get a kill in the 3rd? Queen is going to be surrounded. We catch the lings. The roaches are on the way. Yeah, we do collapse on the hatchery. Roaches in production, but can we get a kill? Oh! Bailings, they trade 1-1. They trade with each other, but that is going to be a kill in the hatchery. Su popping up. Ooh. Su, it's going to be his turn to take a bailing to the face. As Lambo does barely keep his 2nd bailing alive. So Lambo does have a bit of a better trade towards the tail end of that fight, but he lost so much. Lambo, he's been losing queens, losing bases, losing drones, and Su is in the driver's seat. Su is now solidly here in the driver's seat. Getting into his own roach production, +1 range is quite far ahead here for Su as well. So there's going to be a +1 advantage lead, or it's going to be that 1 upgrade lead for Su. And now we're pushing. Now we're going for a massive counterattack. And Lambo, he's in trouble right now. I'm not so sure how he can survive this. Maybe if he can bring together his queens, if he has a transfuse. Maybe, but outside of that, Su has a massive supply lead. In a mirror matchup, it's difficult to really overcome these disadvantages. It's difficult to overcome these deficits. As Sui stutter steps forward, gets us over the roaches. Takes down the queen, takes down both queens. And GG gets called. Su will snowball out of control and will take game number 1. GG. Su will take the first game here. Again, just a really unfortunate Ling Bane control micro there from Lambo. He didn't miss. There was an opportunity for the Bailing to connect with the Lings of Su. Unfortunately, it didn't quite occur, and Su did overwhelm. And very quickly, things went from bad to worse. Led to the death of that hatchery. And with that, Lambo, he is up against the wall. We have to fight back here and now to force the ace match. If Lambo can take this win, then we can force a final Game 7. Meanwhile, Su needs one more game to win it all for himself and for his team. And here we go. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have Lambo for Shopify. And in the top left, we have Su for Weibo Gaming. Here we go. Here we go, as we do have our initial openers. Going to be joining up. No crazy 12 pool shenanigans. Not this time. Going to be joining up, going to be expanding. One of the big features here of this map are not really going to come into play. It's not going to really come into play here, where on Amphion we had the ramp coming into the natural, so we could maybe play off of 2 bases. But here, none of the sort. We can open up hatch gas pool, and we should be working towards our 3rd bases. And we'll see if either player throws down earlier tech, and this may once again come down to the Ling Bane control. May come down to it. Oh boy. As we are going to be moving out. Parallels do spread, we're just going to be joining up, settling into our early game. No major deviations, no crazy tech or crazy build order. We're calming things down for now. And the pressure is on Lambo. I want to believe he can bounce back. I want to believe. I'd love to see an ace match here. Maybe even a rematch between Bjorn and Hero. Maybe a wild card and Scarlet comes out. Oliveira comes out for a rematch as well. That'd be amazing. That's the downside of these best of twos, is that if we're tied up 1-1, it's like, oh, we're deprived an ace match, you know? In a solid best of 3. You're like, bring it back, Papi. Give us an ace match. Oh my god, we're rushing to a lair! Lambo. He's playing 2 base. Okay. So Lambo, he's rushing into a lair, he's going to be walling off. He's going to be walling off the natural, playing 2 base instead. And meanwhile, Su is taking a 3rd. So Su will have the economic advantage. Lambo is going to skip Ling Bane and embrace roaches. This does make sense, especially if our Ling Bane control was a little bit lacking in the previous game. Lambo is going to be skipping Ling Bane entirely here and embracing the roach. Here we go. We'll be embracing the roach instead. Means to do one out. And of course, Su does confirm. Su is fully aware of what's going on. We have +1 range on the way, so we'll confirm roach production. Technically, this could be a fake out, and Lambo could be going into like Spire Tech and rushing into 2 base Muta. But now we confirm the roach one researching, so Su is fully aware of where the gas is being spent. Su is aware. Back at home, working towards +1 carapace. Is going to benefit both his Lings and his roaches, bearing in mind that Su will have a lower roach count to work with, but a higher Ling count. Has to bring it all together. So roaches are amassing for Lambo. And Su is backing off and droning up. Now, Su has to be careful to over-drone because Lambo's going for an all-in. I don't know if you noticed, but Lambo, it's not just 2 base roach. He's not like settling into a 3rd base and macroing. It's an all-in. We're cutting workers early on at 29, so it's going to be a straight-up 2 base all-in at a Lambo. The drone moves out to expand, but this is really just for show. It's just for show. The queens are waddling out, they're knocking down those overlords. Creep is being spread, and we are committing to the 2 base all-in. Su checking for the 3rd base, and will confirm. He will confirm there is no 3rd, there is no expansion. Gets eyes on the roaches. And now Su, he has to prepare back at home. He's supply blocked! Uh-oh, Su is supply blocked. 5 overlords in production. Roaches are amassing. We might even have to throw down spine crawlers. For now, it's just going to be the roaches and the Lings. As Lambo's committed, Su morphing in Ravagers. He's going to be working with Ling Ravager instead. His goal is to get a surround on the army of Lambo and connect with those biles. As the queens lead the charge, roaches have arrived. Army supplies are quite similar with each other. Su did drone up to 2 base saturation. Did drone up. Getting on top of the queens. Queens are surrounded. And the queens are going down. Biles, they zone away those roaches, but so far a good start for Su. Just down the queens, but Lambo is getting on top of the rest of the army. Not the Biles. Yeah, Biles won't quite connect. We focus on the Ravagers, and Lambo, he is breaking through. And Su, was he a little bit too greedy? Did he drone up too much? Lings are coming in to reinforce. They're barely trickling in. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Su, and Su, he can give up on the 3rd. He can give up on the 3rd base. We may even have to pull the boys. As more Lings are trickling in. Again, Lambo, he's running out of steam. He's running out of roaches. The final queen is going to go down. And the final queen does fall, but Lambo does rock up with reinforcements. Has double the roach count. But barely cannot break through. Getting on top of the army. Getting on top of the roaches. Again, the defender's advantage kicking in for Su, and it looks like he's barely squeezing out more roaches. It's close. Ah. It is getting close. And Su, it looks like, yeah, he's holding. He's barely holding on. The queen survives. More roaches pop out, and Lambo, he's out of army. He's out of army. He's out of roaches. He barely does not break Su. Didn't have to fool the boys. Just with the Ling Roach Queen. Su does hold on. With his macro, with his reinforcements. And Lambo, he's down so heavily. He's got 28 drones to the 42 of Su. Remember, Su did not lose a single drone. He's on 2 base saturation. And now Lambo is droning. And what I'm concerned about is the follow-up. Su, he's working towards the lair. He's building up more roaches. Lambo does have the lair, so we can get into +2 range. True. Does have the upgrade advantage. And does pick up some drones. He slips into the mineral line. Not bad. Oh my god. Lambo, he gets into the natural, gets into the third base as well. 14 drones go down. We cripple the economy of Su. Very nice. Even getting into the main. Oh my god. Lambo, calm down. And just like that, Lambo, he ties up the worker count. Does have the workers, but he's still down in roaches. Even though the worker count is even now, it wasn't for a long time. And Su was able to build up a bank, is able to spend it, and now is moving out with a massive roach army, a massive counterattack. Su is pushing. And Lambo, can he survive this? How the turns have tabled. Now, Su doesn't have roach speed. The roaches are slower. They're slower to reinforce, slow to move out. Getting on top of the third, getting on top of the main army. Queens are exposed. The queens are going down. Biles, they zone back the main army as well. Good use of the Biles. Ravagers are going to be targeted down. But the roach army of Su is breaking through. We break through the queens. We zone away the army. We're getting into the mineral line. And now it's Lambo's turn to lose drones. Yeah, workers are falling. Boys are being pulled. Drones that Lambo can't afford to lose. Behind this, Su has been droning up. Su has been re-droning. Takes a worker lead. And can now start roach production again. And the pendulum swings from one player to the other. See chat, sleepy Su still couldn't. He was sleepy. He was. But now we have a hefty roach army. Lambo going for a counterattack. He has the upgrade advantage. He has +2. He has +2 over the 1-0 of Su. But has half the roach army. Half the roach count. And Su now has roach speed. Okay, he's moving out across the map. He's got lanes. He's got roaches. Su is chasing Lambo down. And things are looking a little bit bleak here for Lambo. GG gets called. We don't even get the final fight, as Su will take the series 2-0 and will win it all for Weibo Gaming. Oh, his eyes are open. He's like, I'm awake. Look at my eyes. Wide awake, Papi. GG, well played. Whew. Su does take it here in the end, and Weibo Gaming will take the 4-2 over Shopify. GG, well played. A lot of 4-2s here tonight, and again, 4-2 does not really do it justice. We had a lot of close games, a lot of close series. Did come down to one player in both lineups to get the 2-0. It was Hero Marine, Big Gabe for offside earlier against Berserker, and here it was Su against Shopify. So congratulations to Weibo Gaming. They will take the win, and they will take a lead in the standings. Remember earlier, I did mention that Weibo Gaming and Shopify are pretty tied. They are both tied up 7-2 in their overall standings in the bracket, in the round robin stage. But with this, DKZ take a solid lead over Shopify. And now we can have a look at the settings themselves. That's Quick Gamers, Slicestorm Na'Vi versus Weibo Gaming. It's going to be an amazing series. Team Liquid versus Team Vitality. That's going to be a banger. Team Liquid versus Team Vitality. That is a rematch of the finals of last season's WTL. That is going to be a rematch. I do look forward to it. And Starlight Twinkle versus Shopify Rebellion. So we have some amazing matches coming up in the final week of the round robin group stage. Be sure you're a part of it. I mean, the round robin stage is about to finish up, and once it does wrap up, the playoffs. The playoffs will be upon us. I don't know if there's a date set for the playoffs. Let me just double check. The playoffs will be a weekend full of StarCraft, and they are set for the undetermined. I think there is like some numbers out there. The first, actually, I think in like 2 weeks. I think it's the first week of July. Sorry, first week of August, what I meant to say. We're in July. So, yeah, make sure you tune in to the playoff brackets when we do get there. Otherwise, thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. It was a long broadcast. We went over the Sparkling Tuna Cup as well as World Team League WTL. Oh, this was a 2-0 in favor of Sue. But GG, well played. Hope everyone had a great time. It was a, how many? 7-hour cast. 7-hour cast, Papi. Let's go. Let's go. We're now done here for the night. We'll be back tomorrow with ESL Open Cup Asia. ESL Asia's tomorrow, ESL America's the day after, and Kung Fu Cup the day after that. So plenty of StarCraft coming up, plenty of StarCraft ahead of us. If you enjoyed the broadcast, if you want some more CranKy Duckling action, then check us out over on YouTube, over on all the social medias. You know, we have Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings if you want to be notified when we go live. If you want some VOD content, if you cannot watch live, but you are interested in some of these matches and some of these broadcasts, check them out on Twitch and YouTube. VODs are available. VODs are all there. Check out those VODs if you're interested. Otherwise, thank you for watching. It is 2 a.m. in the morning, and I'm starving. I'm going to go get some food. It's been 7 hours. I'm going to go get some food. I'm going to go get some rest, and we'll be back tomorrow to do it all again. Now, there was a series that we missed for WTL. We missed out on Team Vitality versus Mystery All Gamers. We did miss out on that, so I will most likely catch up tomorrow after ESL Asia. So ESL Asia is going to be first, and then we'll do a catch-up stream of WTL. That'll be the plan, to catch up on World Team League. Whew. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. Again, we'll see you guys tomorrow for ESL Open Cup Asia for some of that Korean on Korean StarCraft. I say that. Remember, Clem is in Korea, Astray is in Korea, Trigger and Future as well. All 4 of them are in Korea, which means they've been playing in these ESL Asias on a weekly basis. They've been playing in ESL Asia, in Kung Fu Cup, in KSL as well. So we will have some NA and some EU representation in this week's tournament. Make sure you're a part of it. Make sure you're there. Otherwise, thanks for watching. See you guys next time. Until then, ciao. Bye. Ciao. See you tomorrow. Hasta luego.